This guy threw it over 600 feet yesterday.
I mean, closer to 700.
Closer to 700. Let's see what he does with the Star Destroyer today. I cannot wait.
Taking the straight flight and the burn over.
Boy, this
thing's going to
ripped.
move to the top of the hill.
Goodness.
Get to the top of the hill. Yes, it
Making
does.
the V-cam spin. What a smash.
Probably not going to see that again today, right?
Not so much.
Oh, that's the objective. If you're a distance thrower like AB, you want to see the cameramen turn. And right there, he gets those guys turning around saying, well, we didn't go far enough back for AB, baby.
That is job done. Welcome to the booth. I am Ian Anderson. That is Philo Brathwaite. Big Germ just off cam to our left.
No hand today. Oh, there it is. You snuck it in there.
Man,
Nice to be back with you guys. Thanks for tuning in the past 3 days. If you have, if you're just catching up with us today, you've missed quite a show. There's been some hot golf. The top lead card's been averaging 1060 near golf for 3 days. I mean, that's incredible.
Thanks for waking up early on the West Coast.
No doubt. Thanks for being with us, everybody.
Yep. All right. And not a bad time for our Euros to watch, hopefully. Maybe they're still staying up late.
I've been getting some messages from a bunch of my friends over the pond,
Yeah,
man.
Victor,
Germany
yeah.
and all over Croatia. Everybody's tuning in, watching all the action. Super excited to watch live disc golf. It's really special to be able to do this. You know?
Something about lives.
Absolutely.
Like you mentioned, Philo, wind a little bit up from yesterday.
There you go. I even called the direction, dude. I didn't even
I'm
see
telling
that.
you, the human compass, Philo Brathwaite.
Right in that 18, 20 mile an hour range. That's what I was talking about, man.
To start the third round, we were looking at 2 mile an hour at first, and then it got up to like 13, but not nearly as high tempo as it is today, and that's going to obviously make this course play even more difficult than it did in round 3. Just for a little bit of perspective, our lead group, our foursome, shot 51 under par in just the second round alone. The total for the group in round 3 was 21 under par. Obviously, that's 2 different courses, but 30 strokes more difficult, even though the par is right about the same.
Interesting. The length pretty close, too. Zacharias putting his second shot at the fairway in position for a attack to the green.
I wouldn't be surprised to attest some of those lower scores or higher scores to moving day, anxieties maybe. The
sure.
field's tightening up. Everybody's starting to condense and crunch in, and every stroke means a little bit more as you're coming around those final 2 rounds on a 4-round tournament.
Chris Dickerson going back to the D1 over stable high-speed driver.
See him aiming out there towards the tree line.
I got to point out Chris Dickerson going with the the Tennessee marching band on his opening song.
Was it really?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it makes sense because he's obviously a big Tennessee guy, and he also played college football, so that's something that obviously resonates with Chris Dickerson.
What did he play?
He was a punter.
Interesting.
Well, while they walk all the way up to Anthony Barella, we will check in with Matt Rothstein for a check on the conditions on the ground. Matt, take it away, sir.
Well, the wind is definitely whipping up today, more than yesterday. But these players know what to expect today, and I think they're all going to be attacking the course. Everyone's hungry to score well. There's a party vibe brewing here as the players, the fans line the fairway, and everyone is excited to see the best players in the world attack this course today. So I'm stoked. I know you guys are. Can't wait to watch the action along with everybody else.
Should be a fun watch, and can't wait to crown our champion and see who it's going to be. That was Ben Calloway, posting up his second shot.
He's in great position from there. He'll have a great look into the green. Pretty much a dealer's choice. He can go wide around. He can play it down the middle if he wants to use a little flick to get up and down. He's pretty much got all the options from there.
Distance read from there? You got an idea?
260, 270, somewhere in there. It's definitely under 300.
Nice. Job done by Ben. So AB finally getting to his drive. It takes a while when you throw that far.
You got to imagine he's going to be attacking this in 2.
Absolutely. Right? He has no reason not to. Like you said, he made the worst mistake you could make going long. I mean, the wind's in his favor. It's not blowing in his face. He's not expecting it to stand his disc up and turn it over.
Looks like he's going to go to the Halo Destroyer.
Push it out way wide, test that right side OB line, and just get that late fade, and hopefully it runs out of gas right on time.
I hope
maybe he'll join the Albatross Club with a throw in here, Philo.
Oh. No, don't let him do that. We've had enough albatrosses recently. That's looking good.
Oh.
Sit.
Oh, is he in?
Please.
Oh, he got.
Oh, wow.
That
He's
is.
good. He's a little short. Well, he's got a downhill putt, and he might actually be the first eagle on this hole we've seen.
Somebody
right?
got it, yes? Oh, we've seen, true.
Jonathan
We've seen.
Nicholson, right, with a 346-foot throw-in.
The
but
throw-in, but I mean a putt for eagle.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a replay of Anthony Barella's. Oh, my goodness.
I need to know what this distance was. I mean, that's just.
That's got to be in the 600 range for sure.
And a simple throw. It wasn't like he really exerted himself. He's just so smooth and so tall, and those long limbs. He's just able to create so much torque with that rotation.
And never mind, the left to right accuracy was amazing too.
It's right down the middle.
Yeah.
That's the shortest way to get distance, right? Straight line. You throw the disc side to side, you're kind of burning off that distance going sideways.
Interesting thought. Very true too. Zachariah busting out the bush now, getting the range on his third shot. 2 forehands, so he's a little farther back than the rest of the card.
He is. He's got a little work to do here. You know, he's going to play another flick out and around over the ball golf green and try to get that late finish in there, nice and soft. He's got plenty of speed to make this happen.
Looks like a pretty conservative play for Zach.
Hopefully it doesn't end up in that pill.
Oh, that's not conservative.
That's great.
He crushed his sidearm. That looked like a soft throw.
It's conservative and it's conserving strokes.
In that way, yes, very conservative. That's going to be an easy birdie drop-in for Zach. That was incredible.
Love to see it to start his day.
Absolutely.
Getting a live shot of the chase card meandering down 1. And boys, I was out on the practice circle there, and Calvin did rip his finger yesterday, guys.
Did he?
Yep.
Interesting.
Chris Dickerson was helping him tape up that index finger.
Did he say how that happened?
He didn't. He said it happened on hole 2, though.
I've had that happen before on that last groove on my index finger. Just, you know, gets a little dry sometimes. You know, gets moist, gets wet, gets dry.
So that's something to keep an eye on with Vinny today. Here is Chris, who was helping Vinny tape up his finger.
Lining up, looks like a pretty straight mid-range shot here. Maybe even overstable putter. Looks pretty thick.
That is the PA3.
That's fading out a bit early. That's got to sit down.
Nessel.
Well, we've seen him make plenty of putts from right around that 38-foot range. Hopefully he can start his day off with something in there.
Dickerson distance. Ben Calloway, second shot was fantastic.
Absolutely. He's in the prime spot. He's got plenty of angle to work the disc right to left. He doesn't have to get too straight.
Yeah, he's just going zone from here. Maybe a little left.
A little high, maybe. Get
Go
down.
in. Go in.
Oh,
Ooh,
My
what a
God.
bid.
That's fantastic. So Ben should start his day with a birdie.
Yep, a couple of guys that had a bit of a rough finish yesterday, getting off to a good start here.
Always fun to see, and always fun to see this guy putt. Oh, except for that time. Ricky Wysocki.
even his misses I like to watch.
Yeah, I'm down.
Ricky's the up and down motion and the pace, the weight behind it, the accuracy. It's just, I can sit there and watch it for hours.
He just dive bombs the basket with that nose down putt.
Saki bomb really is like the best nickname for him.
Yeah.
Putter just dips right in there and just comes in with so much pace.
Speaking of pace, this guy throws with a lot of pace. Anthony Barella wandering off screen. There he is. He's got an eagle big coming up, gents.
It looks like he was just outside circle one, maybe barely crept inside the circle. He's got a little bit of a tailing crossing wind coming over his right shoulder, so as long as he pays attention to that and doesn't allow the disc to sail away on him, he should have a pretty good bid at an eagle there.
Mm-hmm. Chris Dickerson is up. That means that AB is closer to 2.
than 38
Oh, thank
feet.
you. Wow.
Yeah, Dickerson is in 3.
He's closer than 38 feet as well.
And we're talking about Chris Dickerson, the guy that outdrove Eagle McMahon and Calvin Heimberg 2 days in a row on the Big Bomb par 4, hole 10 over at Jones Gold. I mean, Chris Dickerson, elite distance, AB closer in 2.
The elitist distance from AB. Dickerson to start the day with a birdie.
Solid bid.
That it was. That will keep him at 30 down. Sitting currently 3 back of our 3-pack at the top. Anthony Barella for eagle.
This would be a huge way to get his day rolling here if he's trying to make the lead up on a, get back into that contention to win this tournament. Stroke's on, folks. You make this putt, buddy.
100%. Dang.
Just shoves it out the right side, just a hair, a little bit too much early cut off that release, but
I swear that's the only place you'll ever see AB miss is just to the right.
And that right to left crosswind, that's a downhill, slightly left to right to left headwind cross. And that is a very difficult putt to make. AB giving it a great bid. Man, we would love to have seen that drop.
That would have been fun. But a great birdie, not to be overlooked by Zachariah. This is Ben Calloway looking for a birdie of his own.
good solid starting putt there.
Yeah, that's a nice one. A nice distance, you know you're going to make it, and also a little confidence builder. AB coming back up the hill for the birdie.
Not taking much time at all. Smart thing to do.
And Chris Dickerson will drop in the solo par for the group, losing a stroke to the card. You guys are watching the Disc Golf Network. We'll be right back with some lead card action out the Dynamic Disc Open.
When the PDGA National Tour rolls into town, the action is intense and the competition fire. But every inferno, no matter the size, must begin as a spark. With PDGA sanctioned leagues and tournaments, anyone can get in the game. Fuel your fire. Find an event near you at pdga.com.
How do you build your better game? Reps, focus, the right equipment. Zuka, disc golf carts for a better game.
The Dynamic Disc Open is part of the PDGA National Tour and is
Disc
brought to you
Open
by
Open.
Dynamic Discs. Dynamic Discs. Be dynamic.
Feeling good. I mean, a lot of emotions going on with my sister, and having to travel back to see her on Tuesday. It was awesome that I got to see her before she actually passed away. But so I didn't get much practice going into day one. Played blind, but it was obviously for a good cause, and I was just glad to see my sister before she passed. But today was solid. I got to see the course day one and made the adjustments day two, and was able to shred and get myself in contention. Growing really well, putting well, and you know, it's just going to be an emotional week for me, and I'm just excited to have my sister looking down on me, and I think she's got a good spirit, and she's looking out for the best for me. Day one, disc golf was secondary, and you know, family's first, and you know, it's just a tough overall situation, and you know, I think disc golf, you know, is my outlet right now, and I think she'd want me to be playing disc golf right now, and so that's what I'm doing. I'm doing what I do best, and she was always supportive of me and my brand and my disc golf career. So she was a huge part of where I'm at today and how I got here, and so you know, she's living on through me and a lot of my other family members. So it's just great to be here and you know, showcasing all the stuff she taught me. She was like a second mom.
Welcome back to the Dynamic Disc Open League card. Getting ready to tee off. That is Ricky Wysocki, the only guy on the league card not in the lead. He's sitting one back of the 3-pack at the top. Paul Macbeth, Egan McMahon, and Calvin Heinberg. Gonna try and hold off on Rick. Never an easy task when you got that guy trying to chase you down, Philo.
Absolutely not. Rick is one of the hungriest sharks in the sea right now when it comes to disc golf. You know, all the baby sharks out there, he usually gobbles them right up. And, you know, he can hunt when he's ready to play and his eyes are set on that prize. He's a dangerous competitor, and just like all the rest of the guys on the lead card, they're all super talented, they're all super confident.
They've all kind of been there and taken down these big tournaments. And they all have NT wins. It's nothing new to these guys.
The only person who doesn't have a major is Calvin, right?
Yeah, major, sure.
Yeah. Welcome to the Employee Country Club for round 4 action of the 2021 Dynamic Discs Open. First, let's take a moment and thank all of our spectators for being out here today. Give yourselves a big round of applause. We would like to remind you to respect the players on the course, stay behind the leaderboard, listen to the volunteers out on the course. We'll have a great round today. Our 10:20 tee time, lead card. Teeing off first from Huntington Beach, California, in a 3-way tie for first place at 33 under par. 4-time Dynamic Disc Open champion and 5-time world champion, sponsored by Discraft, Paul Macbeth.
Like the man said, your 5-time world champ, Paul Macbeth, on the box
Activated
of
some
one.
beast mode yesterday, didn't he?
Sure did.
Made that jump onto the lead card from, what was it, Chase, or third card, was it?
I think it was Chase yesterday. Going force off the tee. It's a well-thrown disc.
Nice little mild swing there from Macbeth, just getting in position, not getting too greedy. Seems like he'll just be playing for his birdie.
Yeah.
33 below par, the 2018 Dynamic Disc Open champion, sponsored by Discmania, Eagle McMahon.
Same year he won Vegas, he took down the DD Open, won Vegas earlier this year. Let's see if he can repeat that feat. Going for a cloud breaker off the tee on one. DD3.
I don't understand why this is not an upside down tilt off the tee. I mean, the way that he throws that.
The early flex, you ready for it? Just on hole 1. That would be the ultimate flex.
Looks like he's taking that hyzer flip down the middle.
He's getting some extra distance.
That's got to hook up in a hurry, baby. Come on now.
Get over there.
There we go.
My.
That's right down the middle. Not quite as far as AB. AB crested the hill and got past the cameraman. And
yeah, kind of that Ben Callaway territory.
Yeah, right around there.
First, 33 under par. Sponsored by Innova, Calvin Heinberg.
Out of Florida. Used to be Safety Harbor. He's calling Tampa Bay now. We'll see. Maybe that's just because they won the Super Bowl.
I feel like they call it a different place in Florida every time they announce Calvin Heinberg.
That's a Halo Destroyer from Calvin, and that is smashed.
Stress-free throw for these guys. Change that tee pad up a little bit and take that road out of play. Gives you pretty much the whole width of the fairway to work with.
Campobello, South Carolina, in 4th place at 32 below par. 2-time world champion, sponsored by Innova, Ricky Wysocki.
And the man stepping up the tee right now won his first world championship on this course.
Please join Ricky
Got to have
in a moment of
some nice
silence
memories
for
from
his
that.
sister Lauren. Thank you.
And if you're just tuning in for the first time this weekend, Ricky unfortunately lost his sister, passed away the night before round 1, and he is still out here doing his thing. Incredible.
Who isn't rooting for Ricky Wysocki
right?
now?
Yeah, that's the story. That is crushed.
Nicely done there by Ricky. While we're watching these guys walk up the fairway, I think we're going to swing back over to Chris Dickerson on the chase card.
Throwing on 2. Going D1. Or is he going roller?
It looked like a flex shot.
Okay. And he's got that green D6
yeah, that's
too.
in the air.
Oh, hang on.
Baby, he got all of that one. That's a great position, challenging that OB line. But, wow, he's way up the fairway. He's going to have a great look to get up and down for birdie.
And our top 5 players in the world, 4 of them on the lead card, and Chris lurking on the chase card.
Yeah, those guys cannot get off to a slow start. You know, Chris missed his first birdie hole, but we know Chris, he bounces back so quick, and then he just gets on a heater sometimes. We saw he had the longest streak of the tournament,
11
right?
in a row?
12 birdies in a row.
Was
I
it
thought
12?
was.
Yeah.
12, man.
Wow.
Just cruise control once he gets the wheels rolling. Look out.
You say these guys can't get off to a slow start, and I'm saying these guys physically cannot get off to a slow start. Like, they don't know how to. Like, they will come out the gates hot. They're going to bring the action, and it's going to be so fun to watch this unfold.
Getting a live look at our gallery. Look at that. It's getting back to normal. This is Chris Dickerson, second on 2. Is it coming in?
Looks like it came up just a bit short.
Yeah, I think he caught a tree up there possibly. There again is your live look.
Awesome drone footage here.
Yeah, too
Get
cool.
to see the gallery swarm down the fairway and off to the side and the OB on the cart path there.
They are in for a show today, Philo.
Absolutely. I'm sure as some of these folks' rounds finish up for their, DDO, they'll be cruising over here and checking it out before the block party tonight. Make sure you come on down tonight, Commercial Street, hang out with everybody. Should be a great time.
Paul Macbeth, second shot.
Good thing it starts to go downhill right there. If that had been an uphill shot, he'd have gone nowhere. But it's still worm burning and progressing. He'll be fine from there.
That's enough, right?
It's enough. You just need to get in position on the second shot. You don't have to challenge that OB line to really feel like you can get there, especially for these guys. They throw so far and smooth. They can throw putter mid-range from that distance.
Calvin. Looks to be going Draco. He doesn't like it.
He didn't like that. That looked early out the gate for something so overstable, and he's got to stop in a hurry. Little bit wider than he'd like, but he'll be fine over there.
Yeah, it turns out there's a decent amount of room to make a mistake.
There is. You got all the way to the, the cart path over there to make your mistake. So he'll be fine.
Wysocki looking at his second shot. And he might be able to see the basket.
Yeah, he's laying that up. Just swinging his sidearm out there. It's going to leave him a pretty straight action shot into the green from there. He could play his hyzer flick again if he wanted to.
Yeah.
It's dealer's choice once you get into that little bottleneck there.
Everybody on track so far for the birdie. I love watching that.
Absolutely beautiful morning out here today, guys.
It is quite nice in Emporia. Just a little breezy, but nothing these players can't handle. Eagle McMahon after that bomb up a drive.
Busting out his
You
Bushnell,
think he's thinking about it
getting
right
his
now with the
number.
Bushnell? I mean, would you do that if you weren't?
I think that's the only point of looking at that. He knows that it's just kind of a simple, mindless 300-foot hyzer pitch with the forehand to put himself in position for the birdie.
I think this is his second shot, right?
Yeah,
It is.
exactly.
Right,
That's
yeah.
what. So by ranging the basket, he's seeing, all right, do I feel like I'm comfortable at 600 right now? It might even be a bit farther. This hole is just a shade under
Looks like he
1,200.
wants to throw that same pretty understable cloud breaker and stretch it out. He's not going for something overstable.
We're seeing an eagle bid right here.
Eagle for eagle.
I mean, he got it to that early hot start in Vegas, took it down.
And I feel like there's just enough space behind the basket that you can really open up. You can go for it. And I mean, obviously AB unable to keep it in bounds in 2 yesterday, but I think it's pretty fair.
Full send from Eagle coming up. Oh my goodness.
Get over. Stay in the air. Stay
Get
in
out
the
of that
air.
pill.
Stay in the air.
Don't be OB. Easy birdie from there.
Very short putt from there. I don't think he's going to be in a position where he's going to like to get aggressive on his putt.
He's on the short side of the OB pill.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
It's really hard to tell from that angle, but, you know, we'll see in a moment when he gets up there how much of a bid he's got.
Highly aggressive play and maybe a bit of, you know, chess there with the other players on the card to just say, all right, I'm coming today, and if I'm going to be throwing shots like this, can you guys match me going full send twice on a par 5 like this? Not that we have too many of those out here. Actually, this is the only par 5 on the course, I believe. But yeah, this is definitely an early statement to be able to throw that far off the tee, be the last person to throw his second shot, and also be the last person to throw his third.
Pretty cool. League card should be getting pretty close to their third shots. You can see the other disc golf course across the street right now in Hammond Park. Fun little 9-holer over there.
I still haven't played it.
You haven't?
I haven't played it, and everyone says it's just really, really fun.
That's where Eagle got his forehand roller last year.
Ace runs.
Forehand roller ace. It's a whole 9 at Hammond, yeah. Just across the street.
Yeah, you just need a mid-range and a putter out there, Jeremy. Maybe a fairway driver and little flip-up shots here and there.
Yep.
Nothing much to it.
It's been fun calling the action with you guys. I'm going to put the microphone down. I'm going to go across the street and play Hammond Park right now.
Do it. Looking at Paul Macbeth, his third. Looks to be the zone.
Get down in a hurry, baby. Looks like just floating away a little bit too much. Sit down. That's a long bid for a birdie on the opening hole.
It is, but at least a putt he can run.
Yeah, he can definitely run it.
It is going to be so crucial to keep these approaches and these drives inside
circle 1,
30
right?
feet. Yeah, I mean, circle 1, yeah, that's fine too. But yeah, you want to just eliminate as many of those 29 to 40 footers as you can. We saw a lot of those missed opportunities in round 3. Whoever's going to win this tournament, they're going to clean up those approaches and make more of those putts that we saw miss yesterday.
Calvin Heimberg figuring out his third shot.
Looks like he's got a rock in his hand.
Yeah, he's got a red rock on a orange rock and orange rhino, but going to something else here.
Looks like a putter now, huh?
Mm-hmm. AVR X3.
All right, that has a good shape to it. Now get down and finish. Beautiful shot by Vinny.
Fantastic.
What a great, you know, option change there for Vinny. Had something a little faster, more overstable, disc down a little bit, and got a perfect finish out of that shot.
Really nicely done. Ricky Wysocki. Is that the pig, Germ?
I would imagine it's got to be the pig. We saw him go pig third shot yesterday.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Nice overstable. Asking for it to get down in a hurry. That is perfect by Vinny.
That's classic Wysocki right there, folks.
Talk it into the hole, right? And talk it into the landing zone.
Guide it in.
It sounds like he's annoyed by the shot, but he's just encouraging it to do what he knows it's going to do already. Does it every hole, it seems like.
Just Ricky things.
Awesome aerial shot there. I love that.
Got a great gallery out today.
So many fantastic volunteers. So many people in town playing disc golf at all these different courses, and each course requiring a ton of volunteers. And, you know, in phase 2 right now, so there's spectators allowed. So a lot of work there for the crowd control alone.
Some of these volunteers are driving in from out of town, too. I've been talking to them over
Hours
the weekend.
away.
Yeah, like Kansas City, and it's awesome. So Eagle just has a little short approach layup for the birdie.
Okay.
A little shy, a little more work than you'd like from being so far up on your second shot.
Yeah.
You want to tap in for birdie if you're doing that.
Absolutely. Missed opportunity there. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite him. Popping back over to Chris Dickerson on 3. That's an FX2.
Playing the righty backhand down the right side, and looks like the wind just gobbled that up.
Burned it.
He's got some work to do to get up and down.
Is that like a left to right tail he's working with? And it's over 20 miles an hour because those flags are blowing.
It's just a crosswind because now they're working their way north on hole 3.
Gotcha. There's our scores as they sit. Might have a little bit of change up here depending on how these putts shake out. Looks like Paul Macbeth will be setting up for a birdie bid. Gotta need this to keep pace.
Out there in Conrad country.
Maintain his share of the lead.
Oh my gosh. No way.
What a connection. First
God, that's
putt
such
of the day,
early
opening
round
putt.
statement
Look at the fist bump here, too.
by the beast.
Oh, yes.
He's feeling it, man. He knows this is
dude.
go time.
If he's making those early, ooh, that puts
Look
some
out.
pressure on the rest of the card.
He might have big putted eagle right here. Let's see what happens.
This is huge for Eagles' confidence after those two big shots here. Okay.
Yes, you'd love to
Cash
see
money.
it.
Had a way to match it.
All right, we are
have a
going to
star frame,
frame
right?
one. Yes, we are.
That's going to be 7 down for the
Lead
8 people
chase.
we've seen play this hole. And this hole is not easy, folks. This one is playing over par.
Anybody get the eagle today, Jerm?
Actually, it is not playing over par. It played over par when we had the full field, but now
Yeah.
we've got the
Oh,
cut.
the cut.
And so we've got the best players in the field still remaining, and now it's playing at a 4.72 average, but still with that wind blowing even heavier than round 1. And yeah, it's not an easy hole, but man, 8 down.
Let's take a look at Macbeth one more time on that Conrad Country putt.
Climbing Macbeth Mountain.
Get it.
Holding that follow through, feeling it.
That was absolutely huge to start the day.
That was
We're
awesome.
going to take a back look at round 3. Paul Macbeth on 16.
Highlights from yesterday.
Skip the water on this one, right?
Yeah, this could have been a 50-50, you know what I mean? 1 inch lower, hits a rock and deflects back into the water, but this putt right here, man, death lurking right behind.
Just
Center chop.
Ice in the veins on that one. And Calvin Heimberg did some amazing things as
This
well.
was a great shot on hole 3 from yesterday. A little high out the gate. A little bit lucky with some of these high limbs right there to take the speed away and park.
Unbelievable. And then eagle with the near ace on 16.
This is the touchiest shot you could possibly throw on this hole. Look at that finish.
He got just enough of the upslope. Paul Macbeth on 2. Turning over the Undertaker.
That's
See if that
great angle.
It is. That's money right there. That's a great position to be. Play that right side, or it even opens up that hyzer around the outside with the flick.
Our card yesterday had extreme trouble with that guardian tree in the corner.
They were struggling a little bit. See if they can make the adjustments today.
Yeah, the only person who didn't catch some of the foliage there with that guardian tree was Eagle, who played this wide forehand, which is, if you got it, you got to go with it.
Oh, absolutely. He's cloud breaking up the hill.
He didn't get as aggressive with that one. That looks a little sawed off.
It
He's all right over there. It's not ideal, but with that
Manageable,
speed, and
right?
yeah, you'd think he'd play it a little wider, challenge that OB line a little longer, but
So he can go forehand.
why not?
Yeah.
I mean, playing a little conservative on that drive, it seemed.
I think he still will be going forehand. A similar angle from last round, maybe not quite as aggressive like you're saying, Follow, but he's still got the distance to get there into.
Calvin with one of his more understable destroyers.
That needs to hang on.
This is going really far.
That's good. Sit.
Hang
Oh,
on.
just a little too much overstable
it.
finish on that. Vinny's going to be picking up an extra stroke on this one.
Yeah. So far up, a par should be almost guaranteed for Vinny from there.
At least the par look, yeah. That's something that we've seen that distance for his forehand approach all weekend. Just put everything close, and he's going to need to scramble his way to par here to not lose any extra strokes.
Ricky Wysocki
That
hanging
looks like
out.
the right angle there. Not quite as high as he would like, but it's got the speed to penetrate up the fairway, get underneath that limb, and he'll be in prime position as well.
Yep, job done. And please subscribe to the Disc Golf Network if you're tuning in on YouTube today. You got a ton of content this year. Over like 20 tournaments to watch. It's the best money you're going to spend. Now we are going to pop over to some Chris Dickerson action, I believe. Putting on 3, I believe. We got some action next week. Goat Hill.
Goat Hill, man.
We'll be on the Disc Golf Network.
You like goat cheese.
We'll be covering that on Central Coast Disc Golf as well for the post-produced variety. Should be watching some huge bombs on that one, Philo.
Yeah, man. Finally get to go back to California. It's been a while. I haven't seen it since February.
Wow.
Starting the season off out there in Vegas.
And
It's
here
been
it
a
is.
while. Be nice to get back.
This is Chris Dickerson, our Zuka replay.
This is for his par, I believe.
Yep. And just lay it up from there. After
Yeah,
that,
we saw his drive get smacked down by the wind and had some extra work to get onto the green, and makes good there.
that it did. You're looking back down the fairway from the catch cam on 2. Our lead card getting ready to toss some second shots over this hill.
Past champions, and going back to Goat Hill, the past champions, Thomas Gilbert, Anthony Barella. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know.
Long arms of the law.
Yeah. If you like watching big, long shots on a beautiful golf course, you've played Goat Hill, I'm sure, many times.
Oh, yeah, man. I've been down there a bunch.
Such a fun track, incredible elevation use, and, yeah, it definitely favors the big arm.
My crafty Philo can hang on, man.
Hey,
with those
man.
big arms. You do some work out there, man. It is not easy.
Angles.
It's not.
Angles.
Angles and just putting myself in good positions to score, man. I'm not going to make a lot of eagles. I'm going to have to make some good putts, but, you know, if I put all the pieces together, I may not shoot 40 under par, but I'll get to 30, 32, 33, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's easy to get digits out there if you put them together.
Eagle McMahon, that is the splice in his hands.
So actually going with the backhand here, going to go down that tighter pinch tunnel down the right. Well, it's not really a tunnel, but certainly a lot more trees.
Oh, that's way low.
That is a could that. Oh,
no, he's going to be, you know, 50, 60, 70 short for sure. That just didn't have any air under the
That was
disc.
really bad.
Uncharacteristic
Really weird,
brick
yeah.
from Eagle there.
Rick, close enough to throw the pig on his second shot again.
I think it looks like there's a strong left to right crosswind. I think Eagle may be trying to avoid that big right push. If he had gone the forehand, trying to play against the wind with the backhand and just not working out in his favor this time. Ricky with the pig.
This wind is helping his disc work towards the basket now, and that's really solid.
That should work.
Call that the 5-stepper, 5-pace off the basket. Pretty much a warm-up putt for Rick. We have seen him miss a few of those, though.
True. But that will get him a stroke on Eagle and Calvin in all likelihood. Paul Macbeth trying to make sure Ricky doesn't get a stroke on him. That checked
should
up
be
real
about
fast.
Circle one. Yeah, he's good.
Oh, it's fine.
He's good.
A birdie make there is going to give him sole possession of first.
What a comeback, man.
Trying to figure out what's going on over there. I believe. Oh, yeah. Trying to figure out what Calvin went up. Is this?
This will be his third shot.
Third shot after the OB drive.
After the OB drive, so he's got to get up and down there to stay at that 34 mark, not cough up an extra stroke.
I feel like he's farther back than he deserved.
That looks about right.
Think so?
He just barely. Well, you might actually be right. I mean, he got a little bit of a forward push. You would think he'd get another flag up or something,
Yeah.
maybe.
But shouldn't really matter for Vinny.
He's going backhand instead of the forehand here. Going with a parachute rhino.
Wow, he's playing the left side. Nicely done by
Okay.
Vinny.
That'll
Beautiful
salvage a
pitch.
par for Vinny. Well thrown, sir. Popping back over to chase card coverage of Chris Dickerson on 4, par 3.
Yeah, the wind is up from yesterday, so you're going to see a little bit more action on the disc, bouncing and jumping out there. Harder to get close to the basket when that wind's blowing against you like
Smashing
that.
those hyzers
It's
down?
going to smash the hyzer down, and if you put it on a flat angle, it could push you to the right, and there's OB over there. So it's such a touchy shot in these conditions.
You can see Chris kind of counteracting that with a little more hyzer and a really stable D1.
Yeah, it looked like he kept it low, too, trying to keep it out of the wind, but not quite enough penetration to get inside circle one.
So Eagle have to just lay up for the par after that second shot went awry. Yeah, you can see Eagle nonplussed by that. Let's see who's up first with the birdie bids. Look like it's going to be Rick. This will give him a share the lead for the moment.
Just over the rim once again. Ricky, every once in a while he'll surprise you with a short one that just hits the cage, and
Yeah.
he does that super up to down motion on his putt, and sometimes he just doesn't quite get it high enough out of his hand.
Paul Macbeth for the outright lead.
Another one sneaking in over the rim after that awesome putt on hole 1 from twice the distance, maybe even 3 times the distance.
Easily, I think. Yeah.
Not quite as pretty, but he'll count it.
It's a result-based sport.
And another good scramble for Calvin. He's 3 for 3 on scrambles in the front 9 with OBT shots.
And Eagle make it good on the par save.
Going back to round 3, of course.
And Rick, speaking of those short putts Ricky could miss, he missed that 12-footer during his 15 down round out at Jones. Could have been a 16. Yeah. Anyway, this is Chris Dickerson's putt on 4.
Classic step-through Dickerson putt. Making good.
Man, he jammed that one like 60 miles an hour. Do you guys see that?
It just seemed like it started off slow and then zipped up, and that was a great putt from Chris.
Fantastic work, Chris. And there is your outright leader, Paul Macbeth, by a stroke over Ricky and Eagle and Calvin.
Potentially a glitch in the robot?
There was a glitch in the coding. The rest of the crew having decent starts. Looks like Drew's got a 3 through 6. Gavin Rathman, our Will Schustrick clone, 4 through 6.
Andrew Presnell, he's working his way. He's not going to show up on this leaderboard right now, but he is 5 down through 7 in this wind, jumping up several spots. Actually only 4 spots, which is what kind of happens that last round when everything starts to get shaken up a bit and everyone's started to settle into their positions. It's hard to jump up a bunch, but if Andrew continues that pace, that number is going to increase to 5, 6, 7 jumps, and he'll make his way into our top 10 leaderboard for sure if he can keep that pace going.
No doubt. You are looking back up the fairway of hole 3. Really technical shot.
I think all these guys have the sidearm speed to get down there, not have to worry about cutting that fairway driver mid-range down that middle gap. Looks like Paul's going for that. That's really surprising. I think he would take the sidearm on this with the wind in his favor and everything. You saw what happened to Chris Dickerson's shot. I'm sure he'd had no opportunity to watch it, but we'll see if he can keep the disc on the right plane to get it all the way down there.
The height is so crucial in this shot. Even though it goes downhill, if you catch any of that grass, it just gobbles it up.
Yeah, we saw it with Dickerson.
That's getting pushed and slammed.
Oh,
a little bit of an air bounce there.
Got a lift.
Wow, it just got that bounce right on time.
That was incredible.
It got hyzer just in time, right?
Just in, like the air just lifted the disc up just in time, because if he had hit that ground, it would have been game over.
Flashing a handful of rings to make that happen.
Right in there, you start to worry when you see it dip, and then
right there,
that little air bounce right there, and that gave him just enough height to make that finishing turn.
Gave him exactly what he needed. Rick's going to show you the forehand line.
Playing it well wide, make sure he uses all that fairway.
You like it? I
do like it. A little bit of an unfortunate bounce off the ground there. I'm sure he was expecting it to finish a bit more towards the basket than a sideways bounce, but that's in Rick's range for sure.
Eagle went Cloudbreaker yesterday. It looks like he's going to go PD2 today. Very similar to what Rick was throwing. Eagle McMahon.
Asking for it to sit down and getting some applause from the gallery, although we didn't really get a good look at the finish on that disc.
Dark blue is a tough one to see.
Especially against that green, lush green grass, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Calvin Heimberg, that is a champion eagle.
Can he recreate that fantastic ace run he threw in round 3? Requires a little bit more height than what Macbeth threw. Oh, and that's super low.
And wide.
No.
What?
Cut
is
and
that
roll?
kicking OB?
No way.
No.
All right.
Wow.
That was wild.
Yeah, I think that crosswind just beat that really neutral eagle up, you know what I mean? Just not enough integrity to fight through it all.
And we're going to have a replay of Paul Macbeth. This was a fun one to watch.
Yeah, you couldn't have drawn it up any better out the gate. I mean, beautiful action. Nice and flat, matching the grade of the ground out in front of him and just letting that disc slow taper and catch that late overstable fade.
He's so good at those low line drives.
I think all of us got that shot in us, you know what I mean? All of us pros on tour. Some guys just throw them a little bit further.
Yep.
It's a shot you got to have if you're going to survive out here on tour. You got to be able to keep the disc low to the ground and penetrating.
It's just incredible to throw that angle so low and matching the hillside, needing it to stay up just a bit and getting that little bit of lift, like you said, and getting a little bit of edge to get that last bit of 50, 60 feet that he got to get inside the circle. That is such a scary shot to throw, because if you miss that angle by a little bit too much pace, a little bit too much angle, and that thing is just going to be grounded and can cut roll 200 feet left.
Lots of things could happen on this hole. You miss your angles. There's lots of things to contend with out there. Lots of OB.
Yeah, OB long coming easy if you don't turn it over enough.
OB left if you cut it off early. For sure.
Calvin going for the Rhino approach.
Not Calvin's best effort off the tee, and he's going to have to get this one in tight, and does so nicely.
That's good enough.
Scrape up his par. Not exactly the start he was looking for. Hopefully he can catch his rhythm here and get back in the battle.
Hopefully that finger's not bugging him too much.
Yeah, I'm sure that is a variable for him today. I mean, it looks like he's putting good move on the discs, you know, so far, but not sure what happened there on hole 3.
Yeah. Rest of the card should have some birdie putts. I believe Eagle and Rick might be a little lengthier than
Rick's
optimal.
the longest, yeah. Right there about circle 1.
Right next to the whisker. Gallery getting settled in. Ricky doing the same for his birdie bid. Stop. There you go.
Rick just a smidgen high. Gave it a great bid. He knew it right out the gate. He was probably anticipating a little drop from the tailwind.
That's exactly what he was just complaining about.
It's so weird out here in the Midwest. Sometimes it holds it up in a tailwind.
Because it keeps, it pushes it, right?
It's pushing it, It's not allowing it to drop.
Eagle McMahon crosswind putt. Gonna want to keep this really flat. Look at that shirt ripple.
It's blowing off of his left shoulder.
You know this is over 20-mile-an-hour wind with that flag going.
If anybody has the putt designed to make this one, it's Eagle McMahon.
Great point, Jerem.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Did it really?
No. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh man.
And that's going to be 10 times more difficult on the comeback.
Oh my gosh.
Hopefully he. It would have almost been better if it just went OB and he could have re-putted it almost. He's going to have a tester coming back into that wind.
But at least he can save that stroke. He would have definitely lost with an OB. But
True story.
It is not a.
That was a brutal kick. That was really strange. Like the wind just accelerated that putt right out of his hand.
And when it ramped off, it kind of
accelerated again.
Yeah, it turned into a sail.
Oof.
So 23 is turned into nearly 43.
And this is right to left head-ish. Mostly right to left.
If that catches the top,
he's going to have some
top
more work
skip.
to do.
Yeah, I think it actually like grazed off the side.
Grazed off the side of the band.
Kind of, but that kind of re-hyzer it. It probably went farther than it would have if it didn't. Oh man.
Eagle looking at a 3-putt here on hole 3, and he's not even in tap-in range yet. Yeah, he is. He's not too bad. He's tearing inside Macbeth.
And see if Paul can make it work in the wind. Stretching the lead to 2, guys.
Beast mode activated, huh?
That's solo bird for the card.
3 down through 3 in this wind. This is a man who's looking for his first win of the season. Motivated.
What a turkey to start the day.
Eagle with an unfortunate 3-putt, pretty much making the same putt he just missed for birdie to...
But happy to see him make that one at least.
Yeah, you don't want to be
bleeding.
4-putting out here. That's just not getting it done.
There's Vinny making good on the par save.
Rick will drop in his par as well.
Disappointing par that will lose him another stroke to Paul. Yep. Paul sitting on a 2-stroke lead. Thanks for tuning into the Disc Golf Network today. We'll be right back with some more MPO league card action.
Here's your Uplay tip of the day on how to develop a pre-round warm-up routine. Have your equipment ready, your bag, your snacks, and your water. Stretch. Do your disc golf strong warm-up. Throws in the field. Throw your putters, mid-ranges, and drivers. Finally, finish with practice putting. It's going to help your whole round.
Love getting outside and challenging yourself to become better? How about spending time with family and friends, or just marveling at the pure joy of flight? Then you've come to the right place at the right time. Join the PDGA.
Welcome back to the DDO. This is Chris Dickerson putting for putting for birdie on 5.
Jams that in there, making good on another birdie. Puts him at 2 down for the round, I believe.
Yep. Started his day with a par turkey, but has since gone birdie. This guy has only carded birdies. Paul Macbeth staying on a tee of 4. That's a force in his hands.
We all know the guys up on 5 are a whole hole ahead of him, probably just waiting for the gallery to get settled in out there. Lots of people moseying around. Wait for everybody to get settled so he can get his focus on.
Tough shot in this wind, Philo. See how he manages.
I'd say for these guys, it's not as hard as it is for the schmedium arms. You know what I mean? These guys can go one angle, one turn. The guys that don't throw so hard, you got to put a little flat on it to stretch the disc that far, and you can see that wind pushing it over, but then he's got that speed in the overstable finish, and that's right inside circle 1 again, another birdie putt.
That looks like 4 for 4 for Paul.
Yep. Let's see if Rick can match.
Needs to.
He absolutely does if he wants to keep pace and stay on his coattail.
You got to stay close and put a little bit of pressure.
Maybe Paul will make a mistake somewhere. Flip-flop and get those strokes back.
This course, a mistake feels inevitable.
Yeah, right now, this wind, you can see these 20-mile-an-hour weighted flags.
You see the wind just totally push that thing. And
no. That was inches from getting back in bounds.
I mean, just the unfortunate break of landing in the bunker there and just stopping his disc in the OB territory. Paul's not going to be shooting his historic 18 under today, folks. There's going to be bogeys at some point, you'd imagine. I mean, only one double bogey in the round in round 3, but that was much more mild conditions.
Vinny, is he making the same? No, he stays in today. Awesome shot, Vinny.
Great wind read by Vinny.
Absolutely. He's well inside circle 1. Have a little bit of a tailwind on his putt here.
Eagle McMahon?
I should say I cannot imagine Macbeth shooting a historic round. Not to say he won't do it, because I don't think anyone imagined him shooting 18 under any of the times he's done it.
Well, he's off to a good start. He's done his work so far.
Sure enough.
You can't birdie him all if you don't birdie the first 3, Philo.
No doubt.
Eagle McMahon with a PD2.
That's got the better finish there. A little bit shy. He's safe. Yeah, let's take another look at that Paul Macbeth drive here on hole 4.
What's your favorite thing about Macbeth's form, Philo?
I'd say the smoothness of the action. You know, like he doesn't seem like he's overexerting himself. I've been watching Paul play for almost my whole career. I mean, we're both SoCal natives. When I started playing disc golf, he was a young man and had the Beatles shag cut. And, you know, watching him throw back then, I remember when it just seemed like it clicked for him all of a sudden. It was probably right when I started playing in pro tournaments. I was finishing up my amateur, experience, and we played this tournament in Huntington Beach, and we were in a playoff, I believe, for one of the Huntington Beach Open tournaments, and he threw this shot on an alt hole, and it was the first time I'd seen him move the disc like that, and I was like, oh man, we're in trouble. And he parked like a 475 hole, and it gets gusty out there at Huntington Beach, and I threw mine out there, and it got beat up by the wind, and Paul came up right behind me and just scooped playoff over. I was like, yep, I think we're in trouble, boys.
What did they call him back then? The Ferrari? Was that his nickname? Because he'd go fast, and sometimes he'd make it, but sometimes he would crash.
Sometimes he would crash.
Oh, no. But not much crashing in Paul Macbeth's game these days.
One of the
Rick
most
taking a great bid at it, but coming up a hair short.
just the rhythm like you're talking about. He's just so smooth, and it's just it's almost like a dance move the way that he gets around his shot. It's nothing clunky about McBeth's form, that's for sure.
A lot of people have been trying to emulate him over the years. Saw Jackie Chan last year out in Taiwan. In person, the guy looked just like McBeth, man.
That's funny. Not a
Almost
bad guy
to
to
the
copy
T.
if you're going to pick someone to copy. I mean,
Almost to the T.
Eagle McMahon just laying that up.
You know who used to copy everyone's form? Anthony Barella could emulate anyone's form.
Really?
He had every single backhand. You say Ricky Wysocki's putt, he'd do Ricky's putt. And this is when AB was like 9, 10, 11, when we saw him growing up.
No way.
Out in AZ, Scottsdale, Phoenix, Arizona area.
It was kind of the first Paul McBeth protege.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would say that, yeah.
You know?
I would agree with that 100%.
Paul took him under his wing early.
Now he's throwing the disc 700 feet accurately.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Paul. If you've never seen Paul McBeth, Anthony Barella throw a mini 500 feet.
Yeah.
Like,
he throws a mini
not
further than I
rhetoric.
throw my full-on flex with my Falcon.
See, I can say thanks, Paul, for making AB throw 600 because I don't have to try and beat him like you guys do. McBeth for birdie. Start 4 for 4.
Can't birdie him off. You don't birdie the first 4.
He's off and running, folks.
Ooh,
Nobody's really matching his pace right now, and nobody on the chase card's really doing it. Chris Dickerson's only 2 down through 5.
And Rick's going to bogey right here after that OB drive.
That was a really unfortunate push off to the side by the wind there. It just got a little gusty and flattened his disc out. Won't allow it to finish. Zach picks up an extra stroke.
So now Paul has 4 on Ricky and currently 3 on Calvin. That might shrink to 2 with a good putt. Let's see how close Calvin got to the OB. Woo! About a meter. It turns out.
That meter, right?
He just took his normal mark. Calvin for birdie to get within 2 of Paul.
Nicely done, Vinny.
Yep.
Hopefully that little energy from the crowd will pick him up and get his wheels rolling here.
This will be a par drop in for Eagle, who conceded the birdie. After the putting woes in the last hole, I don't blame him for not taking a long bid. Popping back over to chase card. This is Chris Dickerson putting for par on 6.
That looks like a little bit more than you'd want for a par putt.
Yes, it does.
Catches that limb on the way in and
that
gets denied.
It's going to hurt his chances, Philo.
Absolutely, it's going to hurt his chances to win. I mean, we all really accustomed to watching Chris Dickerson do kind of Paul McBeth things, just having those really strong finishing rounds, stringing birdies up left and right, and today he's not quite getting it done, not on the pace. And
that's going to put him 6 back after
that's
the
a lot of
tap
strokes
in.
to make up. It's just too many. You got to be 1 or 2 on Paul to really give him any kind of a headache, if you will, or an annoyance, or however you want to describe it, you know, to be in his peripheral, in his rearview mirror. You got to be right there. He's just going to keep on pushing and not going to feel any kind of heat from anybody. It's going to be a walk in the park for him today.
It's looking like it so far, but we'll see if we can keep it going. We just flew 5. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it,
I
Philo?
love hole 5. Hole 5 is a well thought out hole. They really make you challenge the OB line off the tee. If you're the right-handed backhand player, if you're a sidearm thrower, you got plenty of space to work out towards that OB line on the left. You know, the wind is blowing from kind of a right to left on this hole right now, kind of up the fairway from right to left. So angle control, speed control, those things are so important on this hole. You can't just step up there and throw any old thing out there and land safe. You got to really test that right side for the righty backhand and challenge that sidewalk to get yourself in really good position.
Actually, I believe Chris Dickerson, that putt that we just saw, was for birdie.
Oh, good.
And now he's in for par.
Oh, okay, good.
So he still remains 5 back, but he's 5 back, and he has less holes to play than Paul. So that's something to keep an eye on throughout the day. You know, chase card, they can set the pace if they get on a run, but right now they can't catch Paul if he's going to keep birdieing.
Copy.
Looks like Calvin's getting the gallery to move back off the OB line a little bit. Never want to catch somebody on the way back in.
The one dude's sitting down there.
I see a little piece of tape on Calvin's index.
It's really not easy to play when you have those kind of ailments on your throwing hand. I mean, any little thing is a distraction. You know, you really got to be.
Yeah, happened to Paige in Vegas, I want to say, right?
Maybe. It's happened to me a couple times on my middle finger, on my sidearm, the finger that has the most contact with the disc when I throw my sidearms, and I was frightened to tape it up. I had no idea because I've never done it in practice. Found out it actually didn't affect me as much as I thought it would. But the mental stuff, when you know that it's there, it can potentially be devastating if you let that creep in. But it also wasn't on the tip of the finger. The tip of the finger is a much bigger, much more important contact point on the disc's release. So if that is on the tip of Calvin's finger, that could be a much different situation.
Paul Macbeth on 5. Ripping on a force.
That looks beautiful right there.
He's going to push that left edge. Open up the forehand hyzer, maybe.
He's right in the middle.
Backhand up the gut, you think?
That's what Germ was saying yesterday. When you get far enough up the fairway into the middle of those trees, you got options.
It opens up.
It opens up. If you come up 70 feet short of that, those trees really start messing with your lines.
Calvin Heimberg with a destroyer.
Snappy McPherson there. That thing is moving.
That is huge.
Simmer down, baby. Simmer down, baby.
Oh,
simmer down, baby.
Yes.
Just enough thick grass to slow him down, keep him in bounds. We saw him make that mistake yesterday, didn't he? Didn't he trickle out left?
He went OB left, but he got up and down to save the par. Today, he's in a position to get the birdie.
Eagle McMahon. Be going PD.
In round 3, we saw Ricky Wysocki start off with 4 under through 4, and then his tee shot went out of bounds. This time, Macbeth 4 through 4, right back in position to get that 5th birdie.
McMahon.
Looks like he's really challenging that OB line, and nicely done there by Eagle.
That's beautiful.
Well in position.
Probably like a big backhand hyzer from there.
I would imagine so. It's not too big from there. It's about 275, just under 300 feet to get into the green area from where he's at. 1 tree to miss on the outside.
Ricky Wysocki.
This is annihilated. This
Rick
is
got
annihilated.
All that. That's way up there.
Oh, man.
Prime time spot right there.
Taking a couple trees out of contention, and a Zuka replay of Paul Macbeth. Absolutely ripping. You guys are tuned in to the Disc Golf Network. When we come back, you'll be watching him with an upshot.
PA3? Hey Chris, can I get a PA3? Yes, sir. M4?
You are getting a live look at our league card, approaching lies on 5. Eagle McMahon will be up first of the second shots.
See some of those little ninja branches hanging down. Looks like he's switching his game plan, trying to do that shot we saw Rick do.
Oh, he's going to the mutant.
Yeah, he's going to throw that turnover. Oh, he's kind of going back and forth.
Maybe the backhand skip shot. Yeah, I don't think he knows or we know.
I think this is the smarter play.
Yeah, I think he settled on this one.
This is what we saw him do in round 3, but he had to go through the goal between those 2 trees. Now he's going to be able to go out wide, around, keep it low underneath those branches.
1 tree to beat.
That's
nicely
fantastic.
Down there by Eagle.
Beautifully thrown. Using the ground to slow it down. Eagle back on track. Paul Macbeth stepping up to his lie, trying to find the best alley to the target.
Wouldn't be surprised to see him take this out and around, but looks like he's lining up the middle gap a little bit more challenging. Maybe he's too tight on this first.
He's got a lot of options here, you know.
Yeah. I think he's going to keep his disc over safe land the whole time.
Just straight over the middle.
Maybe around that one that's right there. Oh, he does go down the middle.
Oh, caught something with the zone.
Simmer down, simmer down. All right, he's right there around circle one.
Longer putt than he's had recently, but
not super thrilled with that effort, but we know he can putt, and he'll go up there and take his stab at it. Try to keep this birdie train rolling.
Calvin Heimberg.
Calvin's in the perfect sidearm position there. You see him reaching for a flick disc there.
Either the Draco or the Star Firebird. Looks like the Star Firebird.
Get in the hole.
Oh, sit.
Stop moving, disc. Stop moving. There we go.
Okay.
Roll back.
Oh my gosh.
Man.
How did that run it and then still come up short?
That's right.
That is an interesting action there for Calvin.
Front of the cage there, it looked like?
It looked like front cage.
Yeah.
Rick from 165, the official Bushnell rangefinder distance.
Thanks to our friends for that. Rick going a little long, but that's
no, pin high.
Very manageable putt for
4
Ricky.
paces off the target. That'll be a tap in.
Paul with a challenging putt for birdie coming up here. This could be an opportunity for the group to make up some ground.
Excuse me there, guys.
No worries. It's a beautiful sunny day, spring day in Emporia.
Yeah, sometimes this Midwestern spring air gives me the sneezies.
Right there with you, my friend. All right, Paul McBeth has reached his lie. Has this putt to stay perfect on the round.
This is not the putt you want right now. This is incredibly windy. Maybe those little branches are over.
They look like
in his way, perhaps.
You're gonna have to shape this a little left to right against the grain of the wind.
Giving himself a little bit of wiggle room to not necessarily have to make these putts. I mean, obviously he's going to give it a good bid, though.
Wow.
Oh.
No. Everything but in.
Just skipped off the front tray.
Everything but in.
Yeah.
Oh. He had the line, he had the height, got some chains, and just doesn't want to stay in there. Looks like that nub just pulled it right back out.
Excellent effort, though.
Calvin Heimberg.
Well, you called it, Germ. You're not making them all.
No.
Going to have to get an eagle.
This will be to get within one of Paul. Cash money.
Getting it done, Vinny.
That is so good. He is so good at disc golf. Did you know that, Ian?
I was mildly aware. Mildly aware. Gosh, he's been fun to watch. I feel like we were robbed all those years Calvin was in college. He was still this good.
Yes, he was.
You know, he would just show up at Worlds, make a league card, and then go back to school next year.
I can't believe that he went and got a degree in chemical engineering. What a waste of time.
My fellow engineer. I'm currently also wasting my industrial engineering degree.
What are you doing? No, this is... I think my favorite part about disc golf is just we have people in every sector of the workforce and everyone of every interest. I mean, disc golf appeals to everyone, and out there, people that are listening.
Yeah, it really is. Any age, any class, anybody can play disc golf.
Checking out hole 7, Chris Dickerson, his second shot, working his way up the fairway.
That looked good.
That looked pretty tasty to me. I mean, that looked well within circle 1.
And we are looking at hole 6.
This is hole 6.
Philo. Yes, it is.
This is hole 6. A little bit of a course design change from Eric McCabe. They switched the tee pad up, switched the basket position. Now we're shooting more of a straight tunnel up. You see these trees here with the OB flags on the left. It kind of bubbles out to the left, gives you a little bit of a green, but not much. Definitely want to hang out on the right side as long as you can and have a really straight and small finish.
It's tough. We've seen, ace runs. If you skip him by the basket, you're probably headed OB.
It depends on the pace.
Yep.
On this section yesterday, we saw Macbeth hit metal, actually hit the top of the basket on hole 5's approach, stayed in bounds, and then almost aced this one and went out of bounds. So Macbeth shooting the hot round just inches away from shooting even better.
Wild. All right, lead card getting ready to tee on 6. Calvin Heimberg has taken the box. Believe this is going to be a Star Firebird or the Draco.
Wait, that's fighting the wind, Ian. I think that's got to be the Firebird.
That's got to sit down, baby.
Ooh, that's close, but in.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a little bit of extra rotation coming in on that green. 2 holes in a row, just going from 10 feet to 15 feet. And this wind, that makes a big difference.
That's exactly what the variable was. The wind's just pushing over their shoulders from right to left at the moment.
Eagle reaching for that very overstable splice.
He put this one very, very close in round 3. Looks like he's matched that effort. Yeah, he absolutely has matched that effort. That is basically a clone of the splice.
Rick, what do you think he's going for? Look like a Firebird?
Yeah, that's his champion Firebird.
Put a little early cut on out the gate on this one. Get that late overstable finish. There it is. He yanked over on that one way too hard. It's got to hustle back. Hustle back.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's what Firebirds do. Come on, Firebird. Be a Firebird.
Made it work. Paul Macbeth. Let's go on Onyx. Just grabbed that from Yuli this morning.
Implementing fresh discs into the bag.
That's on the narrow line, all right, and he's going to have to simmer down in a hurry.
Oh,
that is a boo-boo right
think that's
there.
out of bounds.
That looked
Kind of
OB
felt
to
like
me.
it.
Well, we'll see what happens on the other side of this break. You're watching the DDO on the DGN.
The Destroyer is essential on tour. One of the most versatile distance drivers in Innova's lineup. The new Halo plastic is probably the prettiest plastic that Innova has in their lineup. It makes for a really cool disc to bag. Very confident in throwing the Destroyer and keeping it in bounds at far ranges.
Welcome back to Emporia Country Club in beautiful Emporia, Kansas. You're looking at Paul Macbeth. Out of bounds drive. No. Yep. Out of bounds drive.
He's taking his mark.
He went last spot it was in. So has this left for a par save. In all likelihood, losing strokes to the card. They had some good drives.
Potentially a 2-stroke swing, isn't it?
Yeah. Vinny gets his putt. Paul misses this one. We could have a new leader.
That's got to sit down.
Thankfully, it looked like it did. But he's putting from same spot as Vinny almost. One's for 4, one's for 2. So
he's not too happy about that. Definitely unforced error there by Paul Macbeth off the tee shot, coming up well short and left. Rick out there in circle 1 range, putting towards OB, a little tailwind. Low out the gate.
Just low.
Give it the height that it needed.
That's one Rick wants back badly right now. Rick trying to collect himself after that miss. He'll get it going.
Yeah, stay in the battle, bud. Stay in the battle.
He's right there. Definitely not out of it by any means. Calvin Heimberg, this is going to be for the lead. The birdie make here.
Nicely done there by Vinny.
And it is tied for the moment until Paul Macbeth is going to drop in the bogey. And that will give Calvin Heimberg a 1-stroke lead after 6, excuse me. There is the bogey make from Paul. That will take him back to 36 down. 1 back of Calvin. Eagle coming along. I believe this is a tap-in birdie for him, isn't it?
Sure is, Ian.
Nice. That will get with him within 2 of the lead.
There's that movement that we wanted to see.
Rick with the par that will make him 3 back. And we have a slow-mo Vinny putt. Talk about this, Philo.
Yeah, Vinny's technique, kind of Paige Pierce-esque in the setup there, holding the disc up at his eyes, making sure he gets that height right, creating that apex on the way forward, hand to the eye, bang, right down Broadway.
He is so flat on the putt.
It's incredible.
He turns the disc over just a hair out the gate to make it fly straight. Some people put hyzer for straight. Vinny puts with a hair of a cut swing on it. Very effective. He keeps the disc on the line of the pole, framed up in his body the whole time.
Man, Jerm, talk about this demanding tee shot we're looking at on 7.
I mean, you basically have like a glorified, like a large box to throw through, and then from there you have to clear 350 to really be in position to attack the tee. But these guys are going to be looking for 450 perhaps off the tee. We've seen Ricky and Calvin just annihilate this drive in years past.
Eagle was close to nailing that yesterday.
He was super close.
Super
he actually
close.
hit the tree. He was fortunate to get on the other side of it. You want to get to the bottom of that hill so that way you can open up the ceiling for this low ceiling tunnel uphill approach, which stands at about 280 feet. So you can really bite off a lot of that distance off the tee, but it also, you got to throw full speed through that tiny gap off the tee. That's a difficult thing to do.
Sure enough.
And they're throwing into the headwind.
Look at that.
I mean, how can you throw 450 feet through that little gap you got there?
I think he's looking to throw the flick.
There's a couple different options. Most of the guys are going to go backhand through it, but there is the wide early backhand if the wind is right. There is the early forehand that we've seen a few players go, and then there's also down the middle forehand if you don't want to go down the middle backhand. A lot of different options, a lot of different ways to attack this difficult tee.
I imagine this hole's been playing over par. A lot of people having a tough time getting off the box on this one today, huh?
Yeah, hole 7 is actually it's incredible. It's not that way. It's 3.72.
I mean,
average.
Only the cream is playing this course today, so
Yes.
the stats are going to be a little weirder than yesterday.
Yeah.
Or just a little different than you might expect. That is
like
Calvin
that line.
mashing on that destroyer.
I love that line.
Go! Oh my!
Wow, he's crossed the gully and he's definitely on the upslope.
That's perfect spot too.
You know,
doesn't look like his fingers bothering him that much.
Not at all. Chris Dickerson did a good tape job, I guess.
3rd easiest hole in both rounds with the full field
Really?
and with the cut field. 3.86 average in round 3, 3.72 in round 4. Pretty similar numbers, honestly.
Wow, I wouldn't have guessed that.
It's pretty remarkable, honestly.
Maybe this hole just kicks my butt all the time.
Eagle McMahon with a PD2.
Oh.
Huh.
That kept him a little straighter than he would have been.
That was just interesting.
Striking that post and still going another 50 feet past it to that ideal landing
I
zone
think
right
it
at
was
the
worm
bottom of the
burning
hill.
for like 150 feet.
That was really cool.
Ricky Wysocki, that's a Halo destroyer.
Starting his run up just off the side of the tee, getting right back here in the middle to open up that hyzer angle so he can throw it.
Turn.
Just smack it.
He's heading a bit left. It's got to simmer down. Well, he's got a pretty good sidearm play.
It does set that up, right?
Yeah, he's probably not going to go backhand on his second shot with that angle.
Macbeth. A host of discs in his hand. He's going to go force, though. Oh. Well, that's also a force.
You nailed it.
Prime time.
Well thrown. Popping over to Chris Dickerson. This is going to be his third shot on hole 8. Oh, this is our other par 5, Jim.
Correct. There are 2 par 5s. Thank you, Ian.
I forgot about that one. We all missed it, to be fair.
I didn't say nothing. Tired of correcting everybody out here. I'm just joking.
The Dickerson? Oh, no! That is
how?
That was
backhand?
Really weird.
That was strange.
And there's like even like a little lip right there that could protect
Seems improbable.
Chris and wow.
It's going to be hard to make a comeback with those kind of errors popping up.
Oh, that's AB's disc out of bounds, I
okay,
guess.
so that looked like that was a forehand
did, yeah.
spin. So yeah, that was
all right.
Chris's shot looked like it was good out of the hand. I was very surprised by that result.
Get it together, baby. Come on now.
That makes more sense. There's Ben Calloway walking down the fairway with the chase card. AB lurking in the back. Ben putting out of his mind this weekend for the first 2.5 rounds. That was so fun to watch. Zachariah Johnson stepping up to a outside the circle bid for hope for birdie.
That circle 2 land there?
Yeah, he's just out. Oh.
It looks like a blue stake to me.
Oh, you're right. It doesn't look that far, though.
Yeah, that's weird. I thought they were all yellow.
That's a blue
for the FPO
division, which has a slightly shorter
copy.
The first basket.
Well figured out, Germ.
Nice one, man. Eagle and
tired of correcting everybody out here.
That's right. I said
Eagle McMahon. This is going to be his second shot on hole 7. That's the splice in his hands again.
Touche, Germ.
Little tennis match there.
It's okay. We can keep doing this all day, baby.
We will.
I had my moment yesterday on 8.
What was your
counting OB strokes for?
For
Ben.
you corrected us big time.
Yeah.
We were filing over here.
Even play on tour over here, making the scores right.
And that was a little short for Eagle.
Not his best effort for sure.
No. We're gonna pop over to a Dickerson putt. We'll see. Not like we're gonna stay with our lead card. That is Paul Macbeth.
Squared up in the fairway, looking straight up the hill towards the target. He gets to pick his line.
Zone range from here?
Absolutely zone range.
I just saw a peek at Ricky. Looks like he is lining up that forehand outside play, like you reasoned, Philo. All right, Paul Macbeth, second shot on 7.
Asking for a little help and sneaks past, and he'll be inside circle
Wow.
one, about 7
Okay.
paces off the basket. See if he can get that birdie after bogey stat.
And hopping over to Ricky Wysocki's second on 7.
Just got one big tree out there in the background. He's got to come around.
Swing in there. Looks a little high and wide. Yeah. It feels like he needed to come out lower.
Yeah, he pushed that a little bit wide. He's got a couple of limbs out there that he's trying to mitigate, but that's still in Rick's range.
Sure.
He's a solid putter. He'll have a little bit of a tailwind on that putt.
And here is Chris Dickerson for birdie on 8. Staying in bounds despite our shenanigans.
And
Yes.
that's going to move Chris to 4 under through 8 holes. He's he's right there in the mix. He's only 3 back.
Hey, he's tied with Ricky right now at 34.
Doesn't seem like anybody else on that chase card is going to be putting up much of a fight for contention to win. They're all jostling for top 10 finishes now.
Yeah, Ben sitting at 1 over on the round. AB sitting even on the round.
Andrew Presnell still doing work.
Zach's
Had 1 bogey.
3 over on the round. Zach's having a rough go out there right now. Oh, Prezzi's doing things.
Yes, he is.
Up 4 spots on the day into 11th. So we're looking at Eagle McMahon, who, that upshot, it's got to be better than that, guys.
Yeah, it's a couple times now we've seen some just not quite crisp approaches from Eagle. Even that putt on hole 1 to get himself the lengthy birdie putt could have been a lot tighter.
Kind of had the same result with the same disc on 2.
Right, coming up way short.
That had no chance at all. Great line, but just never got the disc onto the chains. You know, you got to get the disc at least over the chains if you're going to get into the chains, you know.
hitting the pole pad, and he will take a par. Ricky Wysocki, though, is eyeing down a birdie, looking right at our huge gallery.
It's growing. People are finishing up and heading on over to the country club. Another one,
Get
1 inch slow.
off that rim, Rick.
Front cage for Rick. A couple putts and 3 holes, I believe. Just
one off the top
on
hole 3. And that's the difference right now for him. He's 3 back of the lead, and
hopefully you can find that Goldilocks putt here pretty soon.
If this wind continues to pick up in that back 9, it is such a challenging back 9. Obviously, you know in the back of your mind, 16 is always coming up, and that's a 2-stroke swing at any time.
Macbeth for birdie.
Counted.
Gosh, it looked like it was trying to come out the back, but nestles in. I believe we missed Vinny's upshot, but I think that was him sitting right in front of Paul. Does that sound right?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Let's see here. Yep, that looks like that was Vinny. He is lining up his birdie bid. This will maintain his 1-stroke lead over Paul. He did make it, spoiler alert. Nice putt by Vinny.
5 down through 7 for Calvin.
Starting to string them up as well, 4 in a row.
He is getting hot. We'll check out our scores right here. And you guys are tuning into the Disc Golf Network. And we'll be right back with some more MPO League Card coverage in Emporia.
Finding the right disc to fit your game can be overwhelming. Next time, try using the tools on our website. Answer just a few short questions and our disc finder tool will help you find the right disc for you. We get a lot of questions from people looking to replace their favorite disc. With our disc comparison tool, you can type in a disc from most manufacturers and we'll give you some recommendations to try. Stop guessing. Choose your next disc with confidence from Dynamic Discs, where we help you become a better disc golfer.
When I walk up to the tee, I have these game plans. I know where I want to land. I know the distance to the basket from those positions. I think I'm going to land in these same areas every single time, but you never know. I know how far I am. I know the height now. Having the Bushnell rangefinder, no matter where I land, gives me that extra level of confidence.
Consistency is the foundation that talent thrives from.
All steps up.
Day after day and year after year. Luck has nothing to do with it.
Back out to the country club. You are looking at the T of 8 in our league card. That is Calvin Heimberg on the box. This is a very challenging
Draco, doesn't he? He's just playing overstable. Try to challenge that right side. Try to avoid the left side. It gets real fast out there in the fairway.
That looks a little left.
No,
hopefully it
that's
digs.
fine.
Is it? Oh yeah, it turned a little bit.
That's fine. It's just got to simmer down, simmer down, simmer. Just by the skin of his teeth again, Vinny.
Wow.
Living on the edge.
Oh my goodness. Paul Macbeth stepping up next. That looks like one of his forces again.
Playing a much higher, wider spiking hyzer, trying to take the finish away once it hits the ground and Very conservative play
That's
there
perfect.
for Paul.
And I caught up with Paul this morning, and he told me he took all the Zeus's out of his bag, just making himself throw those overstable discs out here. Interesting. You guys do that ever?
I definitely take things out of my bag I don't want to use that I know are trouble. You know, there's some courses it gets breezy, and I'll start pulling my Falcons out of there because they're just really glidey, you know, and I know it's dangerous to do that.
I don't. Dana Vici does. He takes my R Pro bosses out of my bag for me. I don't throw R Pro bosses. That's just a fun joke that he's like, come with my bag and take my Pro bosses.
You did for a second, though. For a hot second.
I threw Pro bosses. Yeah.
Oh, Pro bosses. Okay.
Pro bosses. Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome disc.
Yes, it is.
Eagle McMahon with the
That's
forehand
not
play.
looking good at all.
No.
That was way too aggressive on that angle out the gate, and he knows it. Just overcooked that thing.
Threw it perfectly yesterday.
He did. And
so did this guy.
Tailwind on this hole, so you don't really need to burn it over that hard.
Rick's going to go to the flex forehand play. Try to throw it better than Eagle did. Is he going to hit that tree?
Yes, he did. He's safe, though. That's all. He can get up to the top of the hill on his second shot and still find a way to make birdie from there.
He could. Going to take some great shots, though.
It's going to take a fantastic second shot.
Onto a very scary fairway. OB left and right the entire way down.
Yeah, that bottleneck is visually scaring on that elevated tee pad, and you're throwing into a crossing tailing wind, and you know it's going to accelerate you and push you towards that OB left. You don't want to throw it way too far out there as far as that lighter green grass on the right side. You're planning, kind of aiming at that big mature tree out there on the right side up there by the cart path, and then small fade. You know, you don't want that big skip kind of finish. You know, you just want to burn all that speed out and let it drop.
Talk about the demand you need on that second shot, too.
Yeah, the second shot, it's all about kind of being in that sweet spot down here past these two trees on the right side. Don't even try to challenge that water on the left unless you're the righty flick shot and you're still finishing towards the sidewalk, and it really makes that approach into the green a lot easier, a lot less stressful.
Basket lurking down there, surrounded by OB. Pretty generous OB by the basket, though.
Yeah, there's some space. You know, you got short and deep. You just don't want to cut off your swing and go OB left.
Big throw for Rick.
Get off of that one. If he got far enough, no, that's not the mistake Rick needs to be making right now. He hasn't seen it yet, but that's going to be OB.
Is that really out of bounds?
Yeah.
It didn't finish.
Down in the long grass.
Stayed left. Oh, my gosh.
The crossing wind just didn't let him finish, man.
Yeah,
It's blowing from his right to left, and he had a great starting angle on it, but as soon as it crested that hill.
Yeah, you could see that moment where it turned a little more than he was expecting.
And just by hitting that initial bunker tree, it put him in a position where he had to really disc up and go for the big second shot to put him in any position to go for it in three.
And he was out of bounds for a long while, so coming back, stroke and distance here.
Things are shaping up here. It looks like two guys are going to be well safe of the other two. Really, of the field, Chris Dickerson still within 4 shots.
So looking at Eagle after he went out of bounds on the drive. Let's see how aggressive he gets.
I think he's just going to lay it up to those two trees. Honestly, there's really no reason to get more aggressive than that from this position. That looks nice.
This is really good.
That little early stand-up really did it.
Mm-hmm.
If that would have been turning anymore, that's dangerous right there.
So he should be able to get up and down for the par.
Most likely, yes. That approach shot, like Philo said, that initial stand-up kept that disc from going too far right out of bounds. Once you get over this hill, out of bounds left and right come into play so quickly, both for the righty forehand and for the righty backhand. As you can see, a huge right to left slope here. You see so many shots that look like they're dead centered on the middle of the fairway, and they just work their way down towards that pond on the left.
Paul had the overstable force in his hands. Can't tell if he switched, though.
Trying to get that grip right.
I'm going backhand here.
Yeah, I think he did a disc change. Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah, he's firing it right at those two mature trees in the middle. Yeah, that'll do.
He went something really slow. It's kind of the Vinny play.
Yeah, you know, you don't have to press too hard on the second shot.
It's
you
great.
You just want to get yourself in position to see the basket.
Yeah,
you know?
over the hill, inbounds. Those are the two goals on that shot.
That's it, man. If you're a little bit left, a little bit right, in the center, it's all about the same.
So Rick.
Man, he's way back there.
Throwing 4.
That's the danger right there. If that doesn't simmer down.
Oh, sit.
Wow, that check bounce.
Sit.
Oh, wow. If that crawled onto that sidewalk, I was going to just leave.
Oh,
my goodness.
Officially knocked Philo out. He is out right now. Cold.
Like we teased earlier, Goat Hill Park, the challenge at Goat Hill will be next weekend out in beautiful Oceanside, California. We'll be out there covering the action on Central Coast, and you'll also watch it on the Disc Golf Network on the final day. This is Calvin Heimberg. This has been a putter shot for him time and time again, and it's worked. I got to imagine he's going back to it.
You go big off the tee so you can play pretty safe down the middle of the fairway for the rest of the shots on the hole.
That looks great.
That looks absolutely perfect. It should get past those mature trees, and he's going to have an unobstructed approach into the green.
I love how Vinny attacks this hole.
He's the longest in 2 shots with a putter approach.
It's so thoughtful.
Yeah.
Really impressive golf.
And when you can control the straight neutral fairway driver the way he's able to with those eagles, it gives you the opportunity to really bite off a lot more off this tee shot than the other people.
I think Vinny can do that with just about any disc,
Sometimes it feels like it, huh?
I mean, it's so hard to control putters at speed, and these guys are so good at keeping that disc on the right angle with the right shape and not letting it get away from them.
Especially as hard as they throw.
Exactly, that's my point. It's the speed on putters is difficult,
Got to get your angles right. Getting a look at our lead card and gallery as they walk down this beautiful hole 8 out at Emporia Country Club. Such a cool piece of property to have a just championship level tournament.
I love playing disc golf on ball golf courses. I feel very comfortable in these conditions. It's kind of SoCal-esque park golf.
Yeah.
Lots of big mature trees, pretty fair lines.
Yeah. This course it's very fair. It's a great way to put it. If you make a mistake, it's probably your own doing.
Absolutely. That's how I feel about it.
This is where Paul Macbeth ended up after his second. We're looking at his third.
A little further back than he'd like to be, but he's still in pretty good position to score here. He's not so far back where those limbs should really take away the height that he needs to get through these mature trees. He's going to have to challenge the ceiling of it, though.
Going something pretty slow. That's either his Malta or a Luna. Whatever it was perfect.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yep.
I guess that's why they pay him the big bucks, huh?
That's how it works.
Ricky getting his meter, but fortunately on the safe side of that third shot.
Maybe he's deciding.
Oh no, it was actually it was his 4th shot.
Yeah, it was with the OB stroke.
Inbounds tee shot, second shot OB.
Through 4. This is going to be throwing 5 for a hopeful 6. Which is not what you need when Paul Macbeth is carding a birdie.
No, especially on this track where he's played so well. Really, his only misstep last year at the DDO was this hole. It he took an 8 on this hole. I think 2 or 3 OBs. He was sitting through 2 rounds. He was bogey free. Came to this hole and just took an 8. And then it set off a little bit of a downhill spiral for the next few holes. Other than that, Macbeth really feels comfortable on this track.
Nicely done, Rick, there to recover on this hole.
All right, that's your bogey.
That's the worst stroke you really want to, worst score you want to take on this hole is bogey. It feels like such a gettable par 5.
No, it truly is.
5.23 average, even for the top of the field. Pretty much split down the middle, 25% or 26% birdie, 28% bogey, and then the rest right there in the par.
It's like, did you keep it in bounds or not?
Exactly.
Eagle.
It is a relatively easy par 5 to birdie if you just can keep your tee shot 350 in the middle and then 250 in the middle, or 300 maybe even on that second shot. That approach shot isn't that challenging, but as you can see, our card here has gone several shots OB.
That is the challenge on this one. Eagle putting it pretty close. He should have a par putt in his future. Calvin going parachute rhino approach.
Just throw that little nose up at it.
You called it.
And it just sticky.
It's close enough.
Yeah,
it
just stops right there on the dime.
Looking down that leaderboard, that second card is really flatlined out there.
Yeah.
Not really putting much of a challenge up for these guys on the lead card here.
Just Chris really is hanging.
He's hanging, but he's not pushing, you know what I mean? Yeah, he's still 3 off the pace, now 4. But you just don't see that long streak of birdies. There's just, not really much happening out there for those guys.
He'll be 5 off the pace once Calvin Heimberg makes this birdie putt, and that'll be 5 consecutive birdies for Calvin, really bringing that action after a 2-3 par start. But man, he's playing some good disc golf now.
Yes, he is. You are looking at Paul Macbeth, sitting 1 stroke off the lead right now, hoping to keep it that way with a birdie putt coming back.
If this were casual, you just scoop that up for him. It's so close.
Philo.
Why you gotta do him like that?
Why
Philo?
you do him like that, Philo?
Oh, say it ain't so, man.
I can't believe that.
I was thinking the only way that he could miss that putt is if it was a spit out.
Through.
But that was just a missed putt. That was high left.
You can't blame me for that, man.
Oh, absolutely, I can.
Oh, yeah.
The whole world can,
I'm pretty sure we just did.
I'm not accepting it. I'm sorry.
That's fair, too. That's fair, too.
Brother man ain't taking all the heat.
That was Eagle making good on the birdie, and Calvin to stretch the lead now to 2.
Then he makes good, stretching his lead out just a little bit more.
A little bit of breathing room. And it wasn't that long ago that Paul had a 2-stroke lead. Maybe just 3 holes.
Rick trying to knock the basket over.
That thing took a while to calm down in those chains.
That is pretty typical from Ricky from that distance.
Yep.
We got to take another look at that uncharacteristic Macbeth putt. I mean, that had a lot of chains, maybe a little bit left side. They're going to try to slow this down all the way for us.
I think he just said the chains crossed.
Oh, that was high.
It was high, but
that was a hair high.
Maybe
it wasn't in the heart, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like more often than not, though, that nestles in the basket.
I don't know, man. That looked high and left to me.
Either way, Calvin Heimberg now with a 2-shot advantage over Macbeth, who has a 2-shot advantage over Eagle, and that little bit of separation is, and that's 2 shots over Ricky. So right there on our card, we've got a couple strokes separating each one of these competitors. Chris Dickerson working his way up now. He is in the 4th spot at 34 under. Still within attacking range with this difficult back 9 coming. These winds continue to pick up. Really, anything can happen.
This was the hardest hole on the course coming up, too. And we've seen some guys make some big numbers on this yesterday. You know, some 6s and some bogeys and people trickling OB, not even making it.
And here is a double bogey putt for AB on 9. Speaking of trouble on 9, Philo.
Bang. AB, tourniquet putt.
Yes, it was. Stopping that bleeding.
That was a hemorrhage of strokes right there at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, that feels like mildly game over for that guy. Calvin Heimberg, that is an eagle.
This is drifting left. This needs a turnover. Oh, wow. Oh, goodness. That's so good.
Beautiful.
How can you trust it with that far left to turn over that late on a hole with so much danger left?
This is OB the entire way. Oh, yeah.
Right. You have to play it that way as the righty backhand. That's where the airspace is. It's on the left side of the fairway. You saw what happened yesterday with Rick. He tried to play it down the right side, hit the stuff early, and got lucky to come safe. You know, it's like you want to play that left to right, slow taper, neutral flying disc.
Undertaker from
Macbeth doing the
Paul.
same thing, just left of center, and don't let the disc move much.
This looks fantastic.
That's perfect.
And that's fantastic
Almost
out
perfect.
the gap.
Yeah.
Calvin's shot definitely has an advantage there, just being as close as you can possibly be
Better
to
angle.
that sidewalk. The angle opens up so much more from there. And every 5 feet closer you get to the wood line on the right, you're just really canceling any sort of approach angle. You don't want to have to throw some sort of sharp turnover with this wind. You don't really know what it's going to do around the corner.
Haven't seen a shot quite as nice as Ben Calloway's, have we?
Oh, that was just the best we've ever seen on this hole.
Posterize that drive. Eagle McMahon with the forehand play.
That's got to hustle up, too.
Get to the ground quick.
Do
Bank
weird
off
things.
the hill.
No. Just too much go on that one.
Not enough stability.
Eagle's starting to come unfeathered here a little bit.
Just a skosh. Rick trying to correct off yesterday's throw.
If he's going to make a charge at this title, it's got to start right now.
That's way left.
Oh, an overcorrection. Is it coming out? It is.
Oh
my
is
God.
Unbelievable.
2 days in a row, he shanks it
He
and gets
did
in
on
bounds.
the right side, and now he does it on the left side.
Never see that.
Wow.
I mean, I guess it helps when you throw it real hard. Unbelievable. We're going to have a quick replay of Calvin's drive, just using every bit of this fairway. I thought he was done for right there.
Oh my
I thought he was
gosh.
smoked.
That is such an understable eagle. That is just incredible angle control, incredible commitment to the line, and the trust. It's just all those things coming together at once while this player is on a 5-hole birdie streak. And this is the place in the course. If you can separate yourself from here, you know, there's only one other danger spot where you know the potential of the two-stroke swing is available, and that's on hole 16. But these next couple of holes, they're going to play as deuce or dies for this lead card.
Yeah. Update on the scoring-wise, Chris Dickerson did par this hole. So
taking a look at that aerial view of hole 9's fairway to green, seeing the undulation, this big uphill swoop and hard right turn into that cubbyhole green. These guys are working their way up the fairway. Eagle's going to be heading to the drop zone. Everybody else is safely in the fairway.
He went MD3 from the drop zone yesterday. Let's see if he goes back to it.
He was just a skosh off. He just overturned it by just a fraction. If he can keep this a bit straighter and rely on that turn late, it is hard to tell what the wind is doing out there from this position, but he has all the distance that he needs to get to the green.
Heiser flipping that
think you're
MD3.
going to keep turning, keep turning, keep turning.
Oh my goodness.
Hit the trees and fall.
That is incredible.
Is he on the green?
That is
I think
incredible.
he's around
maybe just a little
circles.
short.
I think he might be in between circles.
That was sick.
If he comes up just left in that little bunker area, he's going to have no look.
Yeah.
And that would be so punishing for such a fantastic shot.
Man, has anybody ever saved par from the drop zone in the history of this course?
I just can't imagine. I'm sure someone has, but I've never heard of it, and it still is the most punitive drop zone, I think, in our sport. It just puts you in a position where you don't have an option to get attacking. And I think,
unless you're Eagle, apparently.
Yeah, unless you're Eagle.
What I was going to say before you threw that shot is you're not going to feel the wind down here in the bowl. You're not going to notice it until you get to the top of the hill.
Right.
So it's going to be kind of calm instantly, and then once it gets up there, it's just kind of a you could flip a coin on what's going to happen. Rick just playing for position, making sure you can see the green. Nicely done.
Checking his pig up the hill. Maybe, hopefully Eagle got a wind read off those banners up there.
That would be the only way I think you could read. Like you're saying, Philo, it just changes when it comes through these little tunnels up and down the hill.
Gets mighty swirly.
We saw Rick do a similar thing with the errant drive, punch through, safe. He was in a little bit worse position for his second shot in round 3. This time he's around the corner a bit more. It'll be a little bit shorter approach, but that approach shot is a daunting 230 feet, maybe 250. You have a little tiny keyhole gap you got to hit, and there's really no room for error, no room for creativity outside of that one straight shot.
Hey, you got natural OB on the right, actual OB on the left.
And then you got the trees there that are guarding the left side on the way in. It's pretty thick as well.
Oh, they really are.
So Vinny's going to be up next, I believe, just because of proximity to the pin.
He's got a rock.
Paul's going to be closer, but I bet you 10 times out of 10, Paul would trade his life for Calvin's right now.
Oh, my goodness, definitely. Calvin Heimberg going up. See if we can see it fly on the drone shot. I think he caught a tree.
I saw a green flag, so he's safe.
I think he's short in the fairway.
I'm pretty sure I saw him bash that tree on the corner as
right?
well.
Yeah.
He overturned his approach in the last round as well. Not quite figuring out this approach. It's so tough. Even with a great drive like Calvin's, it's still a blind turnover.
Yeah, just an incredibly touchy second shot. Margin for error is so small.
Probably have to spend a half an hour out here on this shot alone, just trying to get the touch and the feel right.
Figure out perfect disc for it too.
Yep, and then the conditions are constantly changing, so I mean all of these factors make this really, really tough up and down.
It's a great test of a golfer. Paul Macbeth, second shot, hole 9.
One of the things you just never really see challenged on golf courses is great angle control, and this hole challenges that off the tee and on the approach.
Oh, he's in the green.
backside, backdoor on that one.
Squeezed through.
Yeah.
He should have a pretty clear look at the basket, too. Yep. I don't think those trees are going to bug him too much.
And that's a probable stroke on Vinny.
I think this hole would go on my Dream 18. The only adjustment, I think I would have like maybe 100-foot shorter drop zone. Still make it a very difficult approach. But as far as the hole is shaped, I think it's a fantastic design and really puts an emphasis on that risk reward, pushing that OB high left.
Shouts to our world champion Eric McCabe for all his work out here designing this course. Fantastic work by him. You're looking at Ricky Wysocki's third after a pitch up the hill.
That'll do.
Much, much better.
That'll do.
That'll take a par, which it turns out is a pretty good score on hole 9.
Yes, it is.
Great job by Rick there to take the smallest
any birdies
number
we can shout
yeah.
today, Jerem? How's that looking?
Oh, we got some birdies to shout out for sure. This hole is averaging 4.6, so a par on this one. You're kicking some butt on the field, but yeah, only 4 birdies thus far. Drew Gibson, Ulibarri, Miles Seaborn, and Jonathan Nicholson. He birdied this one in round 3 and 3'd hole 1. This guy is just racking up some impressive scores on some of these difficult holes.
Calvin Heiberg with the Rhino approach. He'll just take a par. That's well done.
And that was really well short on that second.
Yeah, I think he caught that corner tree high, it looked like. Fortunate, to land where he did, though.
Yeah, that's
a lot of people go into the babushka over there on the right side and just be in jail.
And there is our massive gallery watching our league card.
Seems like it's starting to pick up a few people to the swarm every couple of holes, doesn't it?
So many eager fans just chomping at the bit to get out here and watch this great action unfold. Obviously, for the best players in the world all playing together on one card for this prestigious title in the small town disc golf capital of the world, Emporia, Kansas.
And we are stoked you guys are watching on Disc Golf Network today, but if you ever have a chance to go watch them in person, it'll blow your mind.
You can hear the sounds of the disc coming out of the players' hands.
Watching Jerem throw over 500 feet, it's incredible.
Eagle looks a little flustered over here, not too happy with his placement.
So
trying to figure it out.
We thought he may have gotten up to the green, but yeah.
I thought he was further up than that. Are they?
It seemed
still
like
not
it, didn't
sure?
it? Are we in lost disc mode, or is he getting a lie?
I think they'd all be down there searching for it. I'm pretty sure he's found his disc. I just thinking he's probably not too stoked with his footing and all.
Gotcha.
He got a good move to get it up that far. I mean, we've seen much worse. It quickly plays out. And
oh wow, that was fast. He'll take his bogey.
He's getting a bit flustered right now. He's not completely out of it.
Yeah.
Not completely out of it, but it's going to take something special with 9 holes to go.
Yep. Sitting 4 back right now of Calvin. That'll become 5 after he drops in the bogey. And the rest of the gang figuring out who is out. The ever-present question in disc golf.
I would assume Paul is out. He was up there in the bushes.
It seemed like it, yeah. Looks like Rick's going to putt first. Or is that Eagle? That is
like
Eagle. Yeah. Did he go that long?
Wow. That's not too bad.
No.
Well, probably about 7-8 paces, I'm guessing.
Not an easy putt to make when you're not mentally as sharp as you'd like to be, but like you said, this should be a make. A little bit of reprieve from the wind and this thick canopy.
Eagle makes good on that putt. Salvages a bogey after the OB drive.
That'll drop him back to 34 down on the event. 5 back to the lead. Should be Paul up next, I want to say. Yes, looks like it is. He is approaching his putt for birdie. What a great 3 this would be. Make up for that putt on 8.
Yes.
Wow. Paul Macbeth connects for yet another birdie on his round. Nice. Trying to keep things tight with Mr. Calvinian Heiberg.
Calvinian.
And Rick makes good on the par save. Calvin will do the same here in just a hot second. No problem for Calvin. And there he is with a one-stroke lead after Paul Macbeth cards the birdie.
Only guy on the card bogey-free so far.
And we were not actually predicting the future yesterday when we put up this graphic. Ricky did not get second this year yet. Did you see that one yesterday?
We put second for 2021? Oh, no.
Well, we're going to find out what he does. We're not going to predict the future.
A whole bunch of top 5 finishes, though.
Yeah, that is for certain. Hopefully, maybe he can sneak one in this year. It's going to take a charge. It's got to get going real soon.
6 back, 9 holes to go. It seems
improbable.
Seems improbable.
That's the word for it.
Yeah, that is the word, but not impossible. He's got a few birdie holes he's got to pick off right here from the very beginning. But there's some bonus birdies to pick up. But if he wants any chance, he's got to put his drive on the island on 16. And
he's going to need some help too.
He's going to need some help.
Yeah. Looks like lead card getting ready to tee off on hole 10. Brian Earhart ace hole.
Apparently Vinny's already.
Zach Milton get this one too, I feel like? Am I making that one up?
Don't know.
Okay.
That would be pretty incredible. 2 lefties on this hole.
It's a good lefty ace hole, though.
There has been another ace on it. I can't remember who it was off the top of my head, but it could have been Zach.
Wouldn't put it past him.
That was with the elevated basket, though, wasn't it?
Can't remember. Macbeth?
Get a little push to the right. It's not happening. He's going to have to hope that thing
hit
hits and
something.
quits.
That's
wow,
a great reaction.
Absolutely, Ian. You're nailed that one, man. That was losing feet, and then it gained feet all of a sudden.
How about that?
A little champ love there.
Looks like that wind is pushing tail left to right, just based on Vinny's hair.
When you bring your own windsock to the course. Calvin with a 1-stroke lead over Paul, hoping to keep it that way.
That's got a better shape to it, but it can't get too slidey to the
Don't
right.
come out.
There is
Kick
OB
out.
over
Kick
there.
out.
Keep working.
Oh,
I don't think so.
It is going to be right there on the edge, but I think you're right, Ian. I think that is just cross over the OB line. Now, the thing is they're not going to be able to tell that. It looked like it definitely crossed up there by the basket.
Right.
It could be a situation if he is out of bounds, it's going to be a very tough group call.
See if we get some spotter help on that. Ricky Wysocki.
That's got to fade.
I think it's his pig.
Just a hair short for Rick, but a really good effort. Nice shape of the swing
and that
there.
is his pig. We can't confirm.
I thought that he would be throwing his rock here. He's going pig off the tee?
That's what Mo's telling me. Eagle McMahon up next.
No way.
Trying to feel this wind.
Are you really throwing a pig on this hole? It's 391 feet. Are you kidding
It's
me?
downhill, though. It's Ricky Wysocki.
Ian, hush.
It was probably a rock. It sure looked like the pig, though.
It very well could be. It's just that is wild how far he can get those slow speed discs to fly.
It sure is. Eagle McMahon.
Taking it way left, and I don't think that's got a chance, guys. That was just low and left the whole time, and Eagle's kind of coming unraveled out here a little bit, not playing as sharp as he would like to on his final round. 3 really solid rounds open up this tournament. Today he's just not quite as sharp as he'd like to be.
And here is a Ricky Wysocki. Play different. Throw a pig on a 400-foot hole.
No, don't do that. Ricky does that. You need to
that means
go
you can
faster disc at home. 291, maybe not 391.
This is at least a fairway for most of us. Big shouts to Upper Park. Grab one of those awesome bags. Huge fan of the Shift. My personal favorite. I know you rocked one for a long time, Philo.
Sure did. I got about 3 or 4 of them in my storage unit back in California with some old plastic. Carried my Albatross disc around for a while in that thing.
Nice. Gotta trust a bag to have a disc that valuable in it.
Well, now it's with me all the time because I lost it once. I'm not doing that again.
Yeah.
Still throwing that thing, huh?
No, I'm not throwing it. I got it in the bag. I just keep it in the van, make sure I got my eyes on it at all times, you know. Hopefully my van doesn't melt down with that thing in there someday. The old coach house is 20-some years old. Thanks, Karen Lindsay. Still rolling.
Shout out to Scott Withers for, I believe, facilitating that return, right? Got your albatross disc?
No,
Who was it?
Well, I mean, I think he was part of the connection.
Yeah,
but there's another
helped.
guy, Colin, out there in Portland, Oregon, that was playing with the guy who's found my disc on hole 6 west at Milo McIver the day after the tournament, and I tried to do it again.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my gosh.
Round 3 of the next year, I tried to albatross it again with the same disc, bailed out way left, the worst place you could go. Didn't even get pin high to the Christmas tree in the middle.
Oh, no.
And I was so disgruntled with that shot, I just left it there.
Oh, my gosh.
Bonehead move. Took 2 years to get that disc back. And I'm like, never again.
There you go.
Hopefully PDGA calls me up one of these days asking for it for the Hall of Fame or something.
That's where it belongs, in a museum. Paul Macbeth.
Can you believe it's been almost 5 years, buddy?
I know. Time flies.
Wow.
Big putt for Paul. And he honestly could take the lead with a make here and a Vinny miss for the par save. Calvin throwing out of bounds on the drive.
Oh, wow. Clutch.
Beast.
Clutch.
Making
Two
good.
big putts from outside the circle this far.
Absolute Zuka replay worthy.
Solid.
Perfect putt. No doubter from Paul.
Let's see what, did they give Vinny a mark already? Has he putted?
I haven't seen it.
It says he's putting for par from circle 1, so I think
They gave him the mark up front, you think?
Yeah,
must have.
If Ricky's going now with that great putt for birdie, if he wants to get that charge going, this is the way to do it.
Yes, sir.
Especially a situation where Calvin shows a little bit of vulnerability here. He's gone out of bounds.
So currently Calvin and Paul are tied at the top, sitting at 39 down. Rick and Eagle 5 strokes back. Calvin's going to try and make it stay that way.
I wonder if somebody down there in the gallery or one of the spotters said, yeah, we definitely saw that thing cross safe up there.
That's got to be the only way you can take that spot.
Yeah, I don't think the guys could have seen that from the tee pad.
No, it's totally blind.
Slight headwind here. It's maybe a bit stronger than slight. Calvin unfettered.
So good. Cool as a cucumber.
I was thinking the same thing, Jinx,
I get
man.
you again, dude.
You got me, man. Y'all need to shut up. Let me talk some here.
Is it because he's he looks
wearing
like
green?
a cucumber? Is he? It's because he's wearing green. Got it.
Did I bite you off verbatim right there?
Yeah, you got me, man. It's all good, though, man. It's all good.
That's awesome.
I'll get in where I fit in.
We're starting to get some separation here, where it feels like it's kind of turning into a two-man race a little
We
bit.
got 5 shots above the next closest competitor right now, tied 2 ways with Ricky and Eagle, and then Chris right there behind them at 33 under. But there is some separation from Chris down to Drew Gibson at 29 under. So certainly looks like the people that we thought would be there at the top at the end are right there at the top at the end. But 2 are starting to separate from the rest of the field right now.
Yes, they are. They've been trading that lead back and forth the last 5 or 6 holes.
6 under through 10 is a solid start when the wind is picking up near those 20-mile-an-hour gusts. Actually, we're looking at 21-mile-per-hour averages right now. So those gusts are upwards of 25, maybe even 26 miles an hour, and these guys are still making putts.
Yeah. These nautical flags on the baskets are your great hint as a viewer as to what the wind is doing out there. 'Cause if they're moving, it's over 20. There are your current scores. I believe our lead card just getting ready to tee off here on hole 11.
Saw some mistakes on this hole yesterday.
It's a very attackable par 3, but the danger is there.
The wind is also blowing against the grain of the basket, so it's not going to help the hyzer. It's going to push your disc and slide your disc. So like that high spiky angle is really crucial out the gate here. You don't want to come out too flat, too like kind of a turnover swing on it, because it's just going to get exaggerated. You're going to see a lot of really sharp angles, high, pushing that tree line, that big mature tree just right of the basket, and just try to get no finish on the way in.
One of our 2 co-leaders, Paul Macbeth, throwing a force. This is hole 11, 399 feet.
And there it is, a little low, and that thing just gets beat. He's going to need some help to get around the back door.
That disc has got some integrity, Philo.
Good Lord, what is he throwing?
The force.
Force.
Yeah.
So it's not Zeus. It's not going to flatten out on him too much.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a Firebird, huh?
Yeah, it's more like a really overstable destroyer.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. Forces. You used to throw disc after him, you know.
Yeah, Force is a great headwind disc, and Paul's definitely had a great relationship with that disc.
Maybe like a Raider if you're a DD thrower.
That's got to drop in a hurry.
And 2 days in a row, Ricky has made a huge error here in going out of bounds, and that is going to be a difficult group call there. Once again, where did that cross? Did that cross up there pin high? Was it way shorter?
Just inside circle 1 before it made its turn. I think they're going to give him a favorable spot.
Vinny going Draco. Very overstable fairway driver. He's been ripping all over Emporia.
That looks a little better. He got a little
deeper
push.
Oh no! Super overstable finish, and that never crossed. That's going to be well back.
What do you think?
I mean, he was probably within 45, 50, but he's not like circle 1. Yeah, I don't think he didn't ever cross. I saw him penetrate over the green. It just hooked up real fast.
Yeah, we'll find out where they think it went out. That's the important part.
Huge potential 2-stroke swing right now.
FD3 from Eagle.
Uh-oh.
Sit.
Simmer down, baby.
Oh, my goodness.
Flirting with danger over there.
This is what I miss about galleries. That reaction right there.
Double fist pump. Yeah, baby.
And a slow-mo putt of Paul Macbeth tying Vinny for the lead with this great putt on 10.
Up and down on the line of the pole the whole time.
Absolutely perfect.
You don't see all these other guys go with as much elevation on their putt. Paul really trusting that, kind of like a basketball type shot where he's bringing a lot of downward motion coming into that putt. Very lofty, but like you said, Philo, always on the pole.
That's what I try to do, man.
Just keep it on the pole?
Keep it framed up within my body. You know, the middle of the basket is representing the middle of my body when I'm making my stance, and I really like to feel like that disc is staying right on my spine, you know, right from my xiphoid process, right in front of me, you know what I mean? Chest height, boom. Watch my hand rise to the level of my eyes into the chains. It's so important to watch your hand cross that apex on your way forward and out.
So they are indeed saying that Calvin never crossed up by the green here, so that's...
Oh?
Okay.
Getting a couple more feet. Looks like the discussion has ended. We're getting a spot for Calvin to throw his Rhino from.
Jerem was right again.
It just looked like it was just riding that sidewalk the whole way, and enough people up there in the gallery that I'm sure somebody would have said, no, man, it crossed up here, but not to be this time.
No, well, it's not their call either. The group's got to make the decision no matter what anybody else out there says. And if the group saw, like, hey, man, you were quite a bit shorter than that, then he's going to have to honor their call.
In a situation like that, if there's somebody up there that's giving you hey, I had a great view of it, are you taking their word for it, or are you going to just go with what you saw?
I mean, you have to go with what the group decision is. It doesn't matter what anybody out there says. At the end of the day, it's a group call, unless if there's an actual spotter putting a flag down. You know, somebody out there in the gallery saying, hey, man, I got a good look at that, and the group doesn't agree with that person, you have to go with what the group says. That's just the rules of the game.
Correct.
Maintains the integrity of the round.
There you go.
Ricky's run is going to take a detour now, being out of bounds, but 7 of these back 9 holes averaging over par right now, so there are a lot of things that could potentially happen.
Our leaders could fall back to him a little bit. Paul Macbeth up first with the putts. This one's for birdie and a solo possession of the lead again.
Just a solo possession, a 2-stroke swing, 2-stroke advantage. That would just be a huge momentum shift right now.
Coming off for the wind or maybe some gallery movement. Resetting.
Low.
And never had it.
Never had a chance. Never got the apex. Looked like he kind of rocked backwards a little bit even on his way forward, you know, like just kind of cut the swing off a little.
It was a very uncharacteristic putt for Paul Macbeth. Ricky Wysocki eyeing up his lies, trying to figure out where exactly he went out. So they'll get a spot right there. I mean, he's like, this work? I think it's going to play. You guys think that's fair?
Maybe
That's what
a
it looked
few
like
feet
from
to the right.
Yeah, it looked like it was when it crossed over and it did that little roll dancey thing. It looked like it was pretty close to pin high. I think they got this one right.
So Ricky Wysocki has this left to save a par.
It's so hard. You just can't see that part of the sidewalk from the tee, so you're just kind of going off of the way that the disc spun and your knowledge of how a disc will react when it hits the ground, and then just kind of working its way backwards and trying to figure out the best spot. Fortunately, these guys do have the help of those people in the gallery there, and you know, like you said, Philo, it's a group call ultimately, but sometimes it's nice to have a little bit of a. You got 700 eyeballs right there helping you. Actually,
no doubt. You
maybe
know,
1,000 eyeballs there.
You just got to hope the guys on your card agree with them, you know, and
Correct.
sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're like, that's not what I saw, and you're 400 feet away, you know what I mean? And you're like, really? You're not going to give me the benefit of the doubt of the 700 people right here?
Right.
Thanks a lot, you know what I mean? Those moments are brutal.
They are.
It can kind of feel personal at times when those things happen, but I think they're just trying to honor the game, honor the card.
That was Calvin Heimberg dropping in his bogey. That'll take him one stroke back of your new leader, Paul Macbeth, onto hole 12. Really kind of a tougher hole than it looks at the face of it. I don't know. What do you feel about that?
I don't think so, man. I've always enjoyed throwing this hole just because I like throwing this type of shot that's required to make this hole work. You know what I mean? Like a really early cut right out the gate, lead that thing center to right, overstable fade at the end, and you should be right under the basket.
Yeah, it really is only 314 feet, so distance, not a problem.
Yeah, you don't got to put a smash on it. You just got to put a good line on it. Give it some good attitude and let the disc work.
Well put, Philo.
Well, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, each hole averaging over par and progressively getting harder at 0.05, 07, 09, 0.1, and then 0.2. So each one of these holes progressively getting more difficult until you get a little bit of a reprieve on hole 15, which is that open hyzer shot. But, yeah, each one of these holes definitely full of its own unique challenges.
Why do you think that is, Jerm? You think people are just coming down to the wire and they get a little anxious and now the scoring is going up?
I think that there's a lot of different things. I think that on that previous hole, you saw almost 3 players. Eagle just barely stayed in bounds, but 2 guys went out of bounds early. I think that's a pretty common thing to do there. I think this one is just it forces you into a pretty uncomfortable shot when you have to throw into this wind here and you have to force an overstable disc on Anheuser to go down that tunnel, or the big forehand. It brings OB into play left, it brings OB into play right, and it's a very difficult 314. Even though that distance is pretty short relatively for these guys, it's uphill, and it probably plays closer to 350, kind of similar to the way the last 2 holes played.
Eagle has a PD2 in his left hand. Let's see if he goes to it. Yeah, he's going to. Going to take that big forehand hyzer.
Try to repeat the effort from yesterday. He's got a little bit more of a crossing wind working against him. He's facing south and the wind's blowing from his right.
Right to left he's going to have to work with. So he's going to fight back against the fade. So let's see if he can counteract that. Around the tree.
Is it going to stay up long enough? Oof, even
deep.
Long.
That's
outside circle 1.
One angle.
For a
oh man, that's just nasty action right there.
A forehand player like myself, when I look at this hole, I see that sidearm line, and I'm thinking to myself, there's no way I can reach that. Even though it's 314, it just is so far. And in this wind, to keep the disc from getting lifted and thrown OB right, a lot of really, really good stuff there from Eagle.
Paul Macbeth on the box, your leader by a stroke.
Yeah, that's the line that I envisioned right there, and just didn't make the disc boogie right enough.
The wind was
that.
holding that up.
It did hold it up. He didn't put quite enough action, you know. Like, I feel when you go with an overstable disc, he can be a bit more aggressive with that Anheuser swing, you know, with that flat to Anheuser.
It was funny. It was on Annie, but it was going straight.
Yeah, he didn't bend it like Beckham enough.
Ricky Wysocki going to take the wide outside forehand line with a Halo Destroyer.
Yeah, Rick needs to make this work right here.
It's go time.
Get in.
Oh!
Ooh.
Wow.
That'll do.
It was almost ace time.
And he did not go the high line. He just went the line drive just barely outside the edge of the tree. And if that catches any bit of any of that foliage, it's dropping straight down, and he's going to have to make similar Raptor Ricky Legs putt that he made in round 3.
That was amazing.
Fortunately, he does not have to worry about that this round. He's
Calvin
parked.
Heimberg sitting 1 back. That's headed
That's
for the
gotta
tree.
Get down and get through, and he does.
Oh,
He'll have a
okay.
circle 1 putt just outside circle 1, it looks like.
Advantage Calvin in this situation in the match between Calvin and Macbeth.
In our ladies division league card, about to tee off, we got Katrina Allen, Kona Panis, Haley King, and Macy Walker on the card. I believe.
Same card, huh?
Yeah, same card. They've been bombing. It's Sarah Hokum called it the Dynamic Distance Open. And we got the bomber card on the FPO division.
That is excellent.
It's pretty good, right?
That's a good pun there from Sarah. And Haley King taking that 1-shot lead over Katrina with a great moving day round. They've got 8 shots. Actually, Haley has 9 shots over 3rd place, so it looks like they've got a pretty clear-cut 2-person race throughout this round.
Yes, yep.
The win
But it's tight.
up. It is certainly tight, and there's a lot of people right there chomping at the bit for that 3rd place finish. So, well, actually, just 3 people.
Yeah.
From 5th to 6th, there's a 6-stroke.
I think Heather Young's in the mix for that spot. Or maybe
Correct. She's at 1 under par.
There we go. Paul Macbeth just forced a layup from the birdie. No Ricky Wysocki shenanigans there from yesterday. That was such an incredible putt by Rick.
Special.
That's the word for it, Jerem. Calvin Heimberg, I think he called it, Philo.
I think he may have just crept inside circle 1 up. He's just outside.
See those
just
whiskers.
A hair outside circle 1. We don't really see a lot of jump putts from Vinny. I'm sure he's just going to frame this one up and knock it down.
This is for a share of the lead.
Low out the gate for Vinny, and we have to scrape up an unfortunate par, and he didn't lose one to Macbeth that time.
No.
That was his first bogey on the previous hole the whole round.
It was.
He's been playing some really clean golf overall. Its scramble rate's been way up there.
Eagle McMahon, he's got a comeback birdie putt. Wouldn't mind this, get him in the mix. Good opportunity to get a stroke on the top 2 guys here.
Yeah, he needs it.
He's right around circle 1 coming back.
There you go, Eagle.
That brings Eagle within 3 shots.
Okay, that feels doable.
It's incredible. The most impressive thing about Eagle is how often we can see him make mistakes and just feel like, man, it's just not the normal Eagle. And look, he's 3 shots off the lead. And these guys look like they're playing incredible. That is a testament to how good Eagle is.
And Ricky Wysocki just 4 back of the lead after his birdie. So things are tightening up a little bit. That was Calvin and Paul dropping in their respective pars. They will keep a 1-stroke lead for Paul Macbeth. Popping over to FPO league card coverage. This is Haley King. Just been going Zeus off the tee.
That's a beautiful looking drive there from Haley.
Getting that perfectly flipped to flat.
Yeah, just excellent shape.
Distance and control. Love to see it. And sitting just 1 back of her is Katrina Allen.
Oh, so she dropped the lead, huh?
She did, yeah. There was some late shenanigans on the FPO side, which you can watch on Central Coast Disc Golf. It should be up pretty soon. Or you can watch the live replay on the Disc Golf Network with Terry and Hannah.
Haley winning the first National Tour of the Year at Texas States in Tyler, Texas.
Trying to make it 2 for 2.
That would be a heck of a breakout start for the youngster who won the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship last year in Charlotte.
Katrina Allen pulling on her D2.
Put 20 stacks in her pocket real
Can you
quick.
imagine being that young? And, oh, Katrina.
Yeah, it's living on the edge of danger. They're
Can't
running
see it
over
from
there.
that angle.
Oh, no.
We're just going to hope that stayed in bounds. I know, 18 and get 20 grand. Hey.
It's 18. If you gave me a check for 20 grand when I was 18.
We'd never see you again.
I don't think I would have been in this position that I'm in right now.
Eagle McMahon.
My mom would have kicked my butt if I wasted 20 grand, man. There's no way she'd have let me do anything with that. It goes right in the bank.
I would have done some really stupid things with that money.
This is hole 13, 394 feet. Power hyzer, OB right, OB left, Eagle McMahon on the box. That's an FD3. Oh, no, he's going splice, excuse me.
Going to cut swing on that overstable, making sure he keeps it on safe ground, and that is a dime.
Fantastic. That came out so low with so much anhyzer. How does that have enough stability?
I guess this
distance. What the heck?
That was wild. I thought for sure he was headed for the ground too, Jeremy.
Yeah, but the wind is pushing to his right, from his right to left, so it wasn't going to hurt his shot. The worst thing that he could have done was swing it too wide, and that would have been the only trouble factor possible, but he kept it over safe ground the whole time.
Ricky, you look like you had the monster in the hand and switching it out for the destroyer.
The last 2 times we've seen him throw that disc, it's been out of bounds on hole 11. Going with that Halo Destroyer, he's been throwing that really well this week.
That looks better.
This does look. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Get a big finishing skip.
No, it's not going to.
Oh, Rick just.
That looked perfect for so long.
That's the danger.
God, it looked great out of his hand. You think that overstable, wicked overstable Halo is going to make its way back hard left, but just hung out there.
Man.
Maybe the gallery's blocking the wind a little bit.
Huh. Maybe.
I never thought of anything like that before, pal.
I haven't either, but,
interesting.
It was low enough they could,
It's the only thing that I can think of because it looked nice.
Paul Macbeth with a force.
It's a little bit more overstable. This is
got more air under the disc as well.
This is looking good.
Check, check, check. Right over there by Eagle.
Okay, putting the pressure on Calvin. He's got to step up and throw a good one here.
Calvin going with a destroyer. I feel like he threw the Draco yesterday.
No, he threw the same Halo Destroyer. Okay. Yeah, he threw the same Halo Destroyer. He likes to just throw this with just a touch of anhyzer out in that little pocket there off to the right.
Looks like
just
he's
like
got the appropriate height on the disc this time.
And this is moving kind of far left. This needs to sit
down. Uh-oh, you hear the moans and groans from the gallery. That sound like that trickled OB.
And that is going to be 3 out-of-bounds drives now for Calvin on this back 9.
Oh, my.
Coming into the back 9 with the lead, and this could be another 2-stroke swing.
We're going to pop over to FPO lead card coverage of Katrina Allen on hole 1, her second
looks
shot.
Like more than a meter off, so I think she stayed safe.
She stayed safe? Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
great to hear.
That looked like at least 5, 6, 7 feet off the line, maybe more.
And a perfect second shot from her. Putting her D2 way down the fairway.
Man, that would have been a tough way to start the day, huh? After coughing up the lead and start off with an OB penalty on your first throw.
Yeah.
Final round.
Ugh.
Fortunate break to stay safe there for Katrina Allen.
So Ricky Wysocki going way back down the fairway where he crossed OB, and we'll have this left for a third shot, trying to salvage a bogey, and not what Ricky needed right now, guys.
No, he's going to be playing the flick into the green, trying to keep it over safe land as long as possible instead of winging it over the OB, and that's a nice up and down there for Rick. Another unfortunate mistake. He's starting to feel like this one's getting away from him now.
It's slipping a little bit.
He's played such an inspired tournament this week to be able to come back after that and to play those 3 rounds.
I mean, he played Jones blind.
He's got nothing to hang his head about. He's got nothing to hang his head about.
He's familiar with the land of Jones, but never playing Jones Gold in its current layout and going 10 down, which is like a learning round for him. Also known as the best round you've ever or would ever play in your life.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just a learning round, and then he backed it up with a 15 under, and then played some incredible, really inspired disc golf with just a few mistakes, 4 bogeys in round 3, but followed it up with a ton of birdies.
This is kind of a death putt here for Vinny, man. He's circle 2, trying to...
Putting 4 par, he did go OB.
Wow.
Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, that was awesome.
Wow.
That was awesome.
Let's get that Zucker replay.
Absolutely.
Casting that thing well over the basket. Smash Ola.
What a huge putt for Calvin. That keeps him right there in it, and now...
No emotion shown.
And,
not a fist pump.
That's not how Vinny does it, man.
Nothing, man.
Nah, you get nothing, and you like it. Eagle McMahon.
That's trouble.
That didn't go OB, did it?
I don't think it did.
I hope not.
I think he would have had a much bigger reaction had that gone OB.
Man, Vinny hit that putt. It's staring right at that huge gallery, too.
And a bunch of OB.
Uh-huh. Paul McBeth, 4 birdie.
And a 2-shot lead.
2-shot lead. Oh, my goodness.
Making good. Not perfect, but good.
No, that was barely over the rim, but it was effective, and that'll get him a 2-stroke lead.
7 down through 13.
We got 5 to play. 5 to play.
And Eagle just
Ooh.
Another one by the skin of his teeth.
Oh, my.
Just got to knock this one in and salvage his par.
Good putt,
Nicely
Eagle.
done there from Eagle.
So that will keep him at 36 down, sitting 4 back of one Paul McBeth.
Coughing up a stroke to the card with that unfortunate OB and way back there on the fairway.
Eagle makes his in the circle putts this round.
Yeah.
He's 1 back of
And Vinny's hope still alive thanks to
Look
this
at this from another angle.
Incredible putt.
Bingo.
That putt does not go in for most people. That hits the front rim,
Yeah.
dances on the chains, hits the front rim again, and then you just tap out from there.
And a great nestle. We are flying hole 14. Tell us about our pro play, Philo.
Well, for me, if you're in the medium arm range, it depends on how the wind's blowing. You're going to have to make your choice. You're going to go the middle gap and try to miss this next bushy tree here, real skinny-like, and get a really mild fade towards the middle of the fairway. You don't want it to be too overstable and just go skip, 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 skip across the cart path because it is super fast. Once you get past this yardage marker here for the ball golf course, it gets very slick and very quick. So you're going to have to either play that left to right off the left side of the gap and try to burn the disc back towards the center, but when the wind's blowing right to left, it's going to knock the disc down if you miss the angle. So I wouldn't be surprised to see these guys come out the gate with the sidearm play here.
Yep.
You know,
as my friend Corey Merle would say, it's dealer's choice off the tee. You
it
really
kind
throw
of is,
almost
but it's
anything.
not when the wind's blowing in
That's
your
true.
face and against the grain of the hole. You know what I mean? It's just
It takes away the roller. I feel like the forehand or the backhand player is still there.
I really like the forehand play on this for all of these guys. They all have tremendous speed and control with that. They can keep the disc on a really sharp angle, work the disc towards the cart path, work it back into the middle, have a straight tunnel shot right down to the basket.
We saw Vinny leak left OB on the drive yesterday with that backhand play.
Over C, Paul's reaching for the sidearm, you know, and it's the smart play. You've got a lot of space to work the disc. Keep it in the middle. You don't want to finish right on this hole.
Paul McBeth on the box, up by 2 strokes, 5 to play.
I don't think he could have drawn it up any better.
I'll leave him probably close at 380, maybe a little bit farther than that, 380, 390 range.
I think he can do the same shot twice and be on the green.
Yeah.
I think all of these guys should do that. Same shot twice and be on the green.
Eagle McMahon with an FD3.
Taking a little bit of a lower line.
This one's
That's
going to
got
get
a
farther
hook.
down,
Oh,
though.
that has got a hook, and
Oh,
it does
it's
just in
got it.
time.
Oh my gosh, that is so
Ideal.
far.
How much closer is he than Paul right there, guys?
50.
Yeah, and he's got a better angle.
Yeah, better angle and much longer. And with the that big branch, that prominent branch that's been cut down or maybe fallen down on that last tree coming into the green, not being there anymore, the angle is important, but it really opens up the approach shot so much more than it did in years past.
And we're seeing a change from Calvin Heimberg, guys.
Vinny's
Different
playing the
gap, different
tight
disc.
route.
Did that go OB over there?
I don't think so.
Matt, are you aware if that went OB or not? We got Matt Rothstein on the ground.
Sorry, guys, I didn't get a good look at that one.
All right, we'll find out when we get down there. Ricky Wysocki, this is
That's got to hook up in a hurry, baby.
Oh, miss
hook
people.
up, hook, and oh no, Rick has
he
found
did
OB
it.
again. Back-to-back drives.
Ugh, that's heartbreaker. Popping over to FBO lead card coverage of hole 1. You're looking at Haley King after that monster drive. This will be her second. Looks like she's going Zeus again.
Beautiful shape to
And
that shot, cresting the hill, fairway central.
We'll check out her third after that nestles. And here is that third shot approaching the green. Looks like a zone.
Hair
Not-
short. Didn't really quite commit to getting the disc on the strong side of the basket. She's going to have some work to do.
Pretty bad, honestly. Katrina Allen, her version of a third shot.
That might go in.
Oh, beautiful forehand from Katrina. She's been working on that over the years.
Hasn't? Yeah, it's been looking so good. Every time she throws it, she gets the result she wants. You know, it's not going crazy far, but it does what she needs.
Nice job by Conan Panis to hang on to that lead card final day.
And Haley King would go on to make a par, as would Katrina Allen. Missed her putt to tie. Man, Kona is throwing so well this tournament. The putt hasn't been quite there all the time. It's been there at times, but her throwing is just...
We did see her miss a couple of short ones early yesterday. I mean, it looked like less than 5 paces off the target and using that Anheuser putt and hitting on the right side of the basket.
Yeah, I've got to watch every one of her throws this weekend, and they've been incredible.
She's been working hard.
Calvin did go out of bounds on his tee shot. Now with 2-stroke deficit to Macbeth.
Oh, my.
Macbeth in the middle of the fairway.
And Calvin's got a really tough up and down here. It's a skinny line on that OB line right there. You can see the flags lining the OB, and then it turns into the fence line. Not a lot of space to work the disc left to right. It's just got to be a zipped B-line.
Looks like he's going to go... Is that the Eagle?
That might
Draco.
be the Draco. He might be trying to flex something over the OB and hook back late. Nope, he's just trying to go super smash right down the tunnel. It's got to stay in the air.
Go.
That's not getting it done there.
That's going to hurt.
Yeah, it is.
Could be a 2-stroke swing on this hole.
That'll bring Calvin to 2 over on the back 9 if he's not able to connect on another long putt.
Zach Johnson over there not connecting on his putt on 15. And Rick letting that distraction pass.
Right about where he went out of bounds.
Dickerson also 2 over on the back 9.
It gets tricky out there.
He's now 8 back of the pace set by Macbeth, and it's looking like this is Macbeth's tournament to lose right now. If he can throw a good shot here, secure the birdie, it's going to be really tough for him to lose it.
He would have to blow up somewhere, and I just don't see it happening.
Well, it gives him the freedom to lay up on 16 even.
Yeah, so everybody's waiting for Chris to putt, and we're going to look at that right now. I believe this is for birdie from circle 1. A 438-foot par 3.
Smash over.
Smash and cash.
Smart play by the guys on the lead card to let these guys go on ahead, finish up, clear out. These holes run side by side, and they want to finish their hole, not have any distractions or be waiting on them. So just let them go on ahead and make their walk over to 16.
Yep.
Let that gallery applause settle down.
Also is proper disc golf etiquette.
Absolutely. Higher card goes first.
This is AB?
Oh, no.
Oh,
That's
no.
Gaining feet as it makes its way away from the basket.
Is it still rolling? Oh, my.
Possibly OB, man.
It picked up and rolled again. Did you see that?
That's all wind right there.
Whoa.
The wind is ripping right over his back. He's going to putt it again.
Yeah.
That went OB.
Wow. Fair enough.
Oh,
don't do it again. No way. No way.
The
no
same
way.
thing twice.
Or at least it's curling inbounds. Oh, my God.
That's brutal.
And AB 3 over coming into this hole. It's going to be a lot higher than that after this hole. It's going to be some unfortunate drop shots for a player who's been right there in the mix all tournament. You hate to see it happen and unravel right there at the end, but man, that is heartbreaker.
Coming back for 5, most likely, I think.
Yeah, AB's not a happy-go-lucky kind of golfer. You know he's really taking this stuff on the chin right now.
Yeah,
you know?
He's that
turned
guy,
into
man.
a 5-putt.
When he puts it on, he is one of the most electric and talented disc golfers. Even when he doesn't put it on, he's one of the most talented disc golfers on tour.
Yeah, I feel like nobody has a higher ceiling than AB.
He also is just, sometimes when he just gets disinterested or not focused, we see these mistakes, and it's tough to watch. But man, he has got 5 years from now, AB, he's going to be right there with these guys. Might not even take that long.
I don't think it will, man. He's going to learn how to stay in the moment and stay, give that fortitude that these guys show week in and week out. And you see that wind just beating Macbeth's disc.
Does this go
stay safe.
Nice, short enough. He's in bounds. Right?
They have a little line before that sometimes, like that's what they've been doing with all of these.
He is on the fairway after 2 throws. So
that was a break right there.
That was.
That could have gone badly in a hurry.
He's probably going to cash a par, so Calvin losing 1 or 2 strokes. This is Ricky throwing 3 after the OB drive.
Ton of speed on that flick.
I don't think enough, though.
Yeah. Good thing that caught something. Looked like that was heading OB as well.
These guys are playing into a slight headwind, it appears, with that flag just kind of waving into their face.
Yes,
and
sir.
that range that is normally so easy for these guys to throw their flick is just feels so much harder, which is really why this is playing as one of the most difficult holes.
And Eagle got way down the fairway. Advantage here for the second shot.
The Eagle's in the prime time landing zone. He's got both angles. If you wanted to play the hyzer into the green or the flick, it looks like he's lining up the flick, even though the wind's kind of blowing in his face.
He could get this to a 3-stroke lead for
That
Paul.
looks a bit shy.
That looks not good.
B potential, unless if it's
it is right there, you guys.
Hovering underneath the fence line,
I
he
hope
might be okay.
And Katrina on 3. We're going to pop over
2,
to
I
our FBO.
believe.
Oh, thank you, Philo. Our hole 2 with Katrina Allen. And apparently she is going to be running. Where'd that go?
She's playing for the...
This is drifting left.
It got the meaty tree, and it is not fun in there.
Oh, no.
Got
She
just
is buried.
Dead center on it,
All
too.
you can do is pitch out from there. You can't really progress or do much.
Did she just...
She just pitched it out.
Sideways.
All you can do.
Yep.
There's no progressing when you got that much tree in your way.
That's a
there's
natural
no
OB
shot
stroke right there.
There's nothing you can do but go sideways.
We're looking at Calvin Heimberg right now, and this is going to be the
Outside
south
circle 2.
Outside circle 2. Wind is whipping in his face to try and save a par.
This would be huge for Calvin if he could connect with this one. Yeah, not even a chance.
Try. Yeah, can't blame him.
4.23 average on this hole in both the 3rd and 4th rounds. That's with the entire field and with the cut field. So this hole is playing very difficult. When the wind is down, this is a hole that the field normally attacks, but with this headwind, it makes it so much more difficult.
It's that tee shot that's so demanding, It's just all the undulation in the ground and the wind. That tee shot, you really got to be in prime position or you're forced to do something kind of unorthodox to get onto the green.
Paul Macbeth for birdie.
I mean, this is stick a fork in it type of situation.
Yeah, if he nails this, it's game over, man.
This pushes the lead to 4.
If this goes in, may as well start etching his name on the trophy.
Oh my gosh.
He had the one on it.
He did.
He knew it too.
Man, is this the latest Paul, assuming Paul wins this is like the latest he's ever won a tournament in a season?
It could be for a long time. I mean, wow, what are we already in May?
Yeah.
It is May though, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
today's
May.
Day 1.
May Day here.
May 1.
May Day.
I think he won Wintertime Open like 8 years in a row at one point. That's like in February, you know? So he was always knocking that off the list early.
Jerk, come over there into my honey pot and start pushing me around.
That is the Philo Funhouse.
Okay, so Eagle inbounds just barely.
Couldn't get any closer than that, huh, Jerm?
You don't want to, that's for sure. And with Eagle's long stance, it's fortunate that he's got this angle. Otherwise, if he was pin high, he'd have that little white picket in his backswing with his foot. One of the things that people don't think about for a guy as tall as Eagle McMahon. Something that Philo and I'm sure we deal with that equally.
That's a cool pickup, Jerm. For birdie.
Not a chance again.
What happened to the headwind? Yeah, I think that might have been a little more of a cross than a headwind.
I
judging
think
by
it's a
those
bit
flags.
more of a crosser than a header, that's for sure. It's kind of blown southwest and heading northeast.
Yeah, maybe just a slight wind
Like on a
read.
straight angle, if we had this course on a rectangle, you could imagine the bottom left corner to the top right corner is the direction the wind's blowing on this track.
Eagle making good on the par comebacker, thankfully. And I think we're going to pop over to some FBO action after Paul McBeth cleans up the par. Ricky doing the same, but that is a bogey for Rick. This is going to be Haley King's second shot on this par 4 hole 2.
Opportunity to give herself a little bit of distance from Katrina right now. If Katrina in a slight bit of trouble, and that is a great shot. She'll have a challenging headwind putt here.
But I'd pick her to putt it if I could. She is unbelievable on the green rim.
Just very smooth putting stroke, and kind of like Eagle in a way where it's kind of not really mashed down by the wind that much. She's able to keep that nose angle nice and flat.
And this is Macy Walker coming back up the hill for birdie. And she'll just lay up and take her par.
That's a good par to take, though. Hole 2 is a pretty tough one.
Man, super impressed with Macy's game all weekend. Absolute ripper.
Emerging.
Yeah. We need to get her signed up for some more tournaments. She's not signed up until Idlewild, I want to say. Haley King for birdie.
And just a bit short, but you can see the potential in that putt. That's a putt you want to have in the wind.
It is powerful. And that is a live look at Calvin Heimberg checking U-disc probably and not being stoked right now after that hole.
Yeah, he's 4 holes away with 3 strokes back from the end of this event.
Our lead card getting ready to tee off on 15. That is Paul McBeth. He's had that tee for a while. Couple holes. Very attackable par 3 for the gang. 400 and what we got? 30 some odd feet, I want to say. 38 feet.
Very important to focus on the angle out the hand here.
Paul McBeth with a force.
I like the shape.
Oh my goodness.
Almost a one hopper, huh?
Man on a mission.
He is. He's feeling it.
Talk about that Wintertime Open, winning it so many years in a row. Got to give a shout out to my North Carolina buddy, Lance Brown, for taking down one of the most.
He was the first person to beat Paul in forever.
Beat Eagle, Josh Anthon, Philo in his home. It's just one of the great wins in disc golf history.
Eagle McMahon.
A couple years later, Adam Hammes came out and did it to him.
That's right. Yeah.
Some good talent.
And Vinny, do or die time for him. 3 back, 4 to play.
Uh-oh. I don't know if that's going to make it all the way back. Hustle, baby, hustle.
Oh, it made it back.
Look at that.
It made it back all right. That is 5 feet away.
I was with you, though, buddy. You got a great skip.
I was like, that thing got wicked overstable and big flare skip up in the Circle 1 park jog.
We're going to have 2 short birdie looks here on 15.
Rick swinging it wide. Will it skip and get over there?
Oh,
look at that finish, man.
What was that?
Look at that finish.
What just happened?
If I threw the disc like that, it's OB, man, for sure. There's no way it's going to hook up fast enough.
Wow.
It's incredible how much they make those discs finish.
And we are going to pop back over to FEO lead card coverage. Katrina Allen putting for par. Looks like a tailwind putt for her, and it is getting gusty out there.
After Haley missing that birdie putt, this is an opportunity to stay level there with Haley. Just 1 shot back if she can make this.
Been putting so well this weekend.
Oh, solid. Struck it right there in the heart. Very confident putting stroke there from Katrina.
Yeah, sometimes you'll give him some loft, but that one had some great pace on it.
That was a dagger.
And there are their 2 ladies at the top. Haley King, Katrina Allen, going to battle it out the rest of the round, we hope. We'll crown a Dynamic Disc Open champion between those 2, in all likelihood. Macy and Kona, and Heather, kind of a really cool battle for 3rd there.
Absolutely.
Anybody's game there. There is Eagle McMahon marching down the fairway of 15. Looks like Eagle came up a little bit short, maybe just outside circle 1. As his putt for the birdie, staring at that dynamic disc open gallery. So get Eagle within 3 for the time being.
Look at that. Ooh. When do you see Eagle loft a putt from that range? That was incredible.
The Zuka replay of Eagle's putt here.
Reading that tailwind, right, guys?
Yeah, he knows the wind's pushing from his left to right, and it's definitely more of a tailing than a heading wind. Cast that thing up there on the band and let it drop.
Not the best wind read on the previous hole, but a great one there.
Oh, man, that was awesome. Got Paul into a slight headwind.
Slight heady crossy, yep.
But to maintain a 3-stroke lead over both Calvin and push it to 4 over Eagle.
Even the chains are blowing around in the basket a little bit.
That flag is doing things. Got to be close to 30 out there, it feels like.
Yeah, we're seeing 25 mile an hour right now on the on U-disc.
Thankfully, is it a tailwind putt? Oh, he's got a headwind putt, doesn't he?
He's got a headwind.
Yeah, that's right.
No problem for Mr. Macbeth maintaining his lead.
Yep. Looks like he
3 holes to go.
Found a nice little lull in those gusts to get the putt done.
He doesn't even have to go for 16. I heard one of you guys mention that earlier. I think it was
Jeremy.
Yeah, he could just pitch it up over to the side, pitch it onto the island in 2 holes, 4 strokes, even if it's 2 holes and 3 strokes.
Considering we've never seen him miss the island, maybe the safe play is for him to just throw it onto the island. I don't know. But from this new tee box, I don't know if it's as advantageous to lay up over to the right as it was before. But maybe it's maybe it's the same. But it is obviously the situation right now sets up for if anybody wants a chance at this, they've got to put it on the island.
And apparently from the ground, we're hearing a very stiff headwind on this tee.
I could have told you that.
Yes.
You could have. You could have. And so can that flag.
Absolutely.
So in this situation, I can't imagine Macbeth risking anything going for the island. Going to have to play that one safe to the right and put the pressure on
Vinny.
And even Eagle. Eagle is right there. He's 4 back. Obviously, it looks like he's on the outside chance of winning this, but if something can happen, it has to happen right here in 16. We alluded to this one from the very beginning of the round. This is the hole that will make or break the champion.
Yeah, Paul Macbeth, 3 to play, 3 strokes ahead of Calvin Heimberg.
This hole looks so much different from years past, and there was all that foliage on the right side of the bank there, and you'd have to miss all that tree and bush stuff and straighten it out. Now it's just wide open. You just got those mature trees right on the edge hanging over in your visual. If you're the lefty, just a little bit of stuff on the left side over the water. Lots of room in the middle.
Who would not put this hole on their Dream 18?
Yeah.
This one fits in anyone's vision of what a disc golf hole should look like, and especially with this newly created dock that has just got this beautiful finish on it. It's got the concrete tee pad, which is set flush with the box. I mean, you've never seen anything like this in disc golf, and I mean, they do a great job of creating those tees at USDGC, but
usually there's something on top, right?
Yeah, and this is just, it's just beautiful. It's natural. It fits in. I mean, maybe not natural, but it feels like it should be there. That's what I mean.
So do you have like 2 different Dream 18s, like play every day Dream 18
and,
then,
Dream 36.
And then tournament Dream 18? Because this is not in my casual Dream 18 germ.
Yeah.
I like my plastic too much.
Yeah, this is, this is
championship level Dream 18 for sure. To video. You
might want to video this, I think is what it said.
You might want to take a video?
I think something like that. I was trying to pick up on it. I saw you might.
Yeah.
That was kind of in the shadow there.
Paul's looking at the island.
Oh, he's going, man.
Yeah, those are onyxes.
I don't think Paul lays up, man. I don't think I've ever really seen him do it.
I mean, maybe in his eye, the way a lot of times you see this with the greatest champions in the world, they have this underdog mentality. Maybe he thinks the score is even to even. 0-0 beginning of the game, and he's got to attack to win.
Huge drive for Paul Macbeth right here.
That looks like it's getting slammed and pushed. He's going to need some luck to get up. No, so he just opened the door for Calvin.
Wow.
Let's see if Vinny feels like
Maybe
walking through
Jerm
it.
was right. Maybe he should have just pitched it up and made Calvin do the thing.
Should have had Caddy Jerm on the bag.
Ooh.
Laying up safe definitely gives
That
him.
wind just smacked him.
Gives him that opportunity for the par, but wow, if he gets it on the island, that slams the door shut.
Eagle.
That door is just slightly creaking open.
It's ajar. FD3 from our friend Eagle McMahon. Almost put this in yesterday. Awesome live drone shot of Eagle's FD3 flying across the water.
Safely on, it looks like.
Ooh, hopefully it stayed on. It definitely hit on.
Yeah.
Oh, there comes the
we're
spotter.
What's she going to do?
What's she gonna
Get that
give
green
us?
flag ready, lady.
And it looks
Oh,
like he
she's-
is
oh.
OB, I believe.
Oh, there it is over there.
Oh,
Come on.
oh,
That's
oh.
more like where we thought it was.
She doesn't see it on the ground. It's going to be red.
No.
And
So
there
now
goes
Calvin.
Eagle McMahon's chances of the championship.
Calvin can do it here. If he gets this two-stroke swing, that could put the heater on Macbeth to finish strong.
Going with the Draco.
Come on, Calvin.
Someone's going to fight that headwind.
That's right. And he's got to challenge the right side a little bit. Can't throw it down the middle.
Calvin Heimberg. Looking left.
Oh, that's never going to stay on.
Hit it. Oh!
Yep.
And Calvin.
I told you had to challenge that right side.
A couple feet lower and he hits that fence. But my
I think it was just too center, man. You got to challenge that bush line over there, that stuff hanging over the water just a little bit.
Especially with a Draco that's going to finish that hard.
Oh, man. He's got to be feeling a little gutted right now, just knowing that opportunity is gone.
Such a solid front nine, too. Just 6 down on the front. And since
All
then.
right, Rick's taking a run at it. Drop in the hole, baby. Too hot.
Oh, wow.
That wind's not letting it drop.
Oh, that's what it is, huh? Holding it up in the
Just
air.
holding it up.
Man, that
0 for 4 for our lead group here on 16.
Oh, man, a birdie cut for Calvin could have taken it to 1 stroke.
That's what we all wanted to see, but now Macbeth not going to be punished for his aggressive strategy going into the island hole. All 4 players going to move up to the drop zone.
This kind of feels like 17 at USDGC when Vinny and Chris Dickerson were coming down the stretch, and everybody was all eyes on Vinny, and then he takes an unfortunate double bogey.
Yep, threw a couple in the water, didn't he?
And Chris, all he had to do was make a par and par out and collect his first major win, USDGC.
That was an impressive final day performance in those unbelievable conditions.
For Calvin, it was unbelievable. That dude was on a mad
11
heater.
down or something?
It's
He got
just something
eagles.
incredible to park hole
10.
10, just in the absolute rage of the downpour. It's just
Like
like
a cyclone
stepping
outside.
up, taking 0 time to go from his umbrella to the tee box and just ripping 500 feet on the dime.
Calvin's a bad weather champion. Nothing phases him. Paul Macbeth stepping up to the drop zone.
He's got an opportunity where he obviously can just play it safe off to the right, but these other guys, they have to get aggressive, and that can be a bit scary with this basket close to the bottom right side of
That
the.
might go in. Yep.
Paul's probably pretty bummed to be at the drop zone, but stoked he's got some company. Eagle McMahon.
I mean, we can all now officially say that we've seen Macbeth miss this island. I think it could be the first time that's
See,
ever
it's your
happened.
fault. I got him back, everybody. I got him back.
Full circle.
Woo!
Announcer's jinx.
Got him.
That was Eagle pitching over to the island. Here is Calvin Heimberg.
And that is going to be, this is going to be a throw. Oh.
Kind of a half bid.
Yeah, okay, so.
All right. He's going to try and make up 3 strokes over the last 2 holes. See if he can do it. Ricky Wysocki, also from the drop zone. Go ahead.
Get it. Ricky Wysocki. Atta boy. Getting it done from the drop zone and hearing it from the gallery. Hopefully he gets about 50 high fives as he makes his way. There they are.
Yeah.
Giving them some love. Everybody give Rick some love. He's had a tough week. And
He needs
That's
it
awesome.
right now. What a great
hopefully
moment.
this disc golf community embraces
There's some
the little
raptor legs.
legs. Big smile.
That one's for the family.
That was awesome. Let him hear it, everybody. Let him hear it.
What a par save.
There you go. Give it to him, boys. Atta boy, Rick.
Attaboy, Rick. Paul, Eagle, Calvin all dropping in bogeys. Opportunity missed for Calvin Heimberg.
That's going to sting when he hits the parking lot later.
Oh, we got a replay of Rick throwing it in just a moment, I promise.
Watch how quick, when we get this thing lined up, watch how quick Ricky steps up.
Here it is from the
bang.
Oh, just perfect.
No doubt about it.
It looked good from a ways out.
From the moment it left his hand, it had a chance. That thing was on the line of the chains, nice and high, and last second, hyzer slice.
Oh, yeah. Swarm of people. Rick's got to find his way through the crowd.
He's like, stop touching me. I got to get my disc.
Busted out a few rapper legs for the video.
Absolutely.
If that putt misses, that's what I was just getting into. If that putt misses, it usually goes right back into the water. So
yeah,
it's we don't have to worry about that now, though, because Ricky is Ricky, and he makes putts from 84 feet routinely.
Yes,
he's going to hop on the box on hole 17 and couple holes to go to wrap up this Dynamic Disc Open Championship.
And popping over to FPO League card coverage, we're looking at our leaders putting for birdie on 3.
Oh,
Ooh.
No.
Unable to.
Opportunity missed.
Oh, no.
Double opportunity missed.
Someone needs the Goldilocks putt. Put that thing in the chains.
And now both of these competitors are still even par for the round. Opportunities missed on 2 and 3 for Haley. Opportunities missed for Katrina on 1 and 3. So even par, still a one-shot advantage for Haley.
Back here on the men's side, obviously Macbeth still got a 3-stick lead over Calvin. 2 holes to play. Calvin's going to be looking for a miracle to.
I mean, there's trouble to be found on 17.
Yes.
18. Sometimes 18.
18's a bit softer. 18's quite a bit softer.
I don't know what the heck is going on with the MPO division right now on 18, because right now it's averaging 4.62 and is scoring as the hardest hole in the course.
I wonder if that across the lake shot causing trouble. Maybe some OB throws.
JC Kester, our man JC Kester with an 11.
JC, oh no. Must have had some nasty rollaways.
Matt Bell, who did not finish the round, got a better score. On hole 18 with an 8.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, we're watching that drone footage of Ricky's big par save and him come galloping through the gallery across the bridge to go collect his par save. What an awesome visual that is.
Not a moment we'll forget.
Yeah, archive that one.
Yeah. Ricky Wysocki on 17. Very demanding drive.
That looks so much better than he did the other day.
That's
up there in Chris Dickerson land.
So
goodness.
good.
Prime time.
Oh, that is incredible.
You're past all the trees. You have done a great job.
Yeah. Only got one tree on the other side of the OB to mitigate, to navigate. Collect another birdie.
Should be up to the tee next.
Well, he doesn't want to be careless here and cough one up, ending up OB or getting obstructed or coming up short. So this is still an important drive for Paul.
Sure.
Don't want to open the door any more than he already has.
He gave him a chance on 16. Try not to do it on 17. OB right, OB left. Paul Macbeth on the box.
That looks beautiful. That's fine. That's plenty fine.
Yep.
Right in the middle.
Could potentially be the drive that seals the deal there.
I think it is.
It kind of felt like it.
Things would have to go extremely bad on his next shot for it to be any kind of a stress factor for him.
Yeah. Sorry. Nope. Eagle McMahon stepping up to the box. I believe he's going PD. Oh.
A little gust of wind make him hold up for a second.
That's way too high.
He didn't like that at all.
Hopefully,
I think
just
he'll
come
be
straight
safe.
down.
Oh, they're ready to take a look at it. There's a green flag.
Okay.
He's safe.
Kind of fortunate, honestly, to hit the trees. That
Yeah.
the way that thing lifted, that could have, that definitely would have finished out of bounds.
Totally agreed. Calvin Heimberg needs a birdie here to even think about winning this thing. Rip it on his eagle. Uh-oh.
That's headed towards
That's
the
not
OB.
an eagle, is it?
Oh, ooh, that almost kind of rolled back out, and that pretty much seals the deal right there.
That is game over for Calvin.
That's game over for everybody.
Except for one guy.
Well, I mean, Paul. But,
Yep.
I mean, everybody's trying to catch the man. And
his game to win. And we got Simon Lizotte back on the Disc Golf Pro Tour for the OTB Open in just a couple weeks, guys.
Looking forward to it. Haven't been up to the Bay Area for a while. Stockton, California, just a little bit east of the Bay Area. But
have you seen that track yet?
Still connected. No, I've just seen some flyovers, and
Man.
I've never played it. It'll be my first time up there
It
for
is
that one.
a beast of a course.
You've played it?
I haven't played it, but I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of water, a lot of really long throws. Leonard Muse did a great job. Macy Walker with a good par putt on 4. I think I'll be up in the booth with Nate Doss for that one, for the OTB Open.
Leonard Muse is a great course designer. I don't know if we can say that he's the first person to do this, but I was very impressed when he designed the San Francisco course at Glen Eagles when he had a longer hole for the FPO division than the MPO division. He had a par 3 for the men in the short, and then a long par 4 for the women. And we don't. It's kind of counterintuitive, but it totally made sense. It was a better hole for the women, and it was a better hole for the men in the current configuration that it was. And thinking outside the box, that's how the sport evolves, and that's how we progress.
Yeah, Leonard Muse is a very thoughtful man in his course design, and it shows.
Been around the sport for 40 years.
Yeah, that's good.
Glen Eagles was a tough challenge too. That place had
Wasn't
some swirly winds in that bowl, man.
Yeah,
it's a fun golf.
It's so
disc golf
pretty
hybrid
too.
Course design. Yeah, that was a great place to go play disc golf.
Eagle McMahon going over the top, second shot, actually third. Oh no, he stayed in bounds, didn't he?
Yeah, that's a full smash, but that's drifting really hard right. That's not
is going to
looking
be
good.
out of bounds.
Trying to force the issue a little bit there, I'd say.
Yeah, I think he's kind of given up winning hopes and is now just trying to maybe put on a show for us, or do his best, one of the two.
Let's hope so.
Yep.
Hopefully he's not just tin cupping it and just saying, whatever.
He's only got 2 shots over Ricky Wysocki, who's in a position to birdie, and Chris Dickerson, don't look now. I mean, he's sitting there
tied with Rick.
Tied with Rick at 34. He's 4 under, so a big mistake here for Eagle. He's going to drop down to 5th place potentially.
Not a bad eye for him to keep an eye on those strokes. Paul Macbeth, after a fantastic drive, has this left for a second and all but ice it up, Philo.
Yep. All he's got to do is land safe, really. He doesn't even have to make a birdie on this hole. Just don't clip any of these trees on your way out. Get safe. Scrape up your par, birdie if you got it. One drive, one up, and hoist another trophy.
Paul Macbeth.
Definitely safe. Let's see how it finishes by the target. And
hit it.
There you go.
Okay.
Game over.
Well,
boys downstairs haven't started etching his name. Now's a pretty good time to get working on it.
It's called not letting up at the finish line. Sprinting through.
Low power hyzer swing there.
Wow.
Navigating those 2 trees late and doink, hitting the koozie.
Hitting the koozie.
The pole pad.
Impressive stuff from Mr. Macbeth this weekend.
It's
back
just
3 strokes after 1, back 3 strokes after 2, back a few strokes after 3.
It's just so amusing when people say he's washed up.
I know,
it's just
right?
so funny. And
Whoever said that?
Every single person
the
on
internet
the
will
YouTubes.
say it, yeah.
And it's just it's funny because you read it and you're looking for ways to, objective criticism. At least that's why I go on there. And sometimes there's funny comments on there too I come across that I'm like laugh about, and usually they're directed about Macbeth being washed up. That's hilarious.
The funniest thing you could write.
That is hilarious. Discraft didn't sign him to a 10-year deal because they think he's going to get washed up in 3. That's for sure.
Calvin Heimberg setting up a long birdie putt.
No, that's a par putt.
He's not washed up.
Oh,
He has
right.
more.
Thank you. I tried to forget that.
More competition now. That's the difference.
Yeah, I was going to just say.
He's not washed up. He's just got
in the
more
prime of his
sharks.
career.
Yeah, everybody's catching up. The field is catching up.
30 years old. He's got many more years of at the top disc golf competition. Takes care of his body. He's healthy.
Mm-hmm. There was a while where it felt like he was sandbagging open.
Yeah, just move up.
Yeah, move up into the Paul Macbeth division. Great shot by Rick.
Yeah, Rick's been moving up into the Paul Macbeth division lately. Not going to win this tournament, but with all the obstacles he had in his way this week, and just to be out there and putting on a performance, huge putts both in 3 and 4, just excite the crowd, but also just being out here and being himself is just motivational to all the spectators and all the fans out here watching, and everyone think about him and the Wysocki family.
Eagle McMahon stepping up to his 4th throw after the OB second, going with his mutant overstable mid-range.
He slices, he dices, and right up under the basket. Unfortunate bogey for Eagle coming up.
Yep.
Trying to force the issue a little too much on that second shot and not making it safe.
So Ricky might tie him with the birdie putt, right, guys?
Yeah, that's going to be a 3-way tie. Well, no, not.
Yeah, Ricky will move ahead of Chris.
Yes, correct. He will move ahead of Chris, but Chris has 18 to play. But that hole, even though it's playing way over par right now for the field, should be a bunch of birdie looks for our MPO lead card.
Yeah, the UDisc Live scoring app is showing Chris Dickerson is in the fairway after 1 and now putting for birdie from circle 1. So if you're not following live, I know this tournament is almost over on the men's side, but if you want to follow the ladies, hop on UDisc for all the live updates and scores and stats.
Where would we be without UDisc? Blind.
Well, we'd be wasting a lot of paper.
That is for certain. Calvin Heimberg, a par bid.
I mean, you can watch UDisc all you want, or you pay attention to it, but you can just watch DGN and watch the action unfold live.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, some people might be at work or something, you know.
It's all about the 2-monitor setup. DGN on one, UDisc on the other. You can track all the action.
We are spoiled.
Down.
Yeah,
we are in a spoiled state, and it's only going to get better and better from here on, folks. So,
Eagle McMahon taking no time.
Yeah,
scraping up his bogey. He'll head on over to the tee pad of 18 and give the fellas one more last pound. Final round. What do we call those?
Hugs and hand pounds?
You know.
Dap?
No, it's not that word. There's another word. I lost it. I'm going to shut up now.
All right. That is your right. Calvin Heimberg coming back for a bogey.
But it is not your job. Your job is to talk, fella.
I couldn't find the word I was looking at. It's on the tip of my tongue, and then it just vanished like a fart in the wind, man. It was.
And there is
incredible
Paul
birdie.
making good for the birdie, and that gives him all of a sudden a 5-stroke lead with 1 to play. Rick with that putt will tie Eagle at 35 down.
And look at this low ceiling through the field goal gap, keeping it straight, low underneath the limbs there, skipping up to hit the koozie. That is just poetry in motion there.
I like those words.
To the ladies on hole 4, I believe. 5?
5, it's looking
5.
like, yeah. It's going to be her second on this pinching fairway. A great drive, though. Tricky second shot.
Just don't let the wind blow it. Sit down. Sit, sit, sit. Beautiful
Oh
shot.
my.
Yeah.
Beautiful shot.
That is a birdie for Katrina Allen. We'll see if Haley King can match. And Haley is apparently just pitching up for par, I believe. Yep. So Haley walking up to her 3rd shot on hole 5.
Wearing her Sunday Reds, little Tigerisms right there.
Her and the caddy. So she will all likely be losing a stroke to Katrina, and that should make it tied to the top, I believe. Let's check our scores. Yep, she's got her by a stick, so that should be disappearing on hole 5. Haley King's 3rd.
Touchy little upshot with all this wind blowing around. She's got to make sure she dials in that angle.
And it starts gusting right when she steps up, too. Going to the overstable zone approach.
That should be good enough.
Did that pretty well. Had a little headwind putt, though.
Just a little tiny flick.
Mm-hmm. And back to 18 in the MPO
Waiting for all the
lead card.
gallery to clear out up there on the fairways, Macbeth, and get those distractions out of his eyeball.
Looks like he's going to forehand a force across the water to that layup zone.
So playing about 300, 3 1/4 to get over there?
Something like that. Yeah, you want to get about 330 to that ideal landing zone. Maybe 315 puts you in a good spot as well. But there's that little mud spot that we saw Ricky slip in. Calvin had a little bit of a what we call mudfoot-itis on his second shot as well.
Paul Macbeth.
And if he were able to birdie this hole with that perfect drive there,
wow,
he'll tie Nolan Ramser for the hot round at 9 under par for back-to-back days. Nolan Ramser from Wichita, Kansas.
Throwing
Jumping
down
up a bunch of spots, 31 spots to finish in 18th place. So congratulations to that young man.
Wow. He earned himself a lot of extra cash with that day. Ricky Wysocki, the forehand play.
Solid.
Mr. McMahon up next, going FD3.
Chris Dickerson was able to make that birdie on 18, so he is currently in a 3-way tie for 3rd place. So Ricky and Eagle looking to get a birdie here to separate that tie, get a little bit more cash, a little bit more NT points beside their name.
Calvin Heimberg, who has found himself 5 strokes off the lead, looking to lock up a 2nd place finish.
That looks pretty tasty.
And
Gets past the mud pile this time.
And last drive, a Paul Macbeth event.
Super slow-mo. Still moving 100 miles an hour.
So smooth.
Super smooth. Just watch that technique. He's keeping that arm out in front of his body. You don't see that elbow dropping. You're pinching in too close to his torso. Nice smooth action. Wrist connects to this to the line right at the end.
Well done by that man. And we're going to pop over to our FPO lead card coverage of Haley King putting for par. And I believe Katrina did make the birdie. Let me see if I can confirm that. Oh. So, and here was Katrina's birdie putt, which... Oh, my gosh.
That wind
She tried to miss that one. Like, that's what it looked like.
With that release angle,
Ooh,
so
that
many
was scary.
things can happen to that putt.
Yeah.
But Katrina able to slam that in.
We watched the gallery filter across the bridge. Hole 18, Paul Macbeth.
Job done.
Job done. He handled it. He stayed in the battle the whole way. He was slightly off the pace early on, a few strokes here and there.
Putt wasn't looking perfect yesterday, but he shook all that off in a big way today.
I mean, that being said, he still shot the hot round.
He did, right?
It's incredible what these guys are able to do when they're not doing their best.
Eagle McMahon, 2nd shot on 18.
Even when they're not playing their best, they're still throwing 10-50 rounds.
Right.
That's why they're the 10-50 boys. They average what the rest of us cannot.
So Eagle currently tied with Chris and Ricky, looking to separate for solo 3rd if he can make a birdie here.
Put a nice move on that shot, Eagle did. Let's see if he gets the right finish now. Bounce left. Oh, no. He gets up the hill, but that's not too bad.
Tailwind putt?
It'll be actually, it's kind of a heading crossing wind.
Is it?
Yeah. But he'll be okay. The flag's not bouncing around too much at the moment. There's some trees over there that are blocking a little bit of that wind coming off the water there. Should be well within circle 1.
Calvin Heimberg approaching his 2nd on 18 as well. Going with the Draco.
Get one more look at the target over there, kind of blocked by those trees.
See if you can get this one slithering up the fairway.
Taking a real narrow line.
He's going to try and Hufflepuff it over there?
Uh-oh, that's not good. Hopefully he stayed safe. That definitely caught the tree.
That is going to be trouble.
I don't know why he didn't play it a bit wider, you know, just use that space out there. There's that one bush right on the edge of the water line that you just aim over that, a little bit of cut angle on it, and finish towards the hole.
I think he was kind of in that wet spot again. I don't know, maybe he got some slippage on the foot.
Yeah.
Tail of 2 9s for Calvin today. 3 over on the back 9, 6 under on the front.
My goodness.
Yeah, you'd expect a shot that looks a bit more like this out of Calvin on that shot. And there's the check bounce we were expecting to see.
That's almost too short to lay up.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Macbeth lay that one up. He's going to go ahead and tap in the 9 under, I believe. Incredible second half of the event. Back-to-back hot rounds.
Ricky Wysocki still a chance to get solo 3rd if he birdies and Eagle does not.
I like this play. Get a big bounce, baby. Beautiful play by Rick.
Yes.
Okay.
Rick's got nothing to hang his head about this week.
Not at all. Well, yeah. It's
as far as his
heavy
golfing
heart.
is concerned.
Heavy
You know,
heart.
as far as his golf is concerned, I know it's not the performance he was hoping for as far as getting a win and all, but he stayed in the battle. You know, he came out there and actually had a really awesome attitude. Everybody can really appreciate that, how he's carried himself this week.
Well, those putts from Eagle and Ricky are to tie him for second place with Calvin, because it looks like Calvin unable to walk through the Griffin door. That was
It was right there.
I apologize.
The Griffin door was open. He just couldn't slither in. There's our league card walking down 18. Paul McBeth checking U-disc. Strokes to spare for that guy. Calvin Heiberg getting ready to throw his third with a Rhino.
And super important to get up and down here.
That'll do.
Oh, yeah.
That'll do. Well within circle.
So that'll give him a tie for second place with Rick, and then Eagle, assuming he makes the putt.
What a day for McBeth. 11 birdies in round 3, 10 birdies so far. Looking to match that number once again, and 11 here with a short tap in for the 3. And this wind condition, that's a lot of clean tee shots. Some great putts to boot.
I think Eagle will be up first with the birdie bids. Needs this one to tie for second place.
That's a dangerous putt. A little longer than he'd like, you know. Putting back down the hill towards the water and OB. Wind's kind of blowing against him.
What'd you say there? Slick and quick. This is
slick and quick, man.
Fast putt.
Cash money.
Incredible. You love to see that.
Attaboy, Eagle.
What a great finish.
Fist bump. He knows that's for second place of the event. Didn't bring his best stuff. Still getting second place at a national tour.
Not too shabby. Calvin Heimberg for a second place finish as well.
No, what just happened there?
Ugh.
Brutal.
That was hard to watch. He will slip down to a tie for third. Or I guess that's probably fourth place now.
Dropping 2
then
spots.
He'll dunk that in.
And here is your 2021 Dynamic Disc Open champion, Paul McBeth.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Dynamic Disc and the city of Emporia, please help me congratulate your 2021 Dynamic Disc Open champion, Paul McBeth.
Congratulations on a great win. Thank you. Paul, congratulations on a great win. It's been almost a year since you won this tournament last year. How's it feel to be back in the winner's circle?
Feels good. I think putting's been my biggest struggle, and I've been working really hard on that. And I mean, it just feels like a different game when I do have my putt. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the season.
You started off your round today, 4 birdies in a row, incredibly hot start. Then all of a sudden on 5 and 6, you dropped 3 strokes to seed the lead. What's going through your mind at that point, and how did you get things back on track?
Mentally, I just need to go out there and play. I mean, I feel like I'm too nice sometimes out there. I'm just being too friendly to where I just need to go out there and attack, especially in a situation where it's a 3-way tie and 2 people are within 2 strokes right behind. So, yeah, I just have to go out there and just tell myself I'm not here for friendships. I'm here to win.
Speaking of friendships, you and Ricky have had some memorable battles over the years, and this week was unique. Ricky was obviously dealing with a personal loss. What was it like out here to see Ricky playing through that, playing well, and playing some inspired golf?
Yeah, I mean, I think he did great with it. You know, he kept it off the course. He kind of, I don't know what he's doing at home. I'm sure, you know, it's difficult, but I know he's going to go back home to his family, and you know, and probably it'll probably hit him here when he gets home and sees his family. So, you know, it's tough, but I know they'll get through it, and. Yeah.
It's your first big win of the year. Obviously, a lot of big tournaments coming up. What can we look forward to? What are your goals throughout 2021?
Yeah, we got Worlds early this year, so that's a big one that's on my mind. Just trying to get everything ready for that one. We didn't have it last year, so this one feels pretty overdue. But yeah, got a long season still.
Paul Macbeth, your Dynamic Disc Open champion. Congratulations, Paul.
Thank you.
Man, what an incredible performance by that guy.
Absolutely. You said it, Ian. I mean, the man was on a mission this week, try to get back in the winner's circle. It's been a kind of a struggle to pick up a win this year with all the talent. I mean, you got Kyle Klein picking up tournaments, you got Eagle picking up tournaments, you got Calvin picking up tournaments, Rick got a three-pack. Just, it's hard to win these days, you know, and Macbeth, is, whoever said he's washed up, they're crazy. I mean, he just hadn't put all the pieces together, you know, just once the man gets on a roll, look out.
I mean, he's won every single Dynamic Disc Open in existence.
That's
right?
Back-to-back, right?
All 2 of them?
He's won 2 DDOs, and he has won 3 GBOs, so 5 titles here in Emporia, Kansas. This man knows these courses well. He plays them well, and shows up here with a 6-stroke advantage there in the end. Pretty amazing that he was able to distance himself that much from this field. Back-to-back 9-under rounds. Great stuff from Paul Macbeth.
He's been called one of the greatest finishers of all time, and today he shows it again. You know, everybody was tight. He was back. You know, 3 strokes, a couple of the rounds, and now he's won by 6. It's just like, that doesn't happen very often. Usually these wins are 1-2 stroke separations maybe. Yeah. Everybody's bunched up at the top. And he's back to Paul Macbeth form of old.
That was an incredible performance. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. The show is not over, though. We got FPO lead card coverage coming your way. A great battle between Haley King and Katrina Allen. But for myself, Philo, and Jerem, Jeremy hanging around?
I'm going to hang around with
cool.
the
Jerem's hanging around.
But yeah.
Awesome. But Philo and myself, we're getting out of here. You guys are going to be treated to Terry and Hannah Macbeth. It's going to be a fantastic watch. We'll be right back with the FPO lead card coverage of the Dynamic Disc Open.
Deuces, everybody.
Thanks for watching.
Excellence to me is about constant self-analysis. Which habits are helping me towards my goals and which ones aren't? It's the same with nutrition. The foods I eat should help make my mind and my body the best they can be. Thunderbird makes that simple.
This is Latitude 64. The smallest of grains handled with the greatest passion. Always trying to improve, always trying to be better. Out of curiosity, excitement, thrill. For the player and the sport. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
A power grip is essential for a long-distance backhand power drive. Hold the disc like a steering wheel with fingers wrapped underneath the rim and the top of the disc facing you. Drop your non-throwing hand and tip the disc down to flatten it. You are now ready to rip.
Our warehouse manager Dylan is on vacation this week, so we decided to bring Heather in to keep things running at a high level. She's already had a huge impact on our crew, and overall, they've embraced the changes surprisingly well. We're really happy with how Heather is doing in this new leadership role.
The Dynamic Disc Open is part of the PDGA National Tour and is brought to you by Dynamic Discs. Dynamic Discs. Be dynamic.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Championship Saturday here for the final round at the 2021 Dynamic Disc Open. Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, alongside Hannah Macbeth. And Hannah, wow, exciting conclusion on the MPO side, but we're immediately switching gears. This is what we're here, and this is what we care about. Katrina Allen, Haley King, the battle we expected.
Yeah, these two women are through. Well, this lead card is through 6 holes already. We're catching up to them on hole 7. This is going to be Haley King's second shot after landing nicely on the fairway. 515-foot par 4. She got a lot of that fairway behind her leading into this shot. Beautiful approach. Haley King looking to card her first birdie for the day. Uncharacteristic of her, as we've seen her play above and beyond her rating this weekend.
Here's Macy Walker. Looks like she had just a bit too much on that. Yeah, that did carry past the basket.
Yeah, Macy will be putting for birdie from circle 2 on hole 7.
Yeah, as you were just mentioning, Haley King without a birdie at this point, and really the only scoring difference that we've seen between the two of them have happened just in the last 2 holes, holes 5 and 6. Catch reaches out. That'll be a little bit short. Now, I think we've seen a few of the opportunities, close range, wind or otherwise, they've had some struggles.
Yeah, these women have definitely put on a show on the fairway. Katrina's currently at 86%, but Haley dropped down to 71% for the day. To start, she was in the lead, 13 under par after 3 rounds, first in nearly every stat, according to udisclive.com. But it was the scrambles that really put her above Katrina up until now. She found herself off the fairway 11 times so far this event, but saved par 5 of those times. And while that might not seem like a lot, Katrina was off the fairway only 9 times, but only saved par twice. So the fairways are proving to be a bit more of a struggle. The wind is up today, and not only are these women going to have to be dialed on the putting green, but the fairways are going to be a little bit trickier today as well. As we see Kona Star Panis moving up into 3rd place, carding her first birdie. She has a blemish-free round so far. Carded her first birdie on hole number 6.
Yeah, and on hole 6, when she did that, she picked up 2 strokes on the other 3 lead card competitors. Looks like a headwind here for Macy.
That is the mistake we have seen from Macy Walker. Just that low approach. I like it. She can work with it, but if she doesn't fix it, if she doesn't trust herself a little bit more, she's going to continue to come up short from circle 2 and circle's edge.
This looks to be about 22, maybe 25 feet for Katrina.
This is what I will be paying attention to the most today. To start, Katrina was only 59% in the circle, but at the events that she's won this year, being the Open at Belton and the Jonesboro Open, she was 73%. So her putting was a lot more dialed than it has been. She's going to need to continue to make those putts and really capitalize on what she can do for herself in the fairway.
Allen's birdie is matched by King's birdie. Macy Walker's par will keep her at even par for the round. And that will, in turn, keep her tied with Kona Panis. But let's take a look at some of the highlights from Haley King in round number 3. Here she is on the tee shot of hole number 9.
Showing us exactly why she came first in every statistic. Haley King with a great tunnel shot on hole 9. I loved her post interview, Terry, after that round. She seemed a little shy at first, but she really came into herself and just talked about hole 17 and that decision making. I'm sure we might see that come up, but that was definitely a highlight for me. But I mean, just her confidence and how she's been working with some of the players in MPO who have been around longer, like Brian Earhart, just really working on her form, talking about the mental game, what works for them and what doesn't, then applying it to herself, giving, of course, all sorts of love and adoration to her caddy and saying how much that's been a help. This is a phase 2 event, so caddies are allowed, but it was really awesome to just have her open up and share a little bit more of herself as she's been making nothing but moves out here.
Incredible, and no surprise, our top 2 front runners here in the tournament leading almost every single category that they can, either leading or second in that category, and some of those big numbers that of course jump out at you. Well, when you're looking at Haley, she is just, what I always wonder when you're looking at her statistics is when she's concerned, sorry about that. When she's concerned about how she's playing relative to the field, she's been asked things like that before, and she says, I don't really care.
Yes.
I'm here to do my job. I don't need to be Paige Pierce. I don't need to be Katrina Allen. She recognizes how good they are, but then she goes out and says, I'm going to be my own person, and I'm going to get it done my own way.
Yeah, and that mental maturity at just 19 is something that's put her strokes above the field this weekend. She has surrendered the lead to Katrina. As I said, Katrina having a little bit more success in the fairway than Haley, and Haley's missed 4 putts in the circle for birdie or par. Just very uncharacteristic of her, and 4 days of elite disc golf can do that to you. I mean, taking you right out of your comfort zone, giving you things you haven't necessarily dealt with, like, you know, a gallery and a big sign reminding you of your score and fan reactions outside of your own personal reactions, as well as the wind picking up today. I mean, you're watching Katrina Allen just keep her disc out a little bit too high. The wind picks it up and carrying it to the OB on the left. These are all obstacles these women didn't really have to face over the last 3 days. Or I should say, even if they were facing them, we didn't really see it affect them until now.
Hole 8 has proved to be very difficult anytime we've seen this configuration played over here at the Jones Country Club.
Appears to be a great shot from Haley, just hanging it out left and trusting the fade back in bounds.
Hole 8 coming in as the 2nd most difficult hole on the course, averaging .73 above par. And then looming immediately after hole 8 is the 3rd most difficult in hole 9. So let's get through hole 8 first.
And at a par 5, 903 feet, this is exactly what these women want to do. They're coming into the OB a little bit more, but I appreciate hanging it out right, letting it fall back into the fairway. You know, with them moving the tee pad and setting it up perfectly, your shot should be facing the fairway now. So I'm hoping that Kona Panis, who's teeing off last, can get a wind read from her card mates, maybe put it down a little bit more low and trust that line a little bit more direct.
The mistake, if you're going to make one, is definitely to be left.
And one of the other plays that we've seen here from World Champions Pass is Paige Shue. She usually goes putter, 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 putt on this hole because she said, it's post-commentary, I don't even want to take that OB into consideration. I just want to play my game, throw something I control. And look at this fairway. I mean, look at all that OB. The OB cart path to the right and the OB flagged off on the left. Every shot just has that OB. And if you don't really focus, take a few deep breaths, gather yourself, you can come up short. And we're already seeing that off the tee. Something these women didn't show was just their lack of control on the fairway yesterday. And as we're seeing it today, that's something that they're going to have to now swallow and continue to move forward. I mean, it doesn't stop. We're on the green, and there's even OB surrounding the green. So I'm interested to see how Katrina, who's been there before, she struggled before, how she navigates the rest of this hole.
Well, one way to dial in a very long distance hole, as we see hole number 8 plays, like you said, 903 feet, is to trust your Bushnell Sport 850. We'd like to thank them for getting fully invested in disc golf, now creating the rangefinders that are specific to disc golf. I know they're releasing those as we speak. They've in fact taken out any confusion when it comes to yards or meters, and they're giving us just straight footage. They're also working on the elevation gain or differential. So incredible shout out to Bushnell.
Yeah, and one aspect of Bushnell is also for course design. I mean, when you're designing your tee pads, you have now an accurate depiction of how far away your tee pad is from your basket.
Haley with a forehand. It's a little bit of a skip, and
that's exactly what you want to do on this hole. The second shot, competitors are just going to be trying to get up and over that hill if they have the distance. Haley's certainly proving that she has, and the third shot just as challenging because of those trees that we saw in the flyover. Really cuts off that hyzer approach and forces you to throw a sidearm or an hyzer. So I like that Haley King has gone with a sidearm here, because now it's warmed up, in my opinion, and she's ready for it on the second shot, which is the most important. Or the third shot, rather.
I think one of the biggest challenges to this hole is this second shot, because you're really just trying to pick a point and you're throwing blindly. You cannot see the basket. Let's see if Kona has picked the correct point to land. I like this angle.
She's just going to need that to sit down.
Oh,
there is so much more movement on these fairways.
Bushnell does tell us she was 570 feet from the pin. And yeah, she was throwing driver, I think, probably for the stability. As we saw, it just got a little squirrely at the end and then unfortunately leaked out of bounds. Taking a look at the scoreboard, we talked about this quite a bit yesterday, that right now we're seeing a two-woman race between Katrina and Haley. It's just going to be a matter of who else will join them on the podium. The other three front runners that look very close to doing so, of course, being Macy Walker, Kona Panis, and Heather Young. I'd like to check in with Nate Perkins. I know he's out on the fairways, and we just saw this shot go out of bounds, but I'd still love a wind read. What exactly should Macy be trying to do with this next shot here, Nate?
Yeah, Terry, we've got a pretty stiff tailwind, maybe slight left to right for Macy, and it's all about the initial angle right here. She's lining up the forehand. She can't expose it. If she does, it's going to just leak left. Very tough shot coming up.
Yeah, so slightly uphill, blind shot, going with the forehand, OB left and right. Oh, and I think she's nailed it.
One stat I thought was pretty interesting leading up into today was I noticed Macy Walker had one of the highest PDGA numbers in the entire division and the highest out of anyone who qualified for today. She's averaging well above her rating for this event so far, being that she's a newbie.
Continues to carry over, and will it slow down? I think it will, before finding any of the left side OB, and the green flag for Katrina Allen. A well-executed second shot.
Katrina Allen.
Well, next weekend is one of the greatest celebrations in all of women's disc golf. Of course, we're talking about the Women's Global event taking place, which you can find on pdga.com/WGE. We have over 3,000 competitors signed up, with tournaments happening all over the globe. Hannah, it's pretty incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, on May 8th and 9th, women from all around the world will play 2 rounds of disc golf at their local participating Women's Global event. And then scores from the first 2 rounds of each participating tournament will be submitted by the individual tournament directors and rated by the PDGA. These round ratings will then be totaled and averaged to determine the player's global score. Check with your local tournament director to make sure they've registered their event as a Women's Global event with the PDGA. And fun fact, you do not have to be a PDGA member to participate. So grab your mom, grab your sister, grab your cousins, grab everyone that you know and get them over to a Women's Global event.
I am fully anticipating a forehand shot here by Haley. I think she's just debating as to which disc she'd like to use. Let's see if she gets any skip. She does. The roll carries her a little bit closer to the pin.
Some applause from the gallery in the background. I think she'll be pleased with that. Haley on the putting green struggling has to be a bad thing, Terry, because she's been known that, and she's made it known that putting is her safe place. When she feels stressed or she feels overwhelmed, she goes to the putting green and she just gets herself comfortable by going through the motions and keeping in control of herself on there. And so to struggle with it during a tournament, knowing what she's capable of, that's a frustration that can be hard to swallow and move on from.
Low line drive from Macy.
Macy, after finding OB, finds the fairway, and now she's found what seems to be circle 2. She'll be putting for par from there. Bit of a tester for her, as I said. She'll need to make that correction and keep her putt up just a little bit higher. They are on line, they're just low.
Cat trying to salvage the par after the initial or the OB stroke that she got from the tee. Should be left with that.
She had a long putt on the last one for birdie, Terry. I'm hoping on hole 8 she'll have a similar success in the putting green. Looks to be from the edge of circle 1.
And you can see Kona Panis out of bounds, but not by much. Just a mere 2 or 3 inches at most, it looked like. Didn't like it out of her hand. It looked like a little bit of a late release. It does carry back. It appears to have landed in bounds. I'm not sure if Nate, can you see exactly where that landed and how is it relative to the pin?
It's actually hard to tell, Terry. It looks like Kona is out of bounds, and honestly, she might be throwing just 50 or 60 feet from where she just threw based on the angle, and it looks like she is out of bounds. Very unfortunate misfire from Kona.
Yeah, we can see that wind pushing, and
this is uncharacteristic for her. She has been competing really well out here in Kansas, and her struggles yesterday were the putting green. She took to Instagram and just said, "This won't happen again. I struggled, and I'm just going to continue to move forward." This is a different struggle than she's had to deal with, and we know this wind. They've practiced in this wind, but it still can test you. I mean, the forehand isn't a shot that she's had for a very long time. She's not as confident with it as the other women on this card, so she's going to have to continue to look past the mistakes, stay easy, stay level-headed, and just play the best golf that she can with whatever shot is in front of her. And I know she's mature enough to know that for herself. She's a great athlete, but as I said, with this gallery, I mean, look at how many people have shown up to support these women, and they're just going to keep coming over. It's tough.
Macy finds herself just deep of the pin. Oh, and there again, Kona. Now that one looked maybe a foot or two from the inbounds line, but hole number 8 showing its teeth, and that's just really nothing new. This hole is played as one of the most difficult holes really since its inception. People finding OB typically either on the right or the left off the tee shot, and it really does not get easier until you're on the green.
Just coming up short for Kona. But support from the gallery anyway. And I love to see that. I think fan is short for fanatic, and whether you're doing well or below your expectations, they're still going to show up for you.
Albeit a few short missed putts earlier, she makes up for it here. A great putt. Such confidence and poise, and finds the chains. Nice putt by Haley King, thanks to her Zuka replay. Can Katrina answer?
This is Katrina for par from just the edge of circle 1. Downhill putt, OB behind. No problem for Katrina.
As we take another look at Katrina's putt for par. Incredible scramble after the OB tee shot. And Kat will maintain a 1-stroke advantage.
There's Macy Walker in for her bogey on hole 8 after finding the OB.
We've got incredible partners here on the Disc Golf Network. Let's hear from some now.
What's up, guys? Clemonade here. My name is Zach Melton.
I'm Eric Oakley. I'm here to test out the Evader. I love this for a stable fairway driver slot that's less than a Felon, maybe a touch more than an Explorer.
And that Evader, like, it wanted to fade. Like, the fade was pretty noticeable, but it was kind of gliding the whole time. Very straight with a little bit of finish.
This disc is already made its way into my bag.
Welcome back. We are here on hole number 9. As I said a few moments ago, hole 9 plays as the 3rd most difficult hole on the course. So
no surprise to me. At 649 feet, a par 5 tee shot, obviously a tunnel shot onto the fairway, but more than that, this teeing area also serves as an island in OB. So these competitors must come to rest inbounds on the other side of this tunnel. Otherwise, their next shot is restricted to a drop zone with an added stroke.
Yeah, right.
Looks like everyone is lining up what will be this very difficult tunnel tee shot.
Yeah, I can't help but think back to the last time we were at the country club. There was a lot happening in the sport. Coverage for the event was going to be broadcast on cable TV. It was the return of the Elite Series mid-pandemic. But post-quarantine, there were not even any spectators, no fans, just staff and volunteers. And now this place is buzzing. I mean, Katrina Allen has all eyes on her as she walks up to hole number 9. No fear from Katrina Allen. Not the best placement off the tee. She wants to be a little bit more into that fairway, but she's safe.
Wow, and that looks like prime real estate there for Haley King's tee shot here on hole number 9.
Yeah, I appreciated how low that was. Just not even giving the wind a chance to lift it in that tunnel. Even Macy Walker walking up to the left side of a tee pad, giving it a little bit of a turnover to the trees on the left, trusting the wind and the spin on the disc is going to do its job. Great tee shot from Kona Panis. Every time I talk about this hole, Terry, they make it look so easy, but this tunnel shot is no joke. I mean, this tee pad, as soon as your disc leaves your hand, you have to make it to the other side or you're adding an extra stroke to your scorecard and you're falling behind. These scores are extremely tight. After the 8 on hole number 8 for Kona, she dropped down 1 spot to Heather Young, who's currently 2 under for the round and 1 behind Missy Gannon shooting the hot round.
What I'd love to do is check in with Nate Perkins. Nate, we were talking about how challenging the tee shot is, although they apparently are trying to prove us wrong. Can you tell us where the ideal landing zone is and who's closest to said spot?
Yeah, Terry, it's kind of tough to convey how impressive those 4 drives were. They just peered that tunnel. All 4 of them landed safe. I would say that Haley King probably pushed to the better of the 4 spots, but being a par 5, they are all in good position to pitch around and look at a birdie here on hole 9.
We are given the go-ahead and the green flag. The next shot here for these women is just to push that corner, get themselves closer to the green, perhaps maybe an eagle look or a layup to the corner, giving yourself, as I said, a look to the green, just playing it out for birdie or par. As we've seen, this hole has plenty of OB, so the closer you get to the green, just like previous hole 8, there are a lot of opportunities for mistakes and added strokes. I'm going to be keeping my eye on disc selection and how aggressive these women are getting. Macy Walker with a little bit of a downward slope here on her walk up. She'll have to take that timing into consideration.
As you called it, a little bit of a slip as well. It didn't seem to affect the flight of the disc, and Macy Walker in great position after 2 throws.
Yeah, I liked that hesitation there. She let her plant foot go first, knowing her timing would be a little off. Just getting herself steady after like a millisecond. I mean, the things Macy Walker is able to do on these fairways at such a young tournament age is so impressive to me.
Yeah, certainly letting all of her athleticism and all of her sports background really shine through as she's, again, relatively new to the disc golf tournament scene. Of course, she's been playing for a couple of years, but to have her on such a large stage and then to have her perform under these conditions and the microscope in which she's in right now, so impressed by her poise and her confidence out there. So far today, we have seen just 2 birdies in the division, Missy Gannon and Kat Murch. Missy Gannon's from 49 feet, so she was doing some work out there, but took the birdie, as did Kat Murch. Here's Kona Panis with the forehand.
That's high, but she can get enough distance on it. That is perfectly fine. She's going to have an easy look to the green from there. This is a great hole for Kona Panis so far. Well done.
Yeah, and I feel like she's really minimized any of the mistakes that she had made here yesterday. We know that she had struggled with a few of her early shots from the tee and then on the approach. So she has gotten over any form of mental hurdle there. And she's out here attacking it and playing it very, almost perfectly so far. as we're seeing one of the dozens, if not hundreds, of volunteer spotters and crew members for this tournament. I would love to get a little shout out and thanks to everyone here from Dynamic Disc and beyond, people coming from literally all over the world just to be here to participate and give some of their time to this event.
Great shots from these women. You know, in course design, a shot like that would have tripped up a lot of this division, but with these women that are at the top of these events, it just doesn't happen anymore. The forehand is coming so naturally, and a powerful forehand is coming so common in this field that we didn't see any Anheisers on that shot, and I think that's just showing the evolution of the FPO in general.
Well, and that evolution may be leading to what we're seeing for the results at the end of these tournaments. It felt like they were very much dominated by just one or two women over the last few years. Things are getting changed up a little bit from week to week. We have, in fact, 4 separate winners over these events that we're looking at in Jonesboro, Texas States, Waco, and Las Vegas. And at this point, it looks like this is the first event where we will have a 2-time winner by the conclusion here of the Dynamic Disc Open.
That was tracking toward the basket. She's going to be sitting with a few trees to contend with, but right next to the basket. Well done for Macy Walker.
And speaking of 2-time winning, if Haley were to pull off this victory, she would be 2 for 2 on the 2021 National Tour Point Series. Katrina Allen says, okay, yeah, that's great, Terry, but I've got a perfect approach shot to throw here. Looks like a right to left wind over Kona's shoulder.
I am wondering why she opted for the forehand there instead of the straight approach. I'm wondering if we could get a wind read from Nate Perkins, because from what I saw, the wind sort of swept over that hill and pushed her disc out to the right side of the basket, whereas like a backhand, she could have aimed to the left side of the tunnel and had planned for that. So Nate, could we get a little bit of what the wind is doing up there? Is it swirling?
Yeah, Kona had a ripping tailwind on those shots, but if you ask me, it's one of those things, Hannah, where she's been leaning on the forehand approach so far this round, and she seems very comfortable with it. So I don't hate her move right there, and she's actually inside circle 1 still.
And Nate, as you just said, she looks to be inside circle 1 or near it. How obstructed is this putt going to be?
It's going to be pretty obstructed, and she has a tough headwind, left to right wind right now.
All right, I would anticipate her just pitching up right next to the pin. Or going for it.
Yeah,
okay.
After coming up short the last few holes, she really needs to go for all of the birdie attempts. And, I mean, that hill does provide a backstop. There is mulch there, so not really anticipating much of a roll away from a miss, but not every putt is guaranteed, so you're right. Maybe it would have been safer to just lay up.
I just think about how this green can get really squirrely, whether it's a roll away or if you just find yourself 10 or 15 feet away. Next thing you know, you're behind 1 or 2 trees. Here's Macy from short distance.
Macy Young in for her birdie on hole number 9. That'll move her to even for the round, 4 under for the event. Haley King in for birdie as well, putting her back to even. Here's Katrina Allen for her birdie. That is to maintain the lead as we move on to hole number 10. See Kona in for par, hopefully, on hole number 9.
I think if any of our competitors could hear us, they would love us to just keep calling holes very difficult, because as soon as we say that, they go out there and take care of business. So incredible to see the 3 birdies there out of our 4 competitors. Hole number 10, the blind shot. What are they trying to do here?
Yeah, so this tee shot tracks downhill, and as you said, you are blinded from the green, so you cannot see the basket from the tee. There is OB on the right that comes into play the most often, because these players will be throwing that flat power shot in order to get to the green, and it's easy to turn something over into that OB. The basket is elevated, so that makes the putting green a bit more challenging. I believe this is one of the first baskets that we see that's elevated from the day. This is a gettable par 3 at 400 feet because it tracks downhill. So it gives you that extra, just hanging out on the right side a little bit, trust that Annie, and naturally with gravity it will want to pull back left. The safe play, though, is opting for a stable shot off the tee because you're tracking away from the OB on the right, but it does also take away that birdie opportunity, and Haley King is 1 stroke short of Katrina. Kona Panis has fallen down the leaderboard just a bit. Macy Walker doesn't have too much of a stroke advantage over Heather Young right now. So there are moves to be made, but I'm interested to see how these women will play this hole. I'm definitely paying attention. As Katrina does get aggressive, she trusts that Anheuser line, and it fades back nicely. She'll be putting in the circle for her birdie on hole 10. That was so low for Haley, but she manages to skip up, fade down the hill. She'll have a long look for birdie there.
We'll also be looking to see the adjustments made from yesterday, and that's exactly what I was talking about. I believe we saw Macy turn one over yesterday to find the OB. Nate, could you tell if that was for sure out of bounds?
Yeah, that was out of bounds, Terry.
Yeah, it seemed like the wind's not helping. I mean, look at that blowing with Kona's hair.
Oh, and she's pushing this right side. It kicks off the tree. Nate, we couldn't see where that one finished. Can you tell us?
Yeah, Kona's was inbounds on that one.
Yeah, coming up short on hole number 10. Not OB, so she'll be able to have a good look for par from there. She can see the basket now. The tee shot was blind, but the approach shot will not be blind.
All of the major drama taking place right here on our lead card. We, of course, are so thankful that you're tuned in watching Championship Saturday at the 2021 Dynamic Disc Open. Katrina Allen and Haley King in this battle. Just 1 stroke separates the two. We're watching Macy Walker. She's found a little bit of trouble here. She currently sits in that 3rd place position at 4 under, and Heather Young is currently tied for the hottest round, along with Katrina Allen and Missy Gannon at 2 under. So Heather Young finding herself in 4th place at the moment. And Kona's going to have to do some work to catch back up to Heather.
Kona's hot round last year at the Country Club was 977, and that is rated 977, and that is well above her average. I mean, she tied for the 2nd hottest round of the day during that round, and that's with issues on the putting green. So this year, she's having similar issues on the putting green. She was capable of moving way closer to Haley had she connected on a few more of those closer putts yesterday. Seems to still slightly be struggling here and there with confidence, but as long as she can just keep her mind in it and not quit, that OB will not overcome her, and she can stay determined here on these greens. Great approach from Macy. Macy Walker, new to the tour, but no stranger to elite competition. Representing Tennessee, she's faced and taken down decorated greats like Elaine King and Disc Golf Pro Tour superstars like Heather Young. It seems like they're in another battle as Heather Young is moved up one spot into 4th, 1 stroke behind Macy. Something in the water over there in Tennessee.
We've seen some incredible talent trying to double the birdie count here today on hole 10, and Haley not able to do so. Valerie Mandujano, the only woman that has birdied hole number 10 so far today. I believe we saw 0 birdies on this hole yesterday.
Katrina looking to take the hot round up a notch to 3 down for the round, but she'll stay at 2 under. She'll be putting for her par from circle 1. Macy Walker for bogey, just coming up short. You can see her taking her time a lot more in the putting green due to the wind conditions. I mean, when that flag is up and moving, you know it's more than breezy. Konopanis is in for par on hole number 10. Macy Walker in for the double bogey. Drops down to Heather Young. Currently in 4th place. Heather Young will now move up 2 positions to solo 3rd.
And we're going to head, this is Heather Young, who's, I was just talking about having a great round, 2 under. This is for par on the next hole, hole 11, and Heather just a bit short. Double checking the wind read, not quite giving it enough, and unfortunately that will be her first blemish of the day. She still will remain at 2 under. She goes to then 1 under on the round and sitting in a tie for 3rd place. Konopanis, as we said, with the struggles a few holes back, has moved to even and sits in a lone 5th place position. So we see 3rd, 4th, and 5th really. Those are the most questionable, outside, of course, the battle that takes place atop Haley King and Katrina Allen. And with that, we're going to move over to hole number 11. What's the game plan here? We saw some incredible putting here yesterday with some great drives. What's the game plan?
Yeah, hole number 11, a 399-foot par 3. This fairway tracks uphill with the OB cart path on the left the entire way, as well as an OB green on the right. The most common play here for the field is to throw something straight and play this out for par. Just walk away without any added blemishes to your scorecard. But having distance definitely sets you ahead of the field on this shot. In the past, we've seen Katrina Allen get aggressive here. We saw that yesterday as well. But in doing that, she definitely takes the OB into play, and you have the potential to go out of bounds early and never come back in. So I'll also mention that there's the tree and the green that can get in the way of your upshot or putt, depending on your placement. The wind is definitely up right now. The gusts are a lot more significant than yesterday. Scores are close, and I mean, not a lot of positive things happening on the previous holes. A lot of pars. Both Haley and Katrina carding the par. So, I mean, look at this wind, Terry. I have no idea what Katrina is about to do. She's lining up what seems to be just throwing it out to the right, letting it come back in. I don't know if she's going to be as aggressive.
Oh, that is tight, and she knew it right out of her hand. She's hoping it will somehow push forward. Does it get enough forward skip? And it does not. So just like you had mentioned, if you pull it tight, you're going to go way back. You're going to have a very bad, awkward position. If there's anywhere you need to go out of bounds, it's either to the right side or maybe just, we'll say, slightly drift out of bounds at the end of its flight. But in this case, she is OB very early, and at best, she's looking at a 4 now. And that's with doing some work.
Leaving the door open once again for Haley King and her drive. She's going to push that. Wow, incredible from Haley King. Just getting enough past that OB. That's so intimidating, and she just goes for it. She'll be putting for birdie from circle 2 with an opportunity to take 2 strokes from Katrina here.
Almost a direct carbon copy from yesterday's drive. Great shot by Haley. Oh, and you watch the wind just...
Kona just unleashing a drive, showing why she deserves to be up on the lead card today.
I like how flat this is. I don't think it's going to hook up and find the left side OB nor the right. That will likely be a pitch from there, but walking away with a par would be great here on hole number 11. We're going to take another look.
Yeah, Katrina loves throwing the hyzer flip on this hole and chomping off as much distance as she can. And it kind of seemed like she got caught up in which decision she wanted to make. I think if she was going for it, we would have known. But to me, it just seemed like she wanted to hang it out more right, keep it safe, maintain that lead over Haley, put all the pressure on her to have to make moves. And instead, she just comes up short.
And with Katrina, she knew immediately out of her hand that it was a misfire. It took no less than maybe a second before she had somewhat kicked the tee pad, just knowing that that's not what she was. That wasn't in her game plan.
Looking to get it up and into the circle and keep out of the way of that big tree. She'll be putting for bogey from circle 1 on hole number 11. Not how she planned it, but these are the kinds of things that these women are going to have to overcome in order to stay confident. We've seen what can happen. We've seen what can go wrong, and we've definitely seen what can go right. She's got plenty of par 3s and birdies up ahead of her if she can just stay level-headed. I know that was a big part of her game plan, not focusing on what the other cards are doing or what the other members on her card are doing, just keeping her head down and focusing on herself. That's her #1 goal at every Elite Series event.
Haley certainly trying to rewrite the story here of hole 11. There have been 0 birdies thus far. First, we're going to have Macy Walker. Everybody calling for it to go in. I'm not sure that's what she had in mind when she released it, but when it's online and tracking toward the pin, the gallery wants it.
It's a great way to play this hole and just stay in control. Coming off of that double bogey on 10, Macy really just wants to regroup and get herself together so she can continue to attack the rest of the course. But first, you've got to get yourself in check. Make sure you trust all of your instincts, and sometimes that's just playing it out safe.
Oh, just right side chain and out for Haley, just barely off the mark.
She knew it right away. See her reaction. Just painful. knowing exactly what you're capable of and not playing up to your expectations or to your abilities is just tough.
This is a huge putt. Just only give one stroke back to Haley. Wow, and that one.
And seeing in Katrina just making these putts, you're also seeing a little bit more of her emotions sneak out, and that's interesting to me. She usually tries to stay relatively calm, cool, and collected on the course, doesn't put a lot of energy into her reactions, but with this tournament coming to a close, she wants this win, and she's letting people see that.
And hole 11 will remain without birdies. But what our broadcast will no longer remain without is a little additional insight from Big Germ, Jeremy Coling.
Hey, Terry.
Germ, welcome as we are moving on to hole number 12. Hannah, well, I know this hole might set up for Big Germ's forehand, but what do you think the women are trying to do here?
Yeah, so we first want to talk about that fairway on the right side. All of that tall grass is OB, and that's where the danger on this hole comes from. It's all flagged OB, and the big guardian tree in the way of your tee shot is also dangerous, but at 314 feet, this is an attainable birdie. But because the most popular play here is the Anheuser, these women will have to fully commit to that turnover shot and then trust that their disc is going to come back. And we sort of saw them struggle with that on hole 8. So it is also hard to tell on camera, but the fairway does track slightly uphill. So if you want to get to the green, you've got to really put out a pump of a shot.
This is a long shot for anyone in the world. This is a very difficult hole, averaging over par for the MPO field. This is the hardest hole on the course. Even in a small sample size at 16 players, it's over a stroke above par. No one even sniffing the birdie yet. A couple of big numbers on the scorecard.
Well, Katrina being a fairway goddess and coming off of that bogey on hole number 11, she's going to be, I am predicting she will be aggressive on this hole. But given the wind being a little bit gustier than usual, I know she was able to get in some good practice, and we did have big wind gusts during those practice rounds, so she's not anything she hasn't dealt with before, but still tough.
And that's out into the safe wide area. The green grass, the healthy looking green grass, is all in bounds there. That little dead looking patch is the beginning of OB off to the left side of the fairway.
Kona lines up the forehand. And comes up short, but in a very safe position for her.
This is just such a difficult shot. 314 feet. The uphill the whole way, I think it's close to 12 feet uphill. That is a tall task.
She gets it turned over, but is that wind going to let it come out?
Don't think so.
Now it looks like we're going to see another OB stroke, and it's as if the wind had picked up even more as Macy is making her way off the back of the tee. Katrina Allen may take a moment. I could see her utilizing an extra few seconds here, seeing if the wind's going to die at all. Instead, she's stepped up, and it looks like she's ready to go.
It's showing 15 miles an hour right now, but it seems to be gusting upwards of 25 and maybe even more.
Well, thankfully, we've got Nate Perkins out in the field. We're going to check in with him in just a moment. First, we're going to take a look at, this is Haley King and her reaction to her tee shot here. She did get closest to the pin.
Yeah, it seemed like she came out of that, didn't really have that angle integrity that she planned, and that's the fear of not wanting to throw OB. I think she just sort of came out of that Anheuser line and threw it straight.
All right, Nate, you're out there on the course, and I know we keep asking about wind, but they're shifting all different directions as they're traversing through the country club. What are you seeing on this hole?
Well, it might say 15 out here, but Germ is definitely correct. It's ripping more at like 25 miles per hour, and hole 12 is just playing so difficult. Macy, I believe, actually kicked back in bounds. She's in the best position of the group, but yeah, we've got some stiff headwind ahead of us here.
Wow, it seems like a fortunate break possibly there for Macy.
It also seemed to me that Macy got the most aggressive out of the group.
I agree with that, Hannah. Yeah, you really have to commit to that Anheuser line, and you have to trust that your disc is going to hold on to its stability, flatten back out to shape this shot properly. You really have to put it on that really aggressive line.
Oh my goodness, Kona Panis. Nearly throwing it in from the fairway.
We're calling that the basket koozie. That was a nice little connection there for Kona. Almost gave us something special right there. The first birdie of the day on hole 12. Just a bit short. Wow, that thing was just bouncing up and down in the wind, Terry.
Yeah, we saw the wind just absolutely pushing it up, then letting it drop.
You
had
know,
no idea where that was going to go.
I just need to say that Haley King lied to me because on the Nick and Matt show a few weeks ago, Haley King went on there and said she never does backhand approaches because she has a scar on her pinky, and every time she does a fan grip, she hits the scar on her pinky, and it gives her the tinglies all up and down her arm. And she just absolutely executed that to perfection, as did Katrina Allen. And I feel lied to, and I'm upset.
I paused for a moment because I did think it was different that she was lining up that backhand shot. So everything you said played to what my instincts were as well. However, it's Championship Saturday. Maybe she needs some of the tinglies. I don't know. But right now, she is trying to fight through this battle with Katrina Allen, and there's just a few holes left.
Well, with that wind ripping from left to right headwind, that forehand, even from that distance, is exposed to the wind and can easily blow out of bounds. That backhand has a nice fight against the wind, keeping that top flight plate down. Might not be her most comfortable approach shot, but a very good disc selection and great execution from Haley. So it looks as if we will have very short putts for par here on 12, which is turning out to be a great score on this hole today.
Yeah, Katrina Allen in for her par on 12. Maintaining that tied for first position so far.
What a great battle heading down the back stretch of the final fourth and final round here in Emporia.
No comfort to be found whatsoever. This wind changes things. The scores keep changing.
We've got two different battles brewing out here. We got a tie at first, 13 under, and Heather Young and Macy Walker right now, they're tied at 2 under apiece.
And as we jump ahead, we're taking a look. I believe this is the chase card. Here's the green of hole number 13, the hole in which they're going to move over to. Getting some wind reads. And this is really great. If our lead card is getting into position, they might be able to see some of these putts, walk up actually a little bit as they're standing on the tee. I feel like the wind read at the tee versus, say, halfway up the fairway are two very different looks on this particular hole because it starts a little bit lower from where the green is.
Here's Erica Stinchcomb for her par from circle 2. These are tough in the wind.
Hannah, do you know if any of these women like to walk up the fairway and watch the other groups? It's something that we see a lot sometimes in the MPO division. I know that Ricky Wysocki and Nico LaCastro really like to meander their way up the fairway and take a good look at what's going on up there. Have you ever noticed that?
With these lead card women, they all have their own caddy or someone that they're sort of vibing with, and I think so many of them in their pre-round interviews said they're just trying to focus on themselves that I would assume no. But one of the women who's known for doing that, who's not here this weekend, is Paige Pierce.
Another nice putt there from Heather. She's putting together a really solid round right now at 1 under par. Coming off that awesome inaugural win. I shouldn't say inaugural, but her first win on tour last week.
And Missy Gannon with the headwind will connect. That is her for par.
See Gannon currently tied with Valerie Mandujano for the hot round.
Erica will be in for bogey. And then, of course, Maria Oliva tapping in there. That was Maria for her par. And they should be all clear back on the tee.
This is another one that's reachable for these competitors with distance, but depending on what the wind is doing on this hole, that makes things a lot more difficult. And again, I see Haley with a distance driver. That leads me to believe she's going to be getting aggressive. She's going to have to trust that that's going to come back in this wind. She gets all the applause, finding the fairway.
Nate, as Kona steps up, can you tell us how close she is to the pin?
Haley is right at circle 2's edge. You could see the headwind just slow her disc down.
Yeah, the trouble, of course, being those trees on the left. You really just need to navigate through them. I'm sure they can, but can make this hole a little bit more difficult to break down, especially off the tee and wind like this.
That was a great shot from Kona.
Playing that low ceiling.
Wow, Macy has so much power. Just connecting on that tree, that was going to be so close.
She's thinking, what else do I need to do? I threw a great shot, great speed. I love the height on it, and then unfortunately finds the tree late in the fairway.
We have yet to see a birdie on hole 13 this week, or today so far. Cat's drive, can she avoid that tree? She does, and she'll have a look at it.
We could not say it better ourselves as Katrina alerts us. The wind is no joke out here.
Yeah, and that was Haley King with that almost again. I'm glad they went away from it because she almost just brings up bad memories. I don't like being lied to.
Well, what we do love is the competition unfolding with Kat and Haley both tied at 13 under, 2/3 of the way through. And Jerm, you said it as well. We've been talking about it. It's a race to the podium for who else will join them. We know Kat and Haley are going to be there. Who else will be there? Macy and Heather, both with those 2 under pars right now. Here's
Katrina
Kat's
Allen.
drive again.
Great drive, currently putting for birdie from circle 1 now on hole 13. The only woman on the lead card to be doing so, Macy and Kona. A bit out of position on hole 13, putting for birdie from circle 2. And Haley, as Nate Perkins said, is just on the fairway outside of circle 2. So, I mean, she's known for her spin putt. Looks like she's grabbing her putter, but I don't know if she's going to be able to make this happen in this wind. I think she's just going to be looking to get up and under the basket, especially with that low ceiling.
Maybe not the time to pick her spot at this moment.
Oh?
Maybe it was.
Yeah, she's... Never know with Haley. She's full of surprises, especially that putt yesterday on hole 18 for birdie. I just couldn't believe she ran that, but then it's Haley King. Of course she did.
I'm reminded of 2019 Green Mountain Championship when she was just ripping putts in from everywhere, 60 feet, just nothing but downhill and OB behind the basket, no fear in her eyes at all.
That was a really good tournament to bring up in this situation because it was Haley and Paige battling it out. There was a moment where Haley was out of position on one of the finishing holes. I believe it was hole 17. She just continued to push and throw and continued to attack. And I remember Paige talking about it later in some of her press interviews, just saying she couldn't believe that she didn't just lay up short to the OB and play it out for par, try to push a playoff. Instead, she got aggressive. And Haley has all the skill and all the talent to be aggressive. Didn't pay off for her then, but we've seen her win tournaments since then.
Kona from about 30 feet for the birdie. Oh, wow, that was close. Almost makes it with 0 chains.
Lots of encouragement from the fans. She'll be putting for par from circle 1 now, maintaining a par streak within the last 5 holes. Haley King in for par.
Not getting punished for the aggressive play from 60 feet.
You have to wonder if that's an advantage. She's so comfortable in the circle. Does that give you an advantage when you're really running things?
Absolutely. If you think that you can give this a bid from 60 feet and you're going to go 20 feet deep if you miss, which is what's going to happen if you don't draw chains, then you know that you're going to make that comeback. It opens up that freedom to be able to run that putt free. And, yeah, she's not making 3 putts right now. And a couple early putts missed, but since then, you know, she's doing pretty good on the green.
And so close, Kona.
Oh, come on. Doing everything she needed to do. Just a little bit right, but let her in their basket.
The height was right, just a fraction off to the right.
You know, I think this tournament is going to be pretty meaningful for Kona because it's been a while since she's really faced this much adversity in a tournament. She's been able to navigate and score well at these tournaments for a while, outside of like Texas State's maybe, but being able to do that on camera, it speaks volumes to her character and just her determination as an athlete.
Well, we're going to bring you the last 1/3 of this round and, of course, the conclusion here of the 2021 Dynamic Disc Open after a word from these sponsors.
Do I have what it takes? I have the dedication. I have the right equipment. I have the fire. Zuka. Disc golf carts for a better game.
Stepping into the daylight, I'm on Do I have what it takes?
Oh.
Yes.
When the PDGA National Tour rolls into town, the action is intense and the competition fire. But every inferno, no matter the size, must begin as a spark. With PDGA sanctioned leagues and tournaments, anyone can get in the game. Fuel your fire. Find an event near you at pdga.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Katrina, maybe getting ready for a post-round interview? If things all go her way?
A little soon for that, Terry.
Yeah, I was just talking to Jerm off camera, just saying how uncomfortable I am watching this coverage because of the scores. There is so much golf left out in these holes. I mean, there's only 5 of them, but 3 par 3s, a par 4, and a par 5. There's no cushion out there. I mean, Jerm, what are these women doing right now when these backups start to happen? What is the pro move here?
Well, for these women that are in the hunt for the win, they're definitely just thinking about their game plan. They're going over shot strategy. They're accounting for the wind. And then, if they have to make an adjustment with a different disc or a different angle of release, they're going through those things right now. But they're doing whatever they can to just focus on maybe the next shot. But at the same time, you don't want to overthink about it. You don't want to sit there and drool over these tiny, minute details. You want to step up there and use your disc golf instincts as well. For the most part, they're just trying to keep their brains occupied. They don't want to get too wrapped up in the moment. They don't want to look at scores. They know what the situation is at. Haley and Katrina know that they're tied right now, but they're not trying to think about we're playing for the title. They're trying to play shot for shot. They're trying to get through this and just execute each hole properly. We've got 5 holes left, and each one of these holes is averaging significantly over par. This is a tough final stretch, but this whole course is, especially when you bring that wind into play.
This is a really good opportunity also to mention, like, caddies are really, really valuable, but you have to choose someone that you're comfortable with emotionally, physically. You can bounce ideas off of them. You trust them. You still need to be in control of your own game. But having that caddy, like we see Austin Hannum off camera, or we saw Haley with her caddy, have enough understanding of disc golf to say, yeah, that's a great idea. Or maybe you've been struggling with that shot a bit, or yeah, go for it. What's the worst that can happen? And Haley spoke to that yesterday in her press conference after her round, just talking about how having a caddy has helped her mentally stay focused, stay sharp, but also just continue to have fun, keep things lighthearted. Don't get so emotionally outraged with mistakes, and don't celebrate your victories too early.
A couple of nice putts there made from our chase card as the lead sitting here waiting to progress up the fairway. But you're totally right about that. And having a caddy is paramount, and above that, it's so important to have a caddy that understands you. Being out there and just carrying a bag is one thing. Somebody giving you advice is another thing, but you have to trust them that they know you and your game. If you don't have a strong connection with that person, it's hard to trust them saying, no, don't throw that, or do throw that.
And Haley King ripping.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
That's crushed. Oh, my gosh.
Into this headwind, that is incredible.
Yeah, and that is a little bit of a safer play, especially well, I don't know if there's a safe play on this hole in this wind, but I like that play. That's a comfortable shot for Haley. It's a familiar shot. Just hanging that hyzer out wide right, letting it come back into the fairway, and putting as much of the fairway behind you as you can. It's 574 feet, so...
Kona splitting the gap, getting out farther left, which opens up that approach angle nicely. That was a great shot from Kona.
Macy should be reading all of that movement of those discs and looking to hang her disc out wide right as well. A little bit of a straighter option.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, another tree hit.
Well,
just can't get past that last tree.
And at least it did kick in a favorable way out to the left. And Jerem, that was going to be my question to you, is when playing this hole, is it fair to say that you'd like to push maybe that left side because it gives you both a forehand and backhand option to the green?
Well, certainly for Kona, as she's shown time and time again, she's got the great forehand. Obviously, Haley has a great forehand as well. Katrina's forehand is serviceable, but she doesn't have as much distance. So she wants to perhaps keep that drive a little bit straighter and open that backdoor hyzer, maybe over the fence coming in on the green. We've seen Kat go roller in the past, but obviously that is not the play for today.
Not at all. And we're going to take another look. Here's Haley coming off. We were just talking about how great of a drive that was, how she crushed it. And she knows she did. Getting herself pumped up. Oh, yeah.
Love it.
That's a Wisconsin thing, right, Taylor?
It is. When her and I are at the gym, she's always outlifting me. It's incredible what she's doing. And keeping the heat on between her and Katrina Allen. So exciting to watch. You know, one thing we talked about yesterday was how holes 14 and 15 almost parallel one another. So you're playing a wind one way, and then you turn around on the very next hole, play it back the opposite way. Those are things that, if they're really thinking ahead, you could be saying, hey, what am I thinking about on the next hole when I'm throwing my tee shot? You know, what is the wind going to be doing to me at that point?
Well, one woman who navigated the wind well on this hole was Heather Young. She's one of the only women to walk away with the birdie on hole 14. The other is Emily Beach. lefties.
I was going to say both lefties.
Couple of lefties.
That's going to jump Heather Young into solo third place right now. With Macy connecting on that early tree, she's got a long way left for the birdie. That could be advantage to Heather, and she's working her way up into that podium finish. Sometimes I think podium is a little bit arbitrary for disc golf. We don't necessarily stand on a podium. It's not like the Olympics. We're not getting gold, bronze, and silver here. But those points are very important for this National Tour Series. As Katrina
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
has opened the door here. That is going to be well outside circle 1 to save the par. And now, just like that.
There is OB to the left, and there is a guardian tree in front of the basket that she's trying to swoop around. The play is, of course, to hang it out right. As you said, without having a distant forehand, she doesn't really have that to rely on. It's really that shot that she's just so accurate with. So seeing that hold that line and carry OB is uncharacteristic for her.
A lot more space to hang a sidearm out here, especially into this headwind. If it turns over, you should be okay. Macy flexing the sidearm muscles. That was huge. And again, hitting some more foliage, dropping short, but that was a big forehand. My goodness. She's showing that she got maybe a little bit of those thermal wind lifts, just jumping up just a bit, unable to keep it under that somewhat low ceiling.
I feel like we're going to need a new UDIS statistic for how often someone throws a shot and then second guesses what the wind just did to them, because it seems like it's happening almost every time out here and so challenging to read. Nate, we hear the wind ripping. Is it as bad as it sounds out there?
It's ripping, Terry, and it actually just picked up here for Kona's shot. It's 25, maybe 30 mile per hour direct headwind.
Yeah, I've been friends with Kona for a while, and I know her hair might not look that thick, but it definitely is. And for it to just be picking up like that that's a good wind read in and of itself.
Look at that. She's going away from the forehand. She's going to go for the turnover low backhand unless she goes to the disc change stat. One more time, Terry.
Picking up a little bit of a wider rim disc.
Wow, we saw her go to the right yesterday of the tree.
Nice and low. Yeah, I like that play, actually.
Keeping it under the wind, just not quite judging the wind shear. It's going to be...
The reason I like that play is because Kona can easily Anheuser around that tree, and that's her normal putt. So she's not really in a position that a lot of us would prefer, but for her, she can easily just pop one over, allow the wind to carry it closer to the basket, walk away for par.
So now Haley's got some decisions. It looks like she's made
Look
her
how
mind.
far she is down the fairway.
Yeah, she absolutely blasted that tee shot.
Oh, no. And this looked a little short and tight, and that's exactly where it's going to land. It just didn't seem like she gave it enough effort right out of her hand. I was expecting her to hang it wide left, just let the wind kind of carry it over, the headwind that's there. And instead, a little light.
It's a big-time opportunity that she just lost to perhaps get 2 shots on Katrina.
This is sort of the theme we've been seeing for this division, is just Katrina bogeying or having a potential to bogey and leaving the door open, and Haley really not taking advantage. She just putting herself a little bit out of position or not connecting with the basket for a birdie putt and only taking 1 stroke instead of 2. It's happened multiple times in all 3 rounds so far, and now this one as well. Kona opting for the forehand a little bit further from that tree than I expected.
And now Katrina is looking. Well, first we'll wait a moment. Yep, just getting a clarification as to where she was last in bounds. And now she's looking at throwing this approach shot, but this is going to be a mid-range or a putter into a headwind, and she's got to have just the right amount of touch on it. Looks like it's pretty manageable distance, though. Little light.
Manageable, but not willing to go for it, Terry.
Yeah, and I do think that's the right play. I was just thinking, take all the stress that remains here, take it out of play. She's already looking at the bogey, just have a stress-free bogey at this point, and not even have to think about that bogey putt. And unfortunately, she left herself with a couple extra feet.
Yeah, I can't quite call that a stress-free bogey putt for Katrina coming up, but Haley will have a stress-free par, so she's guaranteed to pick up at least one shot.
This is Macy for a long look at birdie.
Gets it up high enough.
Oh, that was a great effort.
She is committing more to these putts, trusting the wind, but she's just not connecting now. So she's just got to bring those two things together, and she will be a force to be reckoned with in and out of the putting green. Yeah, Terry, you're absolutely right. This is slightly out of her comfort zone.
There it is. Good putt by Katrina.
Good lull in the wind as well. If that, I don't care who's standing behind that putt. If that wind's ripping 25 miles an hour, that will make you think twice, 3 times, maybe even take your full 30 seconds to let that wind die down, and able to connect on that one dead center. And so she'll be one shot back of Haley with 4 to go.
Kona Panis in for her par on hole 14. Well played. I liked that decision by Kona on the fairway. Just staying in control of her game.
And they will make a brief jaunt over to the tee of 15, but it looks like we have Heather Young here already on the green of 15 moments ago.
Maintaining that circle 1 percentage and moving 2 spots up into 3rd place from the start of the day. Macy Walker, I don't know if Macy would be looking at scores. She has a caddy. I'm sure her caddy's glancing at UDisc here and there and giving her advice. That tends to be what people are doing out here instead of worrying about it themselves. But they're really going neck and neck. I mean, Heather Young does have that 1 stroke up, and Macy Walker has 4 pars in the last 4 holes.
Heather, impressive Circle 1 stats. 3 misses on the weekend so far at 93%, first in the field.
Yeah, just how good she is on the green, and here she is on the tee shot.
Oh my word.
Oh, wow. Wow, what an effort by Heather on the tee of hole number 16, trying to ring it up.
Yeah, Heather was asked about how she felt about this course, and she said she preferred it over Jones Gold. But that just goes to show her being able to be competitive at Jones Gold, where she felt like it was a lot more righty friendly, and she had to struggle a little bit more in the wind, especially the conditions all the way back on day 1 in the rain and with the lightning delay. She did everything she needed to do, and now she can capitalize on a lot of these holes out here at Country Club.
It's interesting that she says that. It's not known for being a lefty-friendly course, especially in some of these par 3s, but and also because she's not the longest thrower on tour. Incredible in the circle percentage, but this course obviously favors the long-distance thrower. Sarah Hokum calling this the Dynamic Distance Open, and Heather out here, she's doing well. She's in 3rd place.
Yeah, she said she actually admitted in her pre-event interview that she's not the strongest thrower at FBO, but her goal is to just stay in bounds and have good rounds regardless of that. She's like, I don't know what scores will be, so keeping it safe is the game plan, and keeping it safe is exactly what she's been doing.
I'd love to check in with Nate, as we're first going to, though, watch Haley King. Hear the feather banners just ripping out there.
Yeah, so as you said earlier, Terry, this is going to be, should be a tailwind. I mean, we can get a wind read from Nate Perkins. That would be super valuable information, but the women are definitely going to be able to use this to their advantage.
Haley seems a bit miffed.
Yeah, well, conserving that energy too, Terry.
Yes.
Oh, that
Kona just
stays in
hanging
bounds.
on. Kona still even par. She's a couple back of Macy. She's riding a 6-hole par streak right now. Needs to get a couple of these birdies here out to finish out the round and try to get back up in that 4th, maybe even 3rd spot.
It surprises me how both women, both Macy and Kona, have walked up straight to the basket. In a tailwind, it's going to want to carry your disc a little bit further, so I would assume they would throw it out just a little bit more to the right, let it fade, but get some more distance. We'll see if Katrina does that.
It looks like she has Hannah, and that's swinging in. Does that get No, just stays out to the right side. That needs it. That has rolled out of bounds, and that is a horrible, unbelievable break.
Yeah, that's the trouble that can come out on this hole is if it's not the guardian trees and the low ceiling on the approach, it's the OB on both the left and right side.
This hole serving as an island, that's going to move Katrina up to the drop zone, and it's really no gimme from there.
Well, I feel like I've seen hundreds of drives on this particular hole, and for it to get up and roll as far as it did from where she landed, it's just really something I've never seen before. So a
This is
really
sort of
terrible break for her.
This is sort of what happened to Katrina last year at this tournament. She fell down the leaderboard at this event after just having a slow start, and there was a big, significant push from her competition. So she's just going to keep needing to capitalize on her strongest statistic, which so far is not Circle 1 in regulation. It's Circle 1 in regulation and parked percentage. It's supposed to be fairway, but she's really not capitalizing on that. I mean, she's so talented, and to see her come up short is painful.
So
you hear Katrina calling for a provisional. She just wants to make certain. And just a absolute veteran and professional move there. If you're ever uncertain about a lie or an OB call or quite frankly a number of different calls within your group, you're always eligible to call for a provisional shot, and she's done just that. I think we all know the result, but
great shot.
It's still a great precaution.
And if you're ever in Emporia, Kansas, grab yourself a provisional beer.
That is good. Paige Shu recommends 10 of 10.
That's good effort there from the drop zone, Terry, to get up there and all but secure the bogey. Haley now an opportunity once again to get 2 strokes as Katrina has gone out of bounds early, and Haley is up there staring down a birdie.
This is a lot to ask of your body for these professionals. I mean, this is Katrina's 9th event of the season, 10th time competing at this event, but still, there's unfamiliar territory. There are mistakes that you make, and can't help but wonder if you go in with any added expectations year after year. You know, some years she's walked away with the victory, other years she's fallen down the leaderboard. How does that affect you as she just continues to play at the same venue year after year after year?
Well, I mean, she certainly has a lot of confidence to build off of here in Emporia. She's a 4-time winner of this event, and coming into this round just 1 shot back of Haley. You know, she's feeling strong about her chances, but right now she's looking at some tough times ahead with only 4 to go or 3.5 to go, and potentially 3 back if Haley is able to connect on this putt.
I'm also looking at the overall scores from yesterday compared to today. Haley, of course, having the hot round, shooting the 5 under. Today, she currently sits at even prior to this upcoming putt she'll have in a moment.
Here's Kona from Circle 2 for her birdie.
Oh, good height. Didn't quite get the turn, and that's common for an Anheuser putter with a right to left putt. A right to left tailwind, I should say.
Huge opportunity here for Haley King.
Yeah, that's the wind you want, and she took advantage. That is huge.
She's gotten so much more control over her spin as her career has unfolded. When she first came, she would, you know, be putting so hard at the basket. Sometimes I thought putts like that would just spit right out. And from one great putter to another, Heather Young walking away from her birdie on hole 16, goes over and congratulates Haley King.
Struggles continue today, unfortunately, for Kona on the green. That'll be a bogey here.
And that's so extra painful because of the gallery and having your fans watch you. It takes a lot of mental strength to swallow those mistakes.
All right, and Katrina will give up 2 strokes here on hole number 15. Wow, and just the difference these last 2 holes have made. Of course, Haley King going 1 under, while Katrina has gone 2 over The 3-stroke differential has all happened in these last 2 holes.
Just such a bad break off the reaction of the ground play with Katrina's drive.
And now we're going to take a look at, this is Heather Young putting on the green of hole number 16.
After a great drive to get on the island. Wow, no fear at all. And that's so interesting because we saw that yesterday on hole 18, and I didn't think she was going to go for it. And if you had asked me before she had putt, I would have said no.
3 under for the round so far, tying Missy Gannon.
Yes. And as we're looking at those scores briefly, we're going to head back to the green on hole number 16. A moment ago, Missy Gannon also putting for birdie, also a death putt, and also
Yes.
collecting it. And as you just mentioned, Germ, those 2 women currently tying for the hottest rounds thus far, both 3 under, as we get a beautiful aerial shot from Trent out here on the iconic hole number 16.
Yeah, hole 16, a 262-foot water carry the entire way, par 3, as you can see the forward tee to the right-hand side. This has been referred to as a pretty difficult hole, but also the most photogenic here at the country club.
And I'm just wondering if our crew actually had to step up from some form of drone to an actual blimp of sorts with the winds that are out there today, keeping the drone steady, and an additional challenge out here.
Yeah, the interesting part about this hole so far for me is that every competitor I've watched has run the island, and I think it's going to be interesting to see if they do that today, especially in these conditions. The green is very small, surrounded by OB, but with a newer feature being, well, they've had it in years past, but it's still relatively new. It serves as a backstop, just that wooden guardrail in the back, and I think it encourages more women to go for it. They're not worried about skipping off and going past. They have that backstop now, and you almost saw Heather Young take that into play.
I feel like Eric McCabe wanted to provide a little bit of safety net, so to speak, by having that added a few years ago.
Jerm, being a forehand player, watching Haley line up what appears to be a forehand, what is she looking to do here on hole 16?
Well, we're going into a headwind, so she's going to want to go with something a little bit more overstable, get it out there wide, and let the disc maybe lift up in the wind. And she has stuck it, and that is not good news if your name is Katrina Allen. That is a fantastic drive.
That is such trust and such confidence. Look at this emotional reaction. These big moments. Incredible stuff from Haley King.
Macy with that smooth release.
Oh,
this
I
is
love
looking
this.
fantastic. And that's in that backwood wall that you were just referring to. And that is about as scary as a putt gets.
Hey, and maybe Macy will look at the scores. Maybe she'll have to determine for herself, is this one that's worth going for? Because we know if you go for that putt and you miss the basket, you are all but guaranteed to be in the water with the penalty stroke.
She's 2 back of Heather Young. If she wants to catch her, I think that you have to pick and choose your opportunities, and you have to get aggressive at this point.
A little hesitation from Kona, but she immediately steps up and commits fully. She is rewarded. I loved that. I loved seeing that little hesitation, and then it's almost like she said, no, you can do this, and she did. Have I mentioned how much I love the country club?
This is a defining moment in the event.
I like the look of this, but it is staying straight. And
that's coming up short, guys.
Oh,
yes.
my gosh, and an awful drop. That disc was looking to be so well thrown, and then just stayed straight, never hazard.
I am confused as to what the wind just did to that disc, because to me, I assumed it would be a headwind for this hole, which would lift. But it seemed as if Katrina Allen sort of just suddenly dropped right out.
And one has to wonder if that all but ends any chance for Katrina Allen now to hunt down Haley King with just 2 holes left to play, as they have to still complete hole number 16. This appears to be Haley's tournament right now.
I mean, just 10 minutes ago, we were all tied up, and just like that, it seems to be all but over.
These National Tour Series events they have Haley King written all over them. She is on track to be taking down her 2nd in a row, and
can't ask for a better start than that here on the National Tour, that's for sure. Here's Katrina just trying to pitch it onto the green, get it close, walk away with the bogey. She will give up at least one stroke, assuming we don't see a crazy roll away or something from Haley, but at least one, maybe 2 strokes to Haley.
Can't imagine Haley laying up from that close, but I mean, when you know that you're still getting a stroke, taking your lead from 3 to 4 with just 2 holes remaining, it might not be the worst idea to consider.
This is the theme that we've been seeing with these women, is Katrina taking a bogey or being set up for a bogey after going OB and being unable to scramble. It is really hard to scramble on this hole and save par, but still, she leaves the door open, and Haley has these opportunities for birdie. Now, we did see her capitalize on hole 15, but yeah, as you said, this is a tester putt for sure. With all that water behind and her being more of a spin putter, it's anyone's guess.
If I check my own personal statistics, I believe Haley is 0 for 1,000 in layups. I don't think I've ever seen her provide go for a layup when given an opportunity.
Here's Macy Walker for her birdie from circle 1 on hole 16.
This is a huge putt right now for Macy.
Oh,
Wow.
come on.
Great putt.
Come on. Yes.
And the reaction all the way. Dead center chains. Perfect height.
Wow, that was awesome.
Wow. And what
These Tennessee girls love those circles edge putts on hole 16. They love it.
Tennessee is 2 for 2 with birdies on the island.
And Kona, not quite the confidence that Macy has. I can appreciate staying within your own lane and playing within your own game there and saying, hey, I don't need that stress or that drama. I'm just going to pitch it right up there and take the par.
Well, she also has 2 shots on Missy, and if she makes a mistake right now,
sit down.
Well, that's kind of like a layup.
Well, the result is the same, but certainly going for it. She's going to tap in, and she will just pick up a single stroke there on our second place challenger and Katrina Allen.
Katrina in for bogey on hole number 16. She'll drop another stroke to Haley King, as you just referenced, Terry. Falling behind on that back 9.
This little stretch right now has just absolutely been devastating for Katrina. 2 holes remaining, 4 back of our leader Haley King, who has we can't say emerged. She emerged last year, and she's just continued to play great disc golf this season, but it looks like she is 2 holes away from being your 2-time National Tour champion.
I'd like to throw it out to Nate Perkins in the field. And Nate, a very dramatic hole number 16, which we all anticipated. So I'd have to ask, is there any collective vibe that you're feeling out there? The crowd, the gallery, we're seeing them shift. Is there anything that you're picking up on with just 2 holes left to play?
The crowd is out here in full force, Terry. I'm getting the chills just looking around and seeing all the fans and everything. But you could almost see Katrina's chances sink as her disc just fell to the bottom. She just got a little too nose down, a little too turned over, and it was just a couple feet short of making the island. So it's been an incredible day of golf. I'm just happy to be here joining you guys. So it's been great.
And one quick follow-up to that, Nate. Was that a mid-range that we saw from Katrina on the previous tee shot?
Yes, I do believe it was the mid-range.
Okay, so Katrina, you talked about that, Hannah, and that it possibly flipped up and it just didn't get quite the carry that she was looking for. And obviously she felt like the mid-range was the play. We know that she has plenty of power. However, maybe with going into the teeth of that wind, we expected a little bit, she needed just a little bit more distance. And
oh my gosh, I've never been more jealous in my whole life. It's so cute, little guy.
He's just a tired little puppy.
Yeah. And one of our numerous photographers out there, I see Brittany Dickerson as well. She's been doing incredible work for the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and can't thank her enough for all the efforts. I think they're going to finally get a little reprieve and head back home after this weekend, her and Chris.
Gentlemen, we are on to hole 17, an 806-foot par 5, and we are now present in a backup. This is not the kind of mental space you want to stay in for a long time, being Katrina or Haley for that matter, coming off all of that success and her last few holes, having 3 birdies since hole 7. Now she's moving on to last few holes of what could be a win. That's a lot to manage, but also for Kat, she's coming off of 3 bogeys in a row, and now she just has to wait.
One of the lefties we keep speaking of from Tennessee. We're going to see the shot here from Heather Young. Heather with a very smooth forehand. We've seen that to be quite effective whenever she needs to pull it out.
She is currently leading with the hot round and on the fairway after 2 throws. So this will be her 3rd shot, looking to get it up and into the green.
I mean, if that's on circle 1, you can go ahead and count it. She is making every putt count in the circle. Great stuff from Heather.
Macy Walker on the fairway after her tee shot. Here's Haley King.
It's turned over. It's high. It gets knocked down on the right side of the fairway, and that's got a few trees to contend with on that second shot, but, you know, it's up the fairway. Not too bad.
Yeah, yesterday we saw her actually cut the fairway short. She kind of took the shortcut off to that right-hand side. I'm not sure with where she's positioned to that tree, if she'll have that opportunity again today.
She just needs to make sure that that next shot's in bounds. She doesn't need to get too aggressive.
Oh my gosh,
Kona
that was
just
so well done.
ripped it.
I loved her follow through. She followed through just a little bit up, trusting that it is an uphill shot, but that there is a tailwind pushing her disc down, and she played that so well.
A lot of hip rotation in this shot, a lot of shoulder rotation, using that off arm to create that quick spin, that fulcrum balance. A lot of power. And Kat has hit an early tree, and that just means that Haley needs to play this one safe. Play this one in the fairway in the next shot.
I think we can say that in the booth. I think Haley will still be aggressive, though, Germ. Yes. We can say whatever we want. Here's Missy Gannon
keep saying it, though.
up ahead.
Missy Gannon representing Beacon, New York, and also in for the hot round of the day.
Nice.
Oh, my gosh.
Missy's moved up 2 spots, and it's from plays like that. She's putting for birdie from circle 1, but that was almost an eagle, folks.
Well, she sits in +3, and that is 6th place right now. She's quite clear of Valerie, who's in the clubhouse. I don't see her dipping below that. The question is, where will the jostling finish out between Kona and Missy?
Well, we got that battle brewing. We've got the Heather and Macy battle brewing. There's so many different things going on right now, Terry. It's not just about that first place, second place battle. As we see that start to widen a bit, there's a lot of things going on right now. These women trying to get the best position for themselves possible going forward in the National Tour race.
And Germ, I think they need you on the course.
I'll be right
you're going to have
guys.
to go retrieve that. That looks to be up in the tree a little bit there for Katrina. The disc is lodged. It stayed up there. And for those who may not know, that is not a penalty here at the Dynamic Disc Open. Some events may play that as a 1-stroke penalty, but that is not the case here.
Yeah, there are trees off to the right of the fairway, and now comes opportunities to get aggressive. I mean, she could keep herself straight and head down the long fairway to the left, or she could cross over OB, and looks like she's choosing the lesser of the 2 evils.
Yeah, playing the safe wide route there, and that should give her an opportunity to get her 3rd shot somewhere near the green with a good up and over the top shot. Maybe she likes to go those line drive routes, though. She's very accurate with those fairway shots, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see her shape something down the middle and try to get up there to look for the birdie.
Missy Gannon for her birdie from circle 1 on hole 17's green. Yeah, she just tried to keep it a bit low. You can see that headwind ruffling up her shirt, and everything changes on the putting green when the cameraman shows up.
Yeah, and here's Maria Oliva. Also just short, catching the pull koozie, trademark. Haley King is currently waiting for the women to clear off. So if there's any question as to which route she's going or what she's doing, she is in fact waiting for this chase card to complete the hole so that she can take her route as we saw her do yesterday. Heather Young, this is Heather putting for birdie.
Terry, I gotta go. I gotta go get that disc for Katrina, get some more drone footage from my outstretched fingertips, and help Haley King develop a good sound game plan as she's trying to wrap up her second national tour win of the season. Just count it. Just count it.
Heather Young, 91% from the circle.
Jeez.
Incredible stuff.
Total stud there. Just 3 down on the last 4 holes. 1 bogey on the day.
Yeah, really well done.
On the second hardest hole that these women are playing today, on hole 11. That is awesome stuff.
Yeah, and there's 2 things you should no longer ever be surprised by: Haley King's aggressive play and Heather Young making a putt. I mean, those are just
like the pace of the putt was just perfect. The height, the accuracy was all just exactly what you like to see when you're in the backyard practicing. But we're in a national tour, windy, cameras, precious situation. All those things don't matter to Heather. She just likes making putts.
With all those clouds in the background, it looks like we're going to have ourselves a hailstorm coming up on hole 17.
Nice.
I think I know what you did there.
Why would that? She's right next to a tree. She can't even throw, can she? Well, maybe she can.
She can. You can see her eyeing up the tree. And she felt like this was the best play for her yesterday. She spoke of it, and she's in a similar position. I was worried about that tree initially, and
okay.
Yeah.
All right. What do I know?
I'm thinking maybe she doesn't recognize that it's a par 5, and she thinks she has to go for that shot.
You know, there are times when the safest play is the most aggressive play. It's what you've practiced. It's what you know. If she were to change up her game plan, it would be uncomfortable. And we see that at the USDGC every year when the leader comes in, they have to birdie they have to par 17, and they inexplicably don't go by. They don't lay up because they never practice the layup. They only practice going for it.
Kona trying to get all the distance, and that will result in a green flag.
I said it yesterday, and I'll say it today. Nate Sexton's quote, "That's why we throw those wide rims," stays true. All that movement back onto the safe green is excellent.
And it looked like she hit one of the limbs right out of her hand, so that's very fortunate that didn't kick straight down or to the right.
Let's see if Macy Walker can get away with an approach shot and not connect with a tree. She's managed to find them. She's still an incredible player, currently in 4th place, but just for once, Macy, let's just keep it on the green.
First set accomplished, second set, yeah. Okay. I think she has.
And as you just said, I know we're making maybe light of her finding the trees, yet she's still shooting just +1 on the day. An incredibly solid performance out here, although she's managed to connect with a number of the trees. Right now, she sits at -3, and she is 4 clear of her fellow cardmate Kona Panis. So she continues to battle with Heather, and we'll see what Heather's going to do on 18.
This is Katrina Allen's 3rd shot. She'll be looking to get it up and over that pine on the right.
Okay, so she is going with a high shot that is drifting left and going out of bounds. That's going to be 4 holes in a row with at least 1 out-of-bounds shot for Katrina.
And that's exactly what I was worried about as I watched her put that up on the hyzer line. Is she needs to hang it way out to the right and just let the gravity and the wind bring it in. Unfortunately, it looked like she was more online with the pin, and then from there, it carried deep left. And that should officially end any chance, unfortunately, for Katrina Allen to chase down this national tour victory.
Especially with Haley up there putting for eagle from circle 2. You think that she's going to lay up that eagle putt, Terry?
Absolutely not.
Both of these women have played absolutely incredible leading up to today. I mean, Katrina would set the pace and Haley would match it. It really was their show this weekend, and it was anyone's ball game going into today. I mean, Haley had that 1 stroke on Katrina, but Katrina came back hard in the front 9. Fortunately, she's fallen off in the back 9. Have to wonder what that's about. Hoping to get her maybe to open up a little bit in the post round interview, any press she might do after this tournament leading into the next one. But it was, I mean, it's tough going back and forth head to head at courses like this.
I tell you, I mean, it's one of the things that we have to do as professionals. One of the things that sometimes we like to do, but finishing these rounds and then doing an interview and having to talk about these struggles is one of the hardest things. It's in these moments where we're incredibly vulnerable. We'd sometimes just like to have some space to ourselves and be able to reflect and kind of sit on those feelings and absorb them and make sense of them, and then, you know, then readdress the fans, sign autographs and kiss babies and do interviews. But you know, this is gonna be a tough one for Katrina. Obviously, having the lead and having a little bit of issues here finishing this tournament off.
So as we saw Kona making her approach shot. She'll be putting for birdie from circle 1. Macy Walker putting for eagle from circle 2.
Oh, way! Yes!
No way!
Macy Walker with the throw in.
She said, Heather, your birdie was cute, but how about a bigger bird for eagles?
Wow. Macy Walker, that will jump her up to a tie. I believe. Is that for eagle?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
I was just mentioning the 2-stroke deficit.
Wow.
And she's trying to erase it. What an incredible shot.
Unreal. She's come out to these elite events and made her mark on them. I mean, I know she had an ace in Jonesboro. That was, or Idlewild rather. That just like she's just doing incredible things, and she's new. She has the highest PDGA number out there right now.
Take note of the name, Macy Walker. Sick putt on 16, and then backs it up with a throw-in from 85 feet or so. Oh my gosh, that was
just
awesome.
Incredible.
Let's take another look at that.
And she just asked for it. She said, just go in. Really well done.
There was no doubt about it either.
No.
She needed no special favors from the basket. She put it on the pole and connected. Incredible shot, Macy.
Catching up with Heather Young on hole 18. She's on the fairway after her first shot. Now she'll be looking to put her second one near or somewhere in the circle.
And this is a par 3, so this is a situation where she's found herself in a bit of trouble. Look at that forehand flex. That needs to sit.
Hole 18 is also just across the water from hole 17, so whatever fan reaction happened after Macy found the basket, Heather heard it, and she knows that they're right there neck and neck.
That was a great approach shot. She's put herself in the circle, so you can go ahead and write that down as a 3 for Heather.
She can go ahead and just pick that up. No need to finish out her hole.
No need at all.
Wow.
That was an awesome throw-in, though.
And right now it is all Haley King, just with hole number 18 to complete. I sense no problems with her pitching or taking her drive, putting it inbounds, and she should be able to just walk this one home at this point. A great battle with Katrina, but today the wind had Katrina's number, and Haley King put her head down, stayed focused, and did what she needed to do. We're going to give you the final hole and the rest of the action as we conclude here at the 2021 Dynamic Disc Open. We'll be back with you in a few moments after a word from these sponsors.
So, I mean, we've been running this league since 2007, and we've made little tweaks here and there, but I would say absolutely the biggest change that we've made is moving all the scoring over to UDisc.
UDisc has made it so easy for someone who doesn't even own a smartphone. The beauty of it is that it does so much while still having a very simple and straightforward format. I can't imagine somebody being a disc golf person without having UDisc.
We hear Haley talking a little bit about strategy. Also, pretty big smile as she is approaching her 72nd hole of the tournament.
Jerm, what is that feeling when you aren't quite done? You still have one hole to go with the water carry, but you have really done everything you needed to do out there, and you're almost there to your victory. What is going through her mind?
Right now, Haley knows that she's won this event. However, in her mind, she's not done yet. You can't think that way. You cannot allow yourself to not focus in on the next shot. Right now, this is why she plays. That's why we play. You see the smile on her face?
Yeah.
Haley is shy, and she's out there just smiling, just cheesing away, having a great time with friends. That right there is the beauty of the sport, and she's soaking it in. That's exactly what she's doing. She's becoming a champion right now.
Yeah, just an incredible athlete. She said she's actually more nervous about doing press, like interviews and social media, than competing. So I'm assuming any nerves from up until this point are just going to be about the post-round interview and figuring out exactly what you were alluding to earlier, just figuring out what your emotions are and putting those into words.
In my winning days, I feel like the most difficult thing for me was talking after a win. There's so many more emotions than after a loss.
I would never guess you'd have that problem, Jerm. All right, we see the great putt by Heather. She taps in. Hot round of the day as of right now.
4 under. Missy Gannon putting for double bogey from circle 1. She was the closest to Heather. Unfortunately, she comes up short. So Heather locking in a great performance here at the Country Club. Not a bad way to finish off the tournament. Worked her way up 2 spots into tied for 3rd. She's just waiting on what Macy Walker is going to do on hole 18.
And Missy Gannon completes her time here at the National Tour, the 2021 Dynamic Disc Open.
Missy Gannon moving up 2 spots as well into 6th place.
This is a huge drive for Macy. If she's able to break that tie with the hot charging Heather Young and take 3rd place solo, that would be an incredible finish after that remarkable eagle.
Yeah, hole 18 is a 413-foot par 3 with an immediate water carry off the tee, so we'll see really a test of her distance here.
Looks.
You have to hang that over the water. Macy get a little bit tentative there. Not quite as much trust and commitment out over the water, so she's going to have to save that par. Otherwise, Heather Young is going to jump up into our 3rd place spot.
And of course, the water carry here, not the challenge, the actual distance of the carry, but instead the positioning once you've crossed the land and easily finding inbounds.
Just a long birdie putt from there, Terry.
Knowing her, she'll probably go for it.
Well, she has the strokes to do it, and if she wanted to go out like that, she certainly could. I don't think that's going to happen now, though.
Let's see if Kona.
Great angle control today from Kona. Great height control, and she'll be rewarded with a circle 2 putt for birdie.
Kona is 5 back of 3rd and 5 ahead of 6th, so if she wants, she could certainly go for it, and just for a fun way to finish the event. The only thing that changes is just rating points, which fairly insignificant to these women right now.
The wind picking up for Katrina. She's taking no breaks here out at the Country Club. Finding OB on the last 4 holes. Wow.
Yeah, this
really great.
is
absolutely
perfect.
Incredible.
Let's see what.
Sheesh.
There it is. Katrina, albeit not phased with her great shot, she's going to be a little bit disappointed, but that is a great tee shot nonetheless. And Nate, they're walking up the fairway. This is one of the best parts of the tournament when you're in the lead. We're going to take another look at Haley, but as we're doing that, Nate, out on the ground, how much excitement as that gallery comes up this famous hole 18's green?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting down here on the green, Terry. There's a couple hundred fans gathered. I can see the trophy right behind the basket, so it's just really exciting, really emotional, and yeah, it's really cool to see a couple new superstars competing as well. Macy Walker, wow, what a crusher, what a performance by her. Just amazing golf by these athletes.
Yeah, it has been great. as we said, this might be one of the best walks in disc golf, is moving up the final hole of the tournament, having a very comfortable lead, there, knowing there's no possible way you're not going to leave the champion, and almost nothing but smiles coming from Haley King.
That's a feeling that you need to get used to, Haley. That is all eyes are on you.
You see Walker finding herself inbounds off her drive on hole 18.
And this, a crucial approach shot, as you're mentioning, Jerm. If she can get up and down and save the par, she will remain tied with Heather Young for that third place position. This is maybe a little bit for the Tennessee title as well between the two of them.
Oh, that's right. You know that these athletes competed against each other a ton of times, and she's going to have her work cut out for her if she stays in bounds, and she does.
Okay. So, albeit the rollaway didn't help her, she does stay in bounds, and an uphill putt, a makeable one, but she's got work to do.
Haley King finding the fairway after her tee shot.
Yep.
Laying it up.
Yep.
Well done.
And now you can officially allow it to soak in. I'm sure she enjoyed that walk up the fairway, but now just a couple feet away from tapping in and addressing her biggest fear, the media. Oh. Really no harm there in running that one. Kona a little disappointed. Not her best effort today, but nothing to be too upset about with her performance this week.
Yeah, she's found this new putt for herself, and she's taken down the Waco Charity Open this year, so clearly it works for her. But again, it's still something that she's relatively new to, and having to deal with new things in the wind is challenging and it's difficult. She's proven to keep herself up at the top. She's currently in 5th. She'll be putting for par from circle 1, but as I said, these new skills and the weather changes, they feel even newer.
Yeah, I mean, I know she's played in the wind, but in wind this intense, maybe not with that new putt. This could be the most intense wind she's seen, but Macy Walker. Yeah, this is a huge putt for Macy. She's trying to decide if she's inside the circle or outside the circle.
Yeah, she had counted 11 paces. She was trying to determine if she was inside, yes, that the 10-meter circle or not. And that would be, of course, if you can fall forward, if you are outside that 10-meter range, or in her case, kind of lunge forward with the step putt that she has. This is for a tie of 3rd place, a share of it.
Wow.
Oh
Great putt for Macy.
Yes.
Back to back. She went birdie on hole 16, eagle on 17.
Oh,
now she's in
wow.
for her par to maintain a tie at 3rd with Heather Young.
Oh, and thanks to our Zuka replay. Let's just put it out there as she gets the fist pump from her from Jeremy Rusko, Dynamic Disc. Let's put it out there, folks. Macy Walker is a stone cold killer out there, and she
Yes.
is a threat to deal with. Every tournament she signs up in, she's going to be a threat to deal with as Kona doesn't connect on her return putt. So happy for Macy and the performances that we've seen from her in the last few weekends. All right, and there is Haley King putting in for the winning putt. You hear the eruption.
She's
Haley.
our 2020 Disc Golf Pro Tour Finale champion, our 2021 first NT of the Year champion over at Tennessee States in Texas, and now she's taken down the Dynamic Discs Open, or the Dynamic Distance Open, as
Yes.
Sarah Holcomb likes to call it. Haley King, I mean, has all of the potential, but
congratulate your 2021 Dynamic Disc Open champion, Haley King.
Haley right there. Great round, Haley. Haley, what an incredible performance out here in the win today. How does it feel to come on top at your second national tour of the year already?
It feels really good. I was throwing the disc well and I was being confident, so it was nice.
Yeah. So you won your first national tour of the year on a heavily wooded track and out here in the long, windy conditions. What do you think that says about your game?
I'm here. Challenge is about to start.
And you're showing us no fear out on the course. We're all dying to know, how do you stay so loose out there?
My caddy helps a lot, but I just have to think about the present, don't think about the last shot or the shot that I have to throw, the next shot or next hole, just keep in the present.
Incredible performance out here today, Haley. Anything that you'd like to add about your competitors today?
Everybody played amazing. It was a lot of fun. Shout out to Macy. She's like my new favorite person ever, so yeah, hope to see her out here more.
Yeah, what a performance. I think we're seeing the birth of a new superstar, wouldn't you say?
Yes, for sure. She's got a 6 sidearm.
Great performance, Haley. And what's the next event that we're going to be seeing you at?
U.S. Women's.
Best of luck to you. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
We'll be back with you in just a few words. We'll be back with you after a few messages from our sponsors.
Love getting outside and challenging yourself to become better? How about spending time with family and friends, or just marveling at the pure joy of flight? Then you've come to the right place at the right time. Join the PDGA.
When I walk up to the tee, I have these game plans. I know where I want to land. I know the distance to the basket from those positions. I think I'm going to land in these same areas every single time, but you never know. I know how far I am. I know the height now. Having the Bushnell rangefinder, no matter where I land, gives me that extra level of confidence.
Excellence to me is about constant self-analysis. Which habits are helping me towards my goals and which ones aren't? It's the same with nutrition. The foods I eat should help make my mind and my body the best they can be. Thunderbird makes that simple.
Welcome back, everyone. Terry Miller alongside Hannah Macbeth and Jeremy Coling. And Hannah, just a few moments ago, we saw some responses. We heard some responses from Haley. What did you pick up on what she said?
I've listened to her winning speeches a couple times now. The challenge is about to start, or like a version of that, is just what she keeps saying. And it's May. Like, today is May 1st. She's 9 tournaments in. She signed up for all of the rest of the events for the year, the ones that have registration open anyway, including like U.S. Women's. She's qualified for Women's Nationals in Winthrop. That's a lot more events. And she keeps saying, like, the challenge is about to start. But this is her second win of the year. I want to know what that means. Jerm, do you have any insight?
I think that what that means is that she wants to enjoy this win for tonight, maybe the next couple of nights, but to keep focused on the entire season. This event doesn't mean anything come Wednesday. Now it's on to the next. And for her, if she thinks that, okay, I've emerged, I've done what I need to do, I've already achieved my superstar status, everybody knows that I'm a baller, then that's going to take some focus away from her winning the next tournament. So by saying the challenge is about to start, it means that she's never satisfied. It keeps her hungry. It keeps her wanting more.
Well, she got plenty today. A 6-stroke margin of victory over Katrina Allen. We saw it so close. You were talking earlier about how Katrina had set the pace and then Haley rose to the occasion. We saw that this weekend, and then eventually Haley overcame her, and then today she just took off. And it took all the way into the back 9 before we saw real separation, but she's digging deep. She's laying into all of her best assets, which is an incredible forehand, using all of that power. And I think we know about her aggressive play on the green. Some have said, other champions like Paige Pierce, sometimes that bites her, the aggressive play. Any thoughts about what we're going to see from Haley, and will she ever have to dial it back?
Yeah, Haley King wants to be a world champion by the time she's 21, and we'll be here next year for Worlds in 2022, Terry. So with all that experience that she just gave herself on Country Club and all of this momentum going into that event, I know it's a year away, but got to start thinking about her as a contender for the Worlds in 2022.
I think she proved that also when she rose to the occasion in the 2020 Disc Golf Pro Tour Championships. She proved there she can play with the best and she can beat the best, even in the most pressure-packed situations, as in that playoff. And speaking of coming up, playing in pressure-packed situations, 2 of the youngest guns on the tour, Heather Young and Macy Walker. We've seen so much of them over the last 2 weekends. They've been incredible. And what a shout-out that we hear from Haley King. She says she thinks she found her new favorite person on the tour. She compliments her on the forehand. Those are big words coming from someone who's so proficient with forehand in Haley King.
Yeah, Haley is a young gun, as you said. She knows how it feels to come out to these elite events and compete for the first or your second time, to make those big moves and harness all that emotion to continue to move forward. And from what I've seen and from what Haley has seen, Macy is doing an incredible job with maintaining her composure on the course and just continuing to give herself the best look for success. We've seen that in Heather Young as well, as they both were coming up the ranks. And if we had one more day, I don't know, it's even more excitement. 5-day NT is a bit to ask, but
if anyone could pull it off, it's the crew here at Dynamic Disc. One last point I want to make about the scores and our young guns. Yesterday, the hot score came out of Haley King. She shot the 5 under, which then put her in the position she did today. Heather Young had the hottest score at 4 under. So incredible. Wow. And I know why I think that's so important is because Heather has talked about how her distance and her power are not strong suits, yet she battled the long course and she did it in the wind. Now, she may have made up it in the putting green, but if you can't get it done somewhere, you get it, you find ways to make do, and she's done just that. Hottest score, Heather Young, 4 under today. So I think we're going to start to close things out. It's been an incredible week. We've got to, of course, thank the Emporia Country Club who have played host to us, all of the crew, all of the staff out there hustling around, giving us the action, the cameramen and the crew on the ground, our incredible supporters and sponsors of the Disc Golf Network. Of course, the PDGA National Tour Series, this being the second stop, Haley King, your champion for the 2nd time in a row. For Big Germ, along with Hannah Macbeth, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We'll see you guys next weekend for the Silver Series, the Challenge at Goat Hill.